people. I'm going to connect. I'm going to grow my organization. I'm going to build a lot of network. And we're going to share lots of ideas. For me, that's what brings me excitement. You are welcome to the Africa Non-Profit Summit 2025 edition under the theme, Advancing Non-Profits, Innovation and Action for Greater Impact. I know impact reflects on every activity that we run, but how do we work as NGOs for greater impact? So that we can attract more funding, so that we can impact more lives, so that we can improve the lives of the people that we serve. We are once again welcome to this very important summit. I've met people that we met last year who are so excited to be back this year because of the impact they received from last year's summit. And it's great to have you back. It's great to have you register again or sign up again to join us for this year's summit. And for the new ones who have joined, or for our new partners or new people who have joined us this year, we are excited, so excited to have you. And I know that this will be on your calendar every year because there is so much to receive when you attend summit like this. It's going to be an exciting day, trust me. If last year's was a great one, this year is going to be another level. So brace yourself for it because there is so much for us to learn. There's so much for us to tap into, and there is so much network that we need to do. African Non-Profit Summit, it's a collaboration between NCBO and Partnership Bureau, working together to support NGOs in Ghana. And of course, we are partnered by some organizations who have worked with us from the beginning to ensure that this program happens. Implementers, Eco Period, EasyTag have been part with us. And of course, we are sponsored by KGL, PwC, Star Ghana Foundation, Sunny FM, Star FM, GH1 TV. Thank you so much, our sponsors, for being behind us to ensure that such an activity or such a program happens. My name is Francis Ahinyafo. I will be your coordinator to anchor this program to ensure that you are comfortable. So if you have any issues, please don't hesitate. Come to me and we'll address it for you. We are here to serve you. We are here to work as partners and friends. And I'm happy to say that I can see lots of friends, and I can see lots of partners, and I can see lots of organizations that we can collaborate with to make this country a better place for all of us, to ensure that our work is also impactful and making impact in our various communities. We are really excited to have you here. Let me also take the opportunity to wish all ladies and mothers here a happy Mother's Day that we had last Sunday. We are proud of you ladies. You are amazing. Without you, we will not get anywhere. So ladies, we are really proud of you, and that is why we make it one of the top programs on our calendar. We celebrate mothers and ladies a lot. Thank you for being one of them. God richly bless you. You're going to have a fantastic time, as I say, and you're going to have a good session to network. Please don't go without networking. Build your network base. It is the key to the work that we do. So ensure that you are collaborating, exchange ideas, exchange business cards, connect, make friends, and let's grow whatever work that we are doing. This is how we can make impact with the work that we are doing. Once again, my name is Francis Afo. I am the lead for Partnership and Alliances with Partnership Bureau. And I'm very happy to introduce a few of my lead members of this organization, Africa Non-Profit Summit, that I'm going to call upon right now to join me so that they can also introduce themselves. But before I do that, once again, if you have any issues, any concerns, we have ushers around to help you. Please call on somebody and you'll be assisted. Whatever assistance you need or whatever support you need, please call on us and we will assist you. If you take the door to my left, there is a restroom there. Please go there and help yourself. Once again, if you need anything, please come to me and I will assist you. Thank you very much and welcome aboard. Welcome to African Non-Profit Summit 2025. At this juncture, I will call the team that I've been working with so that they can join me upstage and say a few welcome words. The first on my list is Shirley Abedi Boafo, the founder of NCVO. A round of applause for Shelley. A round of applause for Shelley. The second on my list is, we want you to be beside us for the photo shoot, as they say. Constance Agyemang. Constance is a friend, a partner, a boss. Are there any more, Constance? There are more. There's more. Constance Agyemang. Constance is the co-founder of Partnership Bureau. This is the team, the powerful team behind this summit. They work tirelessly to ensure that this program happens. Ladies, Shelley.
Good morning, everyone. We are very, very honored to have you this morning. I know some of you have come very far. Some of you have come from Kumasi. Some of you have come from Lara. Someone is coming from the UK, London this morning. Isn't it exciting? Right, so my name is Shelley Abedi Boafo. I'm the founder of NCVO Ghana. NCVO Ghana is a non-profit organization in Ghana that has been existing since 2017. And our purpose is to support the non-profit sector in Ghana because we know the important work that you do. But unfortunately, before our organization was set up, there was no organization supporting non-profits like we do. So we are really passionate about supporting you. That's why we put up this summit to bring you all together. The reason why we brought you all together is sometimes we do online training, sometimes we do training in Kumasi, Accra. We can't get lots of people together. So that's why we're trying to put up this summit so that we can all meet together, learn, share knowledge, and also connect. For me, the collaboration is very, very important, and the networking is very, very important. I'm not going to talk too much because Francis has said a lot, so I'll get Constance also to welcome you. So once again, welcome. We are really, really humbled for you to be here. We thank our sponsors, Pricewaterhouse, KGL Foundation, Star Ghana, and all our partners. Once again, thank you. And feel free, ask many questions as possible. And the most important thing for me is learn and let us apply what we learn here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely wonderful to see you here. We are really passionate about supporting NPOs in the work that we're doing to support communities and to make society a better place. So I am Constance Agyemang, the co-founder of Partnership Bureau. Partnership Bureau, as the name suggests, really is about creating partnerships and collaboration for greater impact. There are lots of aspects to partnership, and many of us in the NPO sector have to work in collaboration. We work in collaboration across a range of different sectors. We will have to work with officials. We will hear from the officials that are governing our licenses and regulatory aspects of our work. We have to work with donors and investors who are supporting and sponsors who are supporting our work. We have to deal with other implementers that are doing work across our fields and across other sectors. And we also, most importantly, have to work in partnership with the communities that we serve. So partnership and collaboration is a fundamental part of what it is we do and who we are. But many times we are not given the tools and resources to understand how to do that effectively. And so that is what Partnership Bureau is here to do. And of course, our work is about collaborating. It's about finding the right partners to be with, about sharing a vision together, and about seeing that through and working it out. I remember a few years ago, for both of these individuals, just having chance encounters through a connection or through a LinkedIn post, and then saying, okay, I want to speak to that person and just find out a little bit more about who they are. I want to speak to this person and find out how we can collaborate and do something. And we have now established this forum among the other things that we do together. So it's at the heart of everything that we do. We work in collaboration, we work in partnership, but we work in service, as all of you do as MPOs and CSR departments and regulatory bodies. We work in service of others. And so we want to make sure that we are practicing what we preach. And so we are here to serve you with a range of content that will hopefully inspire, give you additional learning, give you opportunities for other thoughts, and that is what we are here for. So I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome you all once again and hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you. Okay, so we have, yes. So we have spoken for a little while, but of course, the whole point of you coming to a room together and sharing space together is that you get to know each other a little bit. We're all working in similar fields or across certain sectors, but there is definitely opportunity for synergy in what we do. So we are going to take a few moments now to give the space over to you to go and introduce yourselves to each other. But I'm going to force you to get up and go and speak to a couple more people. So I'm going to task you. I need you to get up from your chairs for the next 10 minutes. I need you to find 2 people that you don't know or haven't spoken to. And I know when we get to that kind of situation, it's like, I'm comfortable in my seat. I've spoken to the people on the table. I know them now, I'm happy. But no, we will push you. We will push your boundaries. We will push your comfort zone. So please, all of you, raise to your feet. Please go and find 2 other people that you have not spoken to or don't know. And then please ask them about what it is they do and their work, and then share that. So just move around and ask. Creative Future Group at the back. Please go and find 2 people to go and speak to.
How else did I have? Honestly, I was like, I remember you, but I wasn't like, and then I remember you on but it's what everything changed your head, my
Okay, I can see that you're now really into these conversations. I like that, I'm liking the energy and the vibe that you have. But as we have a very packed program, there will be another opportunity to network. So I'm going to ask you to make your way back to your seats now, please. You see, once you start the network, it's really hard to stop. You will have some more opportunities. Please make your way back to your seats. I haven't done that mentally. Shall I do that? Okay, please make your way back to your seats now, please. I hope you had the opportunity to speak to more than 2 people, find out about what other organizations are doing. I saw a number of different connections, tapping into phones, writing down details, everything else, so I'm really pleased to see that. Just a reminder that this event is about you connecting as well as taking the opportunity to learn from the range of speakers and experts that we will have. Okay, can we settle now, please? Wonderful. I love this energy. I love it. Okay, we will keep this going for the whole day. It's brilliant. Okay, so just before we have the next introduction, I would like you to take note of the QR code that is on the program on your table, please. Okay, so please scan the QR code. It is our evaluation tool, our Menti. So it is how we are going to collect information from you, and if I am really, really fortunate, when we come around to doing it, you'll be able to see the results coming up directly here. So if you cannot scan the QR code, then please look at I think it's menti.com, and you can put in the number that is under there. So it gives you an alternative way if you cannot scan the QR code. But please take this moment to do that, because after we hear from the next person, I will take you through the first preliminary questions on the Menti, which you should start to see if you've been able to do the QR code, and we will go through the first ones, and hopefully we will also get to see the magic in action. Okay, I'm going to hand back to Francis now.
Thank you, Constance. Thank you. And great time networking to know ourselves and to connect with other organizations and learn from each other. We are here, as Constance indicated, to learn because we want to be better at what we do. We're going to have a great time, like I said. So we've just done our introduction, welcome and introductions. We're going to go through an opening session or remark session where we deal with the power of NGOs, the power of NGOs. And I'll soon come and talk about this briefly. Then we are going to launch into a panel discussion session on organizational compliance. So we carefully create some of these topics so that we will support NGOs like we indicated. The whole idea is to ensure that NGOs are running efficiently and effectively. That is why we carefully choose these topics for discussion. So we're going to go into the panel discussion where we deal with organizational compliance. It's very important we know how to be compliant in the work that we do. Then there's going to be a structured network session, structured networking session among ourselves. Then we're going to have a tea break, brief tea break. And then we come back and deal with another important topic to be handled by PwC. Very, very important sessions that will be taken up by PwC on CSR policies and requirements. These are very important. Some of these NGOs are new. What are the policies? What are the rules? What are the requirements? We need to get all these clearly. We'll go into that one as well. And then there's going to be a time for mentoring nonprofits into impactful innovations. These are very important topics for your organizations to grow. And then that will take us into AI revolution for nonprofits. AI is all over the place. How do you leverage this resource for your benefit and for your organization? How do we use it effectively? So we are here to deal with that as well. And then that will take us into the lunch break. I wouldn't want us to take too much of it, but I'm going to run you through the next session when we come back from lunch break. So for now, this is how our day is going to plan. It is a packed day. And that's why we need to ensure that we are working with time so we do not miss any of these topics. We don't want to go and not be able to deal with all of them. That's why we want to ensure that we are working with our time so that we can have every session happening as we've outlined on our program. So like I said, the next session on this program is our opening remarks on the power of NGOs. It is going to be handled by somebody that I well know. He is an energetic and self-motivated person. He has over 19 years of professional experience in social development work. He has successfully implemented projects in health, education, agriculture, sports, arts and culture, youth empowerment, and entrepreneurship. And he's focusing on improving the lives of underprivileged and underserved in our societies in Ghana. He is currently the programs manager at KGL Foundation. He provides strategic leadership, and direction on the Foundation's program and project across the 5 thematic areas of the focus of the Foundation. He has oversight responsibility on the work of over 60 independent projects being implemented by more than 55 grassroots organizations in Ghana. He has worked extensively in the CSO space and has gained comprehensive knowledge of Ghana's health sector. In this field, his work spans across areas of research, capacity building, advocacy, policy development, program design, implementation, and strategic communication. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Ni Ankonu Anoba Sape. I hope I have not crucified those names. I did. Have I? I got it right. Thank you, Ni. You're welcome.
I mean, often when asked to pronounce my name, I usually would say Ni Sape just to, prevent people from, as he said, butchering my name. My father gave me a very local name because he believed that I had to show my true African culture. So unfortunately, I didn't have an English name. And sometimes I like to tease my friends who have English names, and they're taking names that I'll usually give my pets at home. So that's the uniqueness of my name. Anyway, happy to be here. Good morning, distinguished members of the NGO fraternity, members of the media, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I bring you greetings from the CEO of the KGL Foundation, Mr. Elliot Dade, who is unable to join us for this noble engagement due to other commitments. Mr. Dade asked me to convey his resolve and commitment to seeing the development of grassroots organizations in Ghana and beyond. He wants you to know that he's proud and happy to be associated with this summit, which has been put together by the NCVO in collaboration with KGL Foundation and other partners. Thank you, Ambassador Shirley and team for putting this together. To get back on track, I must admit that I'm very honored to share with you the opening remarks of this workshop and a lecture on the topic, the power of NGOs. Indeed, when I was asked to speak on the power of NGOs, I thought to myself, what can I say to this amazing audience, or to you all, that is already known by you? My thoughts led me to when I was a young boy growing up in my father's house and learning the craft of social development at a very early age. But Dad was actually a doyen in the NGO space between the years 1960 and the early 2000s, and I had an opportunity to travel and learn about the work of underdevelopment, and through his frequent travels, he impacted in me the most powerful gift that reflects the work of NGOs, the passion to give back to communities. So today, as I share with you what the power of NGOs is, I'm proud to say that I speak from the lenses that my late father shared with me. Historically, the term NGOs was officially introduced in 1945 within the United Nations Charter, and specifically mentioned in Article 71 of the Charter. The term was used, or was coined, to reflect the concept of organizations working outside of government structures and for social causes. Prior to this, organizations similar to what we define today as NGOs existed as far back as the 18th century. They worked mainly to alleviate the suffering of the masses, and one of such organizations was the Quakers, who played a significant role in the abolition movement, women's rights, and the promotion of peaceful societies. The Quakers, in fact, contributed to the abolition of slave trade. Over the years, however, NGOs have taken a much-needed role in societies across the world, and thereby contributing significantly to the development of human society in ways that no other institution has ever been able to achieve or replicate. Africa's non-governmental organization sector has long been a vital player in addressing the continent's myriad social, economic, and environmental challenges. With a rich tapestry of culture, languages, and history, Africa is home to thousands of NGOs that work tirelessly to improve the lives of millions. These organizations operate in various fields, including health, education, human rights, and environmental conservation, to mention just a few. Currently, there are about, or roughly more than 300,000 NGOs in Ghana. The voice for the voiceless. important and powerful role of NGOs is that they act to serve as a voice for the voiceless. Being in quote, the prodigal child, if you pardon me to use that phrase, NGOs have continuously served as the alternative player in the scheme of national development. They are distinct from the three arms of government and private business organizations, and while jokingly referred to as the fourth arm of government, NGOs work without owing allegiance to any institution and have done so for the last 80 years. They have demonstrated the ability to clearly articulate the needs of society by putting together what some may refer to as the noises of society. Collectively, NGOs have taken on the issues affecting both developed and developing countries, particularly in the global south, where governments have not performed to the satisfaction of their citizens. Also worth mentioning is the fact that besides working for communities, NGOs have demonstrated the versatility and love for all by working closely or collaborating with government agencies to put pressures on national state authorities on issues affecting development. By serving as a conduit for duty bearers who are often middlemen in the development agenda, NGOs have been noted to fact-check government on issues of prominence. To get my own personal experience, my almost 20 years of professional work within the health space, I have frequently encountered circumstances where duty bearers have provided information together with my colleagues in the NGO space, we used to either picket at health summits, and I remember doing this around the year 2005, where we caught, the entire authorities or duty bearers who would come to engage with us on issues unaware, and they were really surprised with the facts that we were able to share with them. We've also been able to engage parliamentarians, such as the Parliamentary Committee on Health, as well as ministers and key influential decision makers in the health sector. The likes of think tank institutions like Imani Center for Policy Education, Africa Education Watch, Star Ghana, to mention a few Ghanaian organizations within the space, are examples of organizations whose actions have led to government review of policies, programs, and strategies. NGOs have thus served as a voice for the voiceless in many areas, including the area of education, health, agriculture, economic empowerment, peace building, and other issues of social development. Poverty reduction. The critical role of NGOs in poverty reduction cannot be withered down. As a powerful player in the development arena, several players in the NGO space have contributed to poverty reduction through programs aimed at the alleviation of poverty. For many of us here today, we can attest that we have jobs and a salary or allowance to take home every month because of the work that we carry out, and this is because of NGOs. Can we imagine what we would be doing if NGOs did not exist? In Ghana, where the government sector employs roughly about 1 million or so Ghanaians, you bear testimony that we would probably haven't seen Hawking or still searching for a job that wouldn't satisfy our innermost desire, which is to get back to society. In fact, the power of NGOs is inherent in our ability to provide economic opportunities for many people within the formal and informal sectors of society. Now, I want you to spend some time to reflect on the many skill training workshops and symposiums organized in hard-to-reach places to support vulnerable populations, which is a clear demonstration of the power of NGOs. I bet you can attest that they have led significantly to job creation, employment of many people, not just in Ghana, but across the globe. Access to education. In the education space, NGOs have been involved in facilitating access to quality education through various endeavors, including building and renovation of schools, provision of educational scholarships, organization of formal and informal teaching insertions with people in communities. NGOs have sought to bridge the gap in education, particularly for disadvantaged children, including adolescent girls and boys from deprived communities. And for some of you who are here today, you'd attest that NGOs have facilitated and led to us empowering more women within the educational space. Access to health. In the arena of health, the role of NGOs has been very comprehensive. In fact, Besides building hospitals and taking care of the needs of marginalized groups and societies, in recent times, NGOs have been engaging in advocacy to get governments of Ghana to ring-fence more funding for health. One of the successful things that NGOs have been able to do, I'll say this year, has been to get government to scrap the taxes on locally produced sanitary parts and to offer import duty waivers and raw materials for local manufacturers. The likes of PPAG, ARHR, Ghana, and several others have been instrumental in this drive. Through their collective efforts, government is now aiming to make menstrual hygiene products more affordable and accessible for Ghanaian women. That's one of the powerful things that NGOs have been able to achieve. Human rights. On the human rights front, NGOs have successfully led and facilitated peace building, conflict resolution, and the promotion of human rights while advocating for justice and support for marginalized communities. In Ghana, organizations such as Institute for Democratic Governance, the Center for Democratic Development Ghana, and the Media Foundation for West Africa have all played important roles in promoting human rights, peace, and effective leadership through the demand for government accountability and responsiveness. My final remarks. While the topic on the power of NGOs cannot be exhausted in one lecture, I want to believe that these few examples shared here this morning accentuates the power of NGOs in modern society. It is worth highlighting that in Ghana and Africa as a whole, NGOs have sought to fill gaps in government services by providing essential support to communities through the promotion of community development, empowerment, and participation in decision-making processes. It is a well-known fact that governments across the world need the support of NGOs to achieve international and regional development goals and targets such as the SDGs and the AU Agenda 2063. In wrapping up, I must indicate that although NGOs are sometimes constrained in their work due mostly to their over-dependence or reliance on international grants, philanthropists, and private sector businesses, the work of NGOs cannot be devalued. On this note, together with the KGO Foundation team that includes Elliot, who is presently not here as I mentioned, Tresla, Kenny, Kwesi, Edwin, George, and Daniel, we express our thankfulness to NCVO and all of you for turning up for this important summit. Let's enjoy ourselves, but before I leave the stage, I would request that we all stand up. I want us to gather with one voice, say with a voice that brings positive change to the communities we work in. So can we all stand up and repeat this? And then we can give ourselves a round of applause for contributing to the development of our country. So let's say this. We are the voice that brings positive change to our communities. We are the voice that brings positive change to our communities. One more. We are the voice that brings positive change to our communities. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
And for the recognition that you have for the work that NGOs do and the impact that we aim and endeavour to have on society. Please, can I ask you all to give me another round of applause? Thank you. So, as I mentioned before, I would like to go to Mensi, and I'm going to look at the back. Are we able to get the Mensi feedback up on the screen, or I'm just going to have to go through the questions? Signal? Indication? Okay, something's happening. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the first few questions from the Mensi that hopefully you've all been able to access through the QR code on your program. So for those that maybe missed when I mentioned it before, please can you scan the QR code on your program? It will lead you to a Mensi. Oh, you've already started doing it. So we will start to be able to see the results of what you are all putting into the screen. So I can see over 40 of you have already entered, nearly 50. So the first question was to ask, have you used Menti before? And so, as we're going to hear in the AI revolution, there are lots of different tools and things that we can be using to support the work that we do. And so we can already see that many of you haven't, but a few of you have. And so these are the types of tools that you can also start to use in your organization's work to collect data immediately, to be able to share that data back immediately. So I'm going to ask if we can go to the next question. Which regions does your organization operate? So, I've got all the regions there, but I also have national. So I'm glad that you've all been putting in that information. So obviously we are having this event in Accra, so it is likely to be skewed to Greater Accra in terms of the organizations that are here. But even though we are here, we can see that we are having an impact on every single region across the country. So imagine that exponentially in terms of what we do as organizations. Wonderful. So I'd now like to go to which sector does your organization work within, your MPO work within? I was going to say that was very skewed. So again, this gives us an immediate snapshot of the fact that we are working across so many different sectors and impacting the lives of people in so many different ways. From health to water and sanitation issues, education, agriculture, literacy, creative industries, technology, a whole range of other as well. And so I'd be really interested in knowing what that other is, or we can delve deeper. But just want to show, just in this room, just what type of level of impact and how many sectors we are working across. So the next one is, what is the size of your organization? Now, many of the organizations we work with are grassroots. So we are looking at small organizations. The majority that have done that are small to medium-sized organizations. And then we start to get larger in our endeavor as we grow and we grow our impact and we bring more people along with us. So this was on a staffing level. But we also work with volunteers and rely a lot on volunteers to help us do the work that we're doing. So if we can go to the next one, please. Okay, so what is your size of your organization in terms of volunteers? You can see that we actually start to skew more towards the higher end of this because we rely as a sector, as NGOs, on the work of volunteers to support the work that we do. And many of our organizations actually started with us as volunteers before then getting into the more, I guess, formalized NGO and NPO sector. So I have one more question on this part before we start to look at the panel. And this is a more open-ended question. So I want to also show you that there are other ways to collect information here. And so if we can go to the next one, please. This was to find out a bit more about what your expectations are of this summit. So it starts to give us a snapshot of networking comes up a lot, expecting it to be impactful, to learn and connect. Some are very specific in terms of financial assistance, operations, but networking comes up a lot and a lot. And if you can scroll down, if it's possible, you can see that that keeps on going. So we just are collecting all of that information. And so that tells us what your expectations are, so that we can work out at the end of this event if we have met your expectations. Although I think I forgot to ask that question at the end. Okay, maybe able to change that in the meantime. Okay, so this takes us to this. Thank you all so much for participating in that and using that. And if you want to know more about Menti, you can either come and speak to me or you can check out the information on menti.com and figure out how you use it. You can start off with a free account. You can use it for small events and large events occasionally. You don't have to pay for it to start off with. So it's a good way for you to maybe find some evaluation, obviously within the context of those that have smartphones or are able to use that. It is not appropriate for everything, and I understand that. So thank you for that. So please leave it on there for a second. Please leave it on on the Menti for a moment. Because before we start to introduce the panel, we are now going to have a panel discussion on organizational health and compliance with an esteemed panel from a variety of organizations. I wanted to just go to the next question, and we are going to break there. And don't be concerned, this is anonymous. None of it is attributed to you personally. Okay? So, the one question I wanted to ask before we had this panel discussion is whether you thought your organization was compliant. Sometimes we don't even understand what that really means in the context of this. So hopefully this discussion will help us understand some of that a bit more. But majority of those that have answered this have said yes. There is a no, someone being genuinely frank about understanding that they may not be compliant. But actually there's a number of people that aren't sure. And it's because of this influx, even the ones that say yes, when we have discussions like this around compliance and organizational health, there is usually something additional to learn. So thank you. So we will come back to the Menti after the panel discussion. But now I would like to ask our esteemed panel members to come up to the stage. And I'm just going to mention your name, because when you sit down and settle yourself, I would like you to introduce yourselves and your organizations. So please, can I have Veronica Mensah up on the stage? Can I have Makafui Klutz Doe? Can I have Mr. Derek Obey? And also Dominic Nam. I welcome you to the stage. Please give them a round of applause as they come up to the stage. Do we have the microphone here? Please come and take a seat. I'm not scary. You can sit by me. Okay. We're just getting the microphones and then we can get started. They are winning their way to us now. Okay, so while they are bringing the microphones up to us, what I would like to start with is asking the panel themselves to introduce who they are, their organization and role, and why it is important and essential for you as NPOs, NGOs to engage with their office. So please, I would like to start. Please introduce yourself, your organization, and why we need to engage with you.
My name is Dominic Nab. I work with the Ghana Revenue Authority as the head of design and monitoring policy development. Ghana Revenue Authority, as you know, is a friend and a partner in development. We raise revenue, we administer taxes, and we also refund taxes when you cannot pay. We do that quite often. Now, in the case of the NGO, if you are well established as this on the law, you don't pay taxes as you do, and I'm sure we'll be discussing all those things. But some are not actually structured properly, and they are those we go after to pay taxes. So I'm sure by the end of this discussion, we will get to know what we're supposed to do to ensure that we avoid the landmines, as this.
Thank you so much, Dominic.
Yeah, hello, good morning. My name is Veronica Mensah. Assistant Chief Company Inspector of Office of the Registrar of Companies, ORC. ORC is an institution established under the Companies Act 2019 Act 992. We undertake registration of companies, corporate bodies, partnership, a company limited by guarantee, and external companies. And those who are who has the right to register companies are somebody who is above 18 and is of sound mind. And the advantages of you registering your company with Registrar General's Office of the Registrar of Companies is that it allows you to open an account, it gives your business a legal recognition, you can use it to apply for loan, and you can also use it as part of your registration of your traveling documents and for visa purposes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica.
Thank you. My name is Makapui N.K. Kluchedo, and I'm with SNET. I'm a Senior Benefits Officer with the Achimota branch. SNET stands for Social Security and National Insurance Trust, and by law, it's the administrator of the basic national pension scheme. And our core assignment is to receive contributions post-registration of contributors, invest in, keep those records, and then when time is due, we pay the benefits that are necessary. There are other contingent benefits that also come along apart from pension. Once you are dealing with life, death could come in, invalidity could come in, and so the core assignment of SNET is basically to income when they are lost due to these contingencies. When there is old age and you are faced off the world of work, or where you become invalid and you are no longer able to be gainfully employed, or you have also, God forbid, passed on and there are dependents that would have relied on your income you were making available. And so SNET comes in to replace part of that lost income. And so that's the core assignment of SNET.
Thank you, Makapui. Thank you. We will come back to hear more. Please, can you pass on to...
Good morning. My name is Derek Obey. I'm with the non-profit organization Secretariat. I'm the head. And basically what we do is to license non-profit organizations to operate as such. Per our policy and directives, all non-profit organizations are supposed to register with us, and we will give you the license of the authorization to operate. We do first-time registration when you start, and after doing the first-time registration, you are supposed to do annual renewals, where you are required to present annual reports and audited financial reports. We also publish on our website organizations in good standing, and we serve as a middleman or the liaison between the NPO sector and the ministry, our mother ministry, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. So we liaise between the government and the NPO sector. We also provide services like recommendation services where we get requests or letters from embassies or foreign donors who want to inquire about NGOs. Sometimes they may not even know. They inquire about us whether you are compliant or you're in good standing, and we write such letters to them. We also have what we call tax exemption, where organizations are importing goods from outside the country, and that's a way that the government has incentive NGOs by not paying taxes. You apply to us, we will write a compliance narrative to our mother ministry, that's Ministry of Gender, then on to Ministry of Finance or to DRA. They will decide whether they want to grant the tax exemption so that you're not supposed to pay taxes on the imported goods. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Derek. Wonderful. Okay, so let's carry on with the questions. Now that you understand the importance of the people and organizations that are here, and you will have your chance to ask questions later as well. So get those questions prepared so that you can give them a bit of a grilling up here. Okay, so Veronica and Dominic, when we are starting out as companies and organizations and getting ourselves registered and set up, it all starts with you. So can you explain a little bit about the process that organizations have to go through, and then what their continued obligations to you are once they have registered and set up with you, please?
Thank you very much. Ghana Revenue Authority, as we all know, has a mandate to administer taxes. And we require that all persons should observe 4 obligations. 1 is to register with the Ghana Revenue Authority, 2 is to file, 3 is to pay your taxes, and 4 is to disclose your income honestly. Now, in the ECOS system, we do know that there are some enterprises, for example, the NGOs, that my focus is going to be on the NGO. The NGO, as we are aware, the NGOs play important roles in our society, and government recognizes that. The law also recognizes that. Now, for us to be sure that you are really an NGO, the law says that 1, you must actually register with the register of companies, office of the register of companies now. Yes, so we want to be sure that indeed you are actually a company limited liability. So we expect all NGOs to be company limited liability. That is 1. Number 2, we also expect you to have a certificate that shows that indeed you are actually an NGO operator. And that must also come from the Ministry of Gender. Then the next one is to also have a constitution. And the constitution must state clearly 2 important pieces of information. 1 is that you actually do not use your NGO to engage in partisan political activism. And 2, you actually run the NGO, and then the operation of the NGO will not confer private benefit on the persons who establish them. We also want you to have the NGO that has a public character or public nature. When we say public nature, for example, you want to support, let's say, gender in a certain community, but you are discriminating. That will also not qualify. Now, having said so, it is not Commissioner General who is granting the exemption. Let's be very clear. It is the law that is granting the exemption. But the Commissioner General has a duty to ensure that the various criteria to actually obtain the exemption are adhered to, and then she goes ahead to grant the exemption. Now, when you censor all these conditions, we'll give you a letter saying that you are exempt, and we try to actually take account of the fact that it is supposed to be for a period, review up. So we'll give you 1 year, then we monitor. Now when we talk about exemptions, let's be very careful. We have 3 sources of income that are subject to tax. We have employment, we have business income, and then we have investment income. Now, which ones are you exempt from? An NGO that has employees, we expect that the NGO would collect or withhold POI, that is tax on the employee's income, and pay same to the Ghana Revenue Authority monthly, all of the 4/15 of each month. Number 2, if an NGO is making payment to suppliers, we expect a withholding tax unless the suppliers are exempt from tax. Then when it comes to business income, NGOs are not supposed to do business. Is that okay? So the law says that once you don't do business, then there's no tax to pay. Indeed, if you also just suppose that one against the Companies Act 992, as she has referred to, Section 8, clearly, NGOs are not supposed to do business. If you do business, there are sanctions. But interestingly enough, we have a lot of NGOs that are established ostensibly to do what they are supposed to do, but they are engaged in business activities. When that happens, obviously, we will actually subject you to the tax laws. And then we have investment income. Now the question is, which incomes are NGOs exempt from? NGOs are exempt from investment income. So we do know that as NGOs, you get your funding from your benefactors, you get your funding from donations, you get your funding from some other sources. Now, when that is done, And then you invest them, you put them into investment. Let's say you buy T-bills, you put up buildings for renters. Is that okay? All these ones are investments, in the future. We are saying that they are not actually taxable. But you would have to actually get a confirmation from GRA and it is renewable. Now, when it comes to the end of the year, we're expected to also submit a tax return on your activity. Then we'll look at it and see whether you are in conformity with the law. And when that happens, we'll keep renewing. There's a challenge, and that challenge has to do with tax clearance certificate. I was having a discussion with Mr. Derek earlier about the fact that with the two of us, we have to synchronize our processes. What happens is that when you want to get our exemption, we expect you to go to them for a certificate saying that you are into HGO activity. Then you go to them, they will also tell you, bring tax clearance certificate. Now the question is, which one should come first? It's okay, that is where there is always a challenge. But I believe strongly that once you go to them, that is for the first time, they will give you the certificate. When they do that, you come to us, and will provide that you are exempt. Before the end of the exemption, come to us for a tax clearance certificate, so they can go to them to get the new one. When you don't do that, it's going to be a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic. So we have only just hit the first part of the puzzle, right? And then we just see how much information we have to retain from one organization to be able to be compliant with the system. So we understand that it can be challenging. But let's still continue on this journey with Veronica about the processes that we need to go through to make sure that we are properly registered first before we even start to deal with the other elements of the business.
Yeah, hello. Hey, I remember when I was speaking for the first time, I mentioned Registrar General's Department. We used to be Registrar General's Department, but with the enactment of the new Companies Act, we now have Registrar General's Department and Office of the Registrar of Companies, which is autonomous. But the Registrar General's Department is still under civil service. But they register patents, trademarks, and geographical locations. And we register companies and other things. So if you want to register limited by guarantee, the minimum directorship is 2. And we will need tax identification. And before you come, you need to apply for tax ID number from Ghana Revenue Authority, individual tax ID number. And you have a prescribed form that you fill, 2 directors and secretary. One person can double up as a director and at the same time secretary. And you should have subscribers. We also call them members. And sometimes the subscribers can be different from the directors. Somebody can choose to be a director without being a subscriber or a member. Somebody can be a subscriber without being a director or a secretary. And there's a portion in the form, on the form that you have to state amount guaranteed. The amount guaranteed says that in case the company, the NGO goes into winding up, like liquidation, there's an amount that each of the members is supposed to contribute, and that is 5,000 Ghana cedi. That is the new act. It used to be 700 Ghana cedi, but it's now 5,000 Ghana cedi. So you give us the names of the directors, your residential addresses, your phone number, your place of birth, your email address, and your Ghana card number. And you attach a copy of your Ghana card, the front and the back. And minimum membership can be 1, but the directorship can be 2. And after you submit all this information with the signed document, you pay a fee of 470 Ghana cedi, and you'll be issued with certificate of incorporation. We used to issue certificate to commence business, but with the new Companies Act, we stopped issuing certificate to commence business. So we now give you certificate of incorporation, company profile, corporate, and the constitution. And you have to give us the aims and the objectives of the NGO, what we are going to do. And you found for beneficial ownership. Beneficial ownership is the person who has financial interest in the company. the one who controls the affairs of the company. It can happen that somebody is sitting somewhere who controls the affairs of the NGO. Even though the name is not part of the directors or subscribers, we want to know that person.
Thank you.
So basically, that is what we need.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. I know when we were setting up as Partnership Bureau 3 years ago, I found it incredibly challenging to navigate what those requirements were, who I could speak to about it, and what the cost implications were for the decisions we were taking about how it runs. So thank you for running through that, and I know there will be more questions. One of the things that Shirley and I have talked about is how we build a comprehensive guide in partnership with these organizations that can set out clearly, step by step, some of these actions so that there is a one place that you can go to that gives you coverage of this information. But this is part of the journey here with that, so thank you for outlining. So Derek, I'm going to come to you now, because now we have an additional layer. We are NGOs, we are non-profit organizations building, although there is a point here about business, social enterprise, the changing face of NPOs. It's a different conversation, but there is a whole other matter about how we stop being dependent on aid and development and start creating and generating income through business. But that is not the situation now. So really what I want to understand from you is why we need to register with you, why we have to get licensed with you, why it's a good idea, and then how we continue to go through that process with you as a partner.
Thank you. Now is an international obligation on every country to register their organizations. Not even in the NPO sector, we have different regulators in the mining sector, banking sector, different businesses. And per our policy and directives, every non-profit organization is supposed to register with us. So we give you the authorization to be able to operate. Even those of you dealing with donors, both national and international, the first thing they ask you whether you are regulated. They don't want to deal with just any organization, any individual, just in your corner, just giving out money. They want you to be in a regulated form or be under regulation. So apart from the authorization, it also gives you the credibility that you are registered and you are compliant with law. So that if any organization is dealing with you, the first thing they ask, do you have a license? We have issues where people go to the bank, they want to open bank accounts, and the banks have stopped their license from the organization. So it's very important. You can't operate as an individual. People say, okay, I have my own money, I want to assist the vulnerable. You can start doing that, but to get to a time that you need to register, not only for funding purposes, but also for credibility, that people know that you are subjecting yourself to the local laws and regulations. It also gives you the access to funding, both as I said, whether with the government, international organizations, partnerships, even having resources like human capital, whether it's staff, volunteers, students. You need our license or the authorization so that you are backed by law to be able to operate. That one day the law will not catch up with you. So it's very important. Just as I was saying in the beginning, you do the initial registration, and that's every year. But our policy is saying that you can register a month before the current license expires. That's when I was discussing with Dominic with GAI. Now don't wait till it expires before you come that you want to register. It will ask you of the tax clearance. You can register a month before, and you have a grace period of 3 months after the expiration. So you have about 4 months to go to Ghana Revenue, get the tax clearance, come to us with your audited financial statement and your annual report. So it's not a difficult thing at all, but what you realize is organizations wait till there's funding, there's an opportunity coming, and instead of using a month or 2 for registration, they want you to do it in hours or within a day or 2, and that will be difficult for us. We have our various compliance procedures that we go through, so it's very important. Register with us. Some will say, I didn't have funding in a particular year, that's why I didn't register. Don't wait till the funding is coming. I attended a program and the slogan was, chase the money. You don't just chase the money. Be prepared so that when the money is coming, maybe the money will rather be chasing you. You will not be chasing for the money. So my advice to you is make sure you are always compliant so that when funding opportunities come, you take advantage.
Thank you so much, Derek. And there's always the thing of if you're chasing the money, it's running away from you. So let it chase you instead. Yes. But it's a really important factor. And just before I come to McAfee, I just wanted to ask you about, there was a discussion last year when you were here about potentially considering renewals over 3 years rather than 1 year, because everyone was saying that the 1 year annual re-registration is actually quite challenging and costly. So has there been any further consideration on that?
The current policy and the directive were developed in the year 2000, so this is the 5th year. So we are considering reviewing it. So, and this is not the only forum. There will be other programs that we've attended, and we are taking that into consideration. So when it comes, I'm sure you'll be invited. We can't do it all alone. Together with Financial Intelligence Center and other stakeholders, which we are part, we will discuss it and see the way forward. So we'll be reviewing our policy.
Thank you. So, McAfee, we have now registered as a company, done our tax issues, we have got our NPO license. So why SNIT? Why is it important, and how is it going to help us, not just now, but in the long term?
Okay, thank you very much. So for SNET, we come in as we have just narrated at this point because, first of all, there are regulatory concerns that must be met, that we are not seen as an institution that is, for lack of a better word, rogue and just operating for our own benefit. Then secondly, for the persons that are in these NPOs, you are seeking to do a lot of social impact. You are making a lot of improvements to society, but there are persons that are helping for that outcome to come into being. And those persons should also have their welfare taken care of. And so while you look at the outward, you don't forget the inward as well. While we are executing the good for the whole of society, we shouldn't let out those who are running the assignment not being taken care of in their future. For every good thing that we seek for our health and for all the gain that we want to do, we will still age. No matter the health care support we give ourselves, we'll get to the point where you will cross the ages, the numbers, you will hit the 60s. The energies you have currently will not be at the same level at the time. The strength you have currently will not be at the same at that time. I think our keynote speaker mentioned that he's had some generations of NPO work. I'm sure at the beginning he was quite young. Today he is in mid to higher level. And at 30, 40 years today, and the age will not be the same. If we should do that math for all of ourselves and our workers, we will not be at the same age. What happens when we get to that point? What provision will we have made for ourselves? That is where SNET is important. And so for benefits for our workers, ourselves, and then also in keeping in compliance with regulation, SNET registration is important. When you register, it gives the data, the basis for SNET then to be able to help provide its core job. Again, when we do the registration, it enables our compliance to just be in bits and pieces, and then it is carried in a continuum. If we wait until the long end, when we now want to do all, then a lot of penalties are slapped, a lot of heavy amounts need to be carried, and sometimes it is burdensome as an institution to carry at the time we now seek to do so. Then also, because of balancing the input and then the gain from the fund, there are limitations to retrospective compliance. And so if you now wait until you have now maybe gained a certain status before you now want to register, there might be some limitations in how you can now come and then comply. And so at the beginning, at the very early stages, you have just a staff, even just to do the registration. It helps to get them up their feet and then running. No matter the character of the NPO at that point, whether it is running as a business or not yet a business, regardless of the philosophy it's working with. That is why it is important.
Excellent, thank you. It's really important to have a long-term perspective and not just deal with the immediate, but consider what could be a contingent in the future. And so that is outlined very clearly how that supports that thinking. So I just want to kind of outline, many nonprofits look at your processes and consider them challenging to understand and burdensome or unfair. So just one thing from each of you quickly. What is the biggest misunderstanding you come across when you're dealing with NGOs in relation to your organization? And what are you doing to help clarify that situation for NGOs? So a couple of you can respond to that if you have an immediate response.
Thank you very much. So I will start from what we are doing to ensure that we clear the ambiguity is tax education, and that is exactly what we are doing. We are happy that you have invited us to actually share our thoughts. But the fact of the matter is that we need to have clarity on income that are supposed to be subject to tax and income that should not be subject to tax. So your employees should pay their PAY. They are earning income and therefore they have to pay the tax. Let's get into that. If it's an NGO that is exempt, it doesn't extend to the employees. That is one. Number two, the NGOs must also know that it is their investment income that is exempt from tax. Income that they receive from their donors, that is exempt from tax. It is not their business income. If you decide to move away from your core activity and you engage in business, then you have to pay the tax. There's also another point that we need to take note of, and that has to do with filing. When it comes to filing, to be frank with you, most NGOs don't file at all. They take for granted that, oh, they are exempt, and that is all about it. Until they need a new one, then they come and the issue is, have you filed? You haven't filed. The ones you have not filed, there are penalties. It is 500 Ghana plus 10 Ghana on each day the default continues. So if you default for 1 year, you can imagine the amount of money that you have. So this has to be, and we don't want to waste it. In fact, the Commissioner has asked that. I should ask that your compliance cost is almost next to nothing. 5. That is more. And these days, we do it online. You don't need to come to GRA. You file and sit at your place. Anytime you want to renew one, you come. Here I come, I need to renew one. And quickly to be done, for you. Or you wait, and then, there are a lot of gaps. Or you come. The point actually is that, and you should know, that GRA has now even moved from manual operations to automation. So it's the system that will generate the penalty. It's the system that will generate interest. It's the system that will actually flag you as a risky person. I will not do it. Is that okay? So this is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have one more response to that? Please, is there somebody that wants to respond to that? Oh, looked like you were poised. Makafu, you looked like you was poised. Veronica, you looked like you were poised for that one. Makafu,
at our end, you are supposed to file annual returns every year. When I was talking, I left out auditors. You are supposed to add auditors consent letter to your registration. And we'll give you 18 months after registration to file the first annual return. And a lot of NGOs don't do it because they think, even when it comes to the auditors, they complain. They say we are non-profit making organization. Why are you asking for auditors letters and all those things? But they forget that you get grants and all those things. The little business and the funds that you receive, at least you need to do an audited account. And even at our end, we have statement of affairs. That's if you don't do business for some time, what you find is statement of affairs. You don't file audited accounts. And if you don't do that, you have a penalty, 1,000 cedis. And then if you come, maybe you want to come and do something on your company, that time you come, the thing is red, and you start complaining. Why do you have penalty on my part? You are supposed to file returns every year. After the 18 months, they're giving you grace period of 1.5 years. So after that, at least every year, you are supposed to file your returns with us. And if there are any changes or amendments, you need to notify us. Because some maybe the company, maybe some of the directors have left, some are dead and all those, they don't come and change it. And with the location of the business too, some use their houses, some use places that when you even go there, you don't see anybody there. So we beg them, when they are finding the returns, you can change all those things. You can give them the actual location of the business, the GPS address and all those things. Thank you.
Thank you. The penalties are high, so that's why we have to know these things, because otherwise we will get caught unawares. Makafui, you were going to say something here too.
Okay, just a few. So first, I would say sometimes the understanding about SNET or paying as though it exists for just SNET and not us, sometimes feed into lack of compliance or non-compliance or attention. Why should we? Is for them, and even not doing it at the right expectations or under declarations when we are even attempting compliance. We want to do the minimal so that it just satisfies something small for SNET and then we keep majority for ourselves. Only at the tail end to come and realize that we just did ourselves in, because all we were doing was always towards your own self. And so you put in little, you come later to realize that you're only going to get little out of that. Then classification of staff, sometimes also another area of concern. Some NPOs are dealing with multinationals, and so we have expatriates that are around. There may be some who are exempt, some who are not exempt, and so navigating that becomes a challenge. And then, even for whether they are multinational or within, we have those who are volunteers and those who are employees. And so creating a distinction and then being able to satisfy the requirement sometimes become a challenge. And so it's important to do the clarification even at our end, so that when SNET comes to do their inspection, there is no challenge in having the dichotomy clear that these are people who are volunteered and these are those who we have engaged as employees and we are supposed to be compliant in that direction. Then maybe just generally to help even volunteers, you can encourage them to take advantage of what SNET has started as self-employed enrollment drive, where you register for yourself and then you pay for yourself. I think even that can be formalized in how we engage them. When we appoint volunteers, we can code that as a line or a paragraph in the letter, so that it's from the onset, you're already notifying the person that you're a volunteer. I will not be that responsible for this, but I'm letting you be aware, take advantage of this. It will help in clarifying. There are lack of educational issues, then manual procedures, which I think the next session may help us to address. We've done public education, and we are putting some streamlined tools to make it easier, so that you can sit from the comfort of your home or your smart device, and then you satisfy all the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. So that has actually responded to the next question. Sorry, Dominic, did you want to add something before?
Yeah, the issue about volunteers and then employees. Yes, we need to actually. You see, when it comes to taxation, we want to define who is an employee for the purpose of the PAY. If you have a position in someone else's technology, you are an employee. So you are the accountant, you are the CEO, you are the director, whatever, you are an employee. If you don't intend to have employees and you want to have volunteers for which you don't pay them, then your policy stated in your constitution stated that this NGO intends to have 3 volunteers. They will not be paid. But the question is, how will they be working and they will not be paid? For us, we are interested. So you should also be able to tell us how they can, work without being paid. Thank you very much.
But we rely on volunteers in the sector sector and people are altruistically giving their time. They may have other forms of work, but they are giving some time in different capacity to be able to help with that. We've heard a lot. Derek, did you want to add anything to that before I actually throw the floor open for questions?
I know concerning our registration, people have been complaining about the form. Basically, what we expect from you is to have at least 3 board members with their detailed passport pictures, photocopies of their IDs, their work information, employment, educational background, and those things. And in addition to the 3 board members, you're supposed to have a secretary and a treasurer. But the forms, we also review the form in addition to the other documents. There may be a few typos and 1 or 2 things. You know, government documents, you don't just touch them. You need time, you need the proper forum to review the forms or to address your concerns.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a few minutes where I'm sure there are some burning questions that you have as well. So we would like to take some questions from the floor. So please, can some of our ushers come and take 2 of the microphones? We will share the rest between us so that we can take them to the floor. Please, Mensa Hughes, come. Please come and take the microphone. There is a hand raised at the back there, and there's a hand raised at the side here. Please come and take the other microphone. And then I'll move this one around a bit so that we can get around the floor quicker.
Okay, so good day, everyone. So I have 3 questions, one to GRA, Senate, and then to the NPU.
Oh, we have a number. Sorry, who is speaking? I've lost you.
I'm here.
Please, can we just, can you tell us your name, your organization, and then can we just have 1 question? We may be able to come back just so that we, oh, no, okay, I'm going to be generous. 2 of your 3, but not all 3, please.
Okay, so I'll just make it 2. Okay, so my name is Kodna, and I'm with Standard UCARES, and we provide inclusive and equitable quality education in local communities. Okay, so the first question has to do with so I'll just mention so that we can all answer. It's about why do you force us to pay, say, salaries to employees? Because you know how the NGO landscape is in Ghana. Most of us, let's say we have other jobs, like an 8-to-5 job that we're doing, and these are voluntary jobs that we are actually undertaking. So say I'm being paid in my organization where I work 8 to 5, and I have an NGO that is supporting people, and I have families and friends who want to help me drive what I'm doing, and they come in as employees, and we all have an understanding on an agreement that we are not paying salaries to say build it to a base, or we are so financially dependent that we don't actually even need the salaries. But when you are filling the GRA, the pay, I mean, it's mandatory. You're supposed to put an amount there that you pay so that it can generate what you're supposed to pay to them. So I mean, that also applies to SNET. And also sometimes the challenge also comes in where you put in these values, etc. and all that. And once you register with them, you're supposed to file till you die, I guess. So even previously, when they had not automated their system, when you're out of Ghana or you're out of town, and it's just you running the business, you will come back and there's so much, the 500 cities and every day 10 cities.
I feel your pain, but what is your question?
That's the question.
Why is it compulsory? Why is it compulsory?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
that is the question.
And then the last question, the second question is to Andy. What's the processing time to actually get the NPU certificate?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that might be an easier one to answer. Do you want to start? Where is the actual other mic?
If there are no issues, it shouldn't go more than a month. That's why we're saying you can start the process a month before it expires. So by the time it expires in a month, the new one will be ready.
Yes, we actually understand the peculiarity of the NGOs operations. That in most cases you engage volunteers who are actually not paid. As I said, if that is the case, state it in your constitution. Let it be very clear. If you don't state in your constitution, but you indicate that you have some number of workers, we understand workers to be employees, and we understand that they must be paid. So if they have to be paid, unless there's any exemption, then the PAYE must also be paid. So let's take a look at that.
And we had another question.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Thomas Gazi, the director of Asian Mission. It seems I have these two questions. The one goes to the first man sitting in front of us. The last one goes to the last person sitting in front of us. In fact, I personally know that when you register a company, you have to be the name of the station. Especially when you register with register department. Then now you are seeing MPUs also come. Meaning that you have to register a company with two different departments, which at first shouldn't be so. And at times, when you get to the social welfare, especially when you want to register a company with banks, then they also tell you, have you registered with the social welfare department? So it looks as if registration is too much for this our NGOs. So if they can possibly attend to only one registration, like general registered general department, I think that is also fine, because I'm looking at this, the government is not too much. You go to social welfare, you pay. You go to NPO, you pay. Then you go to this man, what about? So what kind of payment is this? And remember, we are non-governmental organizations. We don't receive anything from anywhere. Actually, we are forced ourselves to pay and other. Thank you very much.
He was mentioning social welfare. Social welfare is no more registering non-profit organizations. It's now the non-profit organization secretariat. So that's the regulator. And talking about multiple registration, I'm sure Office of Registrar of Companies registers maybe millions, I can say millions of companies in Ghana. So many sectors involved, but they've been segmented into different sectors, and we are in charge of the non-profit organization sector. So they cannot regulate all companies in Ghana. You go there to register as a company first. Then you come to us for our registration purpose because you are part of the NPO sector. So that's how it is. Those in the banking sector have theirs, minerals have theirs, different sectors and their regulators. So that's the answer.
Thank you. Where's the next question? I can project.
I'm here. Good day to you all. I'm Queen Mother. My NGO is called New Queen of Ghana, and I'm the executive director and founder. I want to understand from the first gentleman, did you say that if we have volunteers, we still have to pay them? Because volunteers are volunteers, and I noticed that it's in the Constitution, we should state that. But some people may have full-time jobs and wanting to volunteer extra hours their own time. And the other thing is, it's been 5 years in considering the annual renewal. 5 years is a very long time while we're still holding our money, basically. And we're doing there's a lot of NGOs here that are doing a lot of valuable work, and we're not being recognized by the government with regards to funds and sponsorships. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I think I did indicate that if they are volunteers, we know that there are some who do have a regular work, but are just providing a supporting hand to the NGO and therefore are volunteers. Indicate that in your constitution or in your policy and let GRA know that these persons who are working with you, they are volunteers. Otherwise, we would categorize them as employees. In fact, even in GRA, we have interns who are working with us. We don't pay them. So we don't take PAYE from them. So I also know that you also have say, but let it be clearly stated in your policy, then we know that we don't have a problem.
Thank you. I think we have only time for one more question. Two more. You are going to eat into your break time, or we want you to have a comfort break as well. I know this is really important, but they will also be here for a while so that you can ask them questions. So two more, and then we will have to break. But there's one already standing here, and then she had the microphone first.
Yes.
But okay.
Okay. So I want to thank the panelists for taking their time to explain some of these compliance issues to us. So I wanted to find out, is it possible to have a booklet like about compliance, because it keeps changing. Last year it was a bit different from what we are hearing, and you just want to just be on top of it, know what you're supposed to do so you don't go off. So I don't know if this is for NCBO or for the panelists, but I think it will help a lot. And then my question is, I see how the panelists, they've taken their time, they're so calm, cool, collected out there. But when you have to deal with the organizations, it's terrible. It's like the hostility, the pain, just wanting to be compliant. I don't know if you get that feedback. If you don't, then I'm sorry, maybe I'm the only one that has had to. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Just wanting to be compliant has come with so much pain. It's not fun. I don't know what you can do about it concerning sometimes your staff. It's bad, like really, really bad. I don't know if you can feel my pain. I hope you can do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Any internal, yes, no, but I just wanted to ask if there is any conversation that happens between you about creating a compliance guide that is interconnected. Do you have interdepartmental conversations about actually creating something that links all your processes together? No. So this is the forum for us to start, because Shirley and I have been talking about it for a while. So let's create that convening so that we can actually have that conversation, so that we can support this understanding. And we are also, Partnership Bureau is also available to support staff training and actually thinking about how you deal with organizations as partners and relationally. Because sometimes I think the pressures of work make people react in certain ways, but we are all trying to achieve something together. But sometimes we also don't take the time to train, right? To actually take time to cultivate our staff and give them a better understanding and have those interconnections. Based on that comment. So please, one final. This is the final question. We have some more questions in Lency. Hey, so he has also been waiting for a really long time. Hey, look, I am losing control. Somebody else better come and take control. Right. Okay, final. Please, he will go because he had from the very first question, and then your final one, and then we are closing.
Okay, thank you. My name is Karisi Tete. I'm the founder and executive director of Life Macap.
I mean, as I said clearly, that is not a business income. That is part of the investment. So there's no tax implication when it comes to those things.
Including consulting for
No. Please, consulting in business. We have counsel. Oliver Kwamawa is here. He will tell you. It's consultancy, and therefore it's taxable.
I do think there's a really interesting point about the way in which we do business differently, because sometimes it's about the people skill that you give, which can be classed as consultancy, but actually it's about serving the community in a different way. So there are some interesting narratives that we have to discuss around that. So I'm happy to have the conversation with you, and then we can bring him into the conversation. Okay, final one before we break, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
My name is Feruza Salisu, and I work with Star Ghana Foundation. My first question goes to GRA.
One question only.
I'm going to ask just 2 questions, please. And it's only because it's very important to this discussion. So the first one goes to GRA. We know that for exemptions for charitable organizations, as captured in the Exemptions Act, it looks at charitable organizations as organizations that do more of tangible things. And you know that civil society organizations or non-profits in Ghana work beyond building schools or hospitals. Some of the work we do is around social justice. So it becomes very difficult for some organizations to know how to access some of these exemptions based on how restrictive the law is when it comes to exemptions for charitable organizations or civil society organizations. Is there an opportunity for further discussions around some of these things? And also, we know that the law exists for civil society organizations, non-profits, to have some of these exemptions. How accessible is it? Because Star Ghana Foundation, we work with a lot of partners nationwide, and one of the feedback we always get from our partners is how difficult it is to access some of these exemptions. And is it possible for GRA to consider establishing a CSO desk or a non-profit desk so that some of these things will be streamlined and make things easy for non-profits in Ghana to be able to access some of these exemptions? Then we also know that taxation, okay, so the last one goes to the NPO Secretariat very quickly. We have been talking about the NPO bill for a while now, for over 2 decades, going to 3, and we haven't really seen anything. How far has it gone? We know that with the last government, something was being done. Now that there's a new government, have there been discussions? And is there an opportunity for civil society organizations to engage on this? Thank you.
So we now have the Exemption Act, and the Exemption Act has actually consolidated all exemptions under the Ministry of Finance. So if you are applying for an exemption and then it is not categorically stated, then you have to reach it through them. Is that okay to Ministry of Finance, and then it will be looked at. Those are clearly stated in the law. We don't have a problem at all when it comes to those things. And I can assure you that exemptions are pretty much accessible. There are a lot of NGOs here who will tell you they have benefited from it. There may be challenges, and those challenges are natural. It's okay. However, they are accessible.
The MPO bill is still with the Attorney General at the drafting stage. There were moves last year, just as you said, but because of the change of government. And I was talking about our policy and directive. You know, I'm sure you've heard of FATF, Financial Action Task Force. They've been coming out with different recommendations year after year. So now what we are thinking of is reviewing the policy, because we don't know how many years the bill will go to Parliament and to be passed, whether to be this year, next year. But until the bill is passed, we need the policy and the directive to be working with. So we want to review it first in line with FATF recommendations. Then we'll move on, because there are certain things in the bill that might be affected. So we don't want to go ahead, pass the bill first before we see how the policy will be working. So we are working with the policy, we'll do a review. But still, it's in the hands of the Ministry and the Attorney General. They are working on it. It will certainly go to Cabinet.
Thank you. Oh, please can
yeah,
you
there will be time for engagement.
Yes.
Even when it goes to Parliament, Parliament will be engaging stakeholders before it is passed.
Okay. There's obviously a lot more questions to come. We have to grab it by the time he comes on the stage. Okay. So thank you very much for bringing those questions, but a special thank you as well to the panel for also coming and explaining as much as they have in explaining the questions. We want to take an opportunity opportunity to probably develop an event that is more interactive around the policies and the compliance issues, so that we can actually get into doing checklists, understanding what does this filing mean, understanding what is this registration form, or how long does this licensing take. So we will go away and think about that, and then work with the panelists to actually think about how we bring some more of that information in an interactive way to you, because there is a lot to unearth, there is a lot to discuss, and we want to keep that conversation going. But because of that, I have gone extremely over time, extremely over time. So please, can we take a moment to thank the panelists for their time. Thank you so much. We are going to take a group picture before you go. Please, can you, just before you go to break, go to your Menti forms. There are 3 questions that relate to this panel discussion, and it is your opportunity to say what you didn't get a chance to ask. So, are you any clearer after this discussion? What are the other things that you would have liked to have known that we didn't discuss, and how, there's another question that's related to what more you would like to know. So please, if you want us to be able to address that, please fill in those questions on the Menti form. Go back to the Menti, fill in those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Thank you. Great. Once again, we've had an amazing panel discussion from the following persons, of course, moderated by Constance. Veronica Mensah, she is the Assistant Chief Company Inspector, Office of the Registrar of Companies. Mr. Makafui Kluchedo, he is the Senior Benefits Officer, SNIT Achimota Branch. We've had Mr. Derek being Head, Non-Profit Organization Secretariat, and Mr. Dominic Now, Head of Design and Monitoring Unit, Ghana Revenue Authority. Once again, a round of applause for our panelists. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Constance. I wouldn't hold you back any longer. We've really eaten into other time, so we need to ensure that we run quickly so we can catch up on the other activities for the day. So please, ushers will please help you, take you out so you can have a tea break, and then possibly let's come back. Have a little time there, network, short time, 20 minutes, and then come back so we can continue with the next session. Okay?
So I also want to be cheeky and ask, we have some exhibitors out there, so please make sure you go and visit the exhibitors, but I also have another special reason for asking that. So Creative Futures is a group that I founded that make artwork from deconstructed materials. They have only convened the new group last week, and they have made some amazing work already. So please, go and see them, go and talk to them about their work, and go and buy some of their work, so you can give them the confidence to carry on with this project. So go and see them during the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Samako, also a chartered accountant and an active member of the Corporate Responsibility Unit, which champions gender balance and inclusion initiatives, climate action, and other social impact projects. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the similar honor to invite to this stage our Lady Na Jajama Kwao to take us through CSR policies and requirements. A round of applause for her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So as you already introduced, I am Na Jajama Kwao. I'm a manager at PwC and also a member of the Corporate Responsibility team. At PwC, we are a professional services firm. We carry out assurance, advisory, and tax services to our clients. And we are not only committed to solving important problems to our clients, but we also like to make a difference to the community and society in which we operate. Now, PwC champions both internal and external initiatives that align with the Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 global goals established by the UN as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So at PwC, we've adopted 7 of these 17 goals, which are the good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean energy, decent work and economic growth, reduce inequalities, and climate change. Internally, we also have 4 quadrants that each initiative that we adopt should fall within, and these are inclusion and diversity, climate action, new world, new skills, and equitable access to opportunities. So I'll speak to these 4 quadrants. For inclusion and diversity, we empower marginal groups, including the disabled, women, and children to access opportunities everyone else should ideally have access to. With climate change, which is integral to our mission, we incorporate eco-friendly practices into our business operations, and we also partner with NGOs and NGOs to promote sustainability, recycling, upcycling, community cleanup drives, and other such initiatives. Our New World, New Skills initiative also represents proactive response to our ever-evolving digital landscape. PwC is dedicated to upskilling the workforce to prepare for the future, helping millions to improve their digital literacy skills. We also believe in equitable access to opportunities, as we are constantly investing in sustainable, needs-based projects that create value for the community and society. So we do not only provide financial aid to organizations, but also intangible and tangible in-kind support. So when I talk about intangible, it will be like imparting knowledge to organizations or groups, including financial literacy and career development, mental health awareness, and the likes. And we also have our in-kind tangible support, which includes food items, clothing, donations, tools and equipment to bodies that train individuals to, handiwork and that. Okay, so when we come to accepting proposals from bodies like most of you here, we have a criteria that we follow, or we have some steps that we follow. So day in and day out, we receive several proposals through our website portal, walk-ins, and letters that we receive at our front desk. And we go through these proposals first of all to ensure that they align with the 7 SDG goals that I have mentioned earlier. And also if they fall within the 4 quadrants that I said earlier, that's inclusion and diversity, equitable access to opportunities, new world, new skills, and climate action. So once we see that you align to the SDGs that we follow and also the 4 quadrants that we adopt, then you can move to the next stage. But if that's not the case, then we quickly communicate our non-acceptance of your proposal or your ask of us. Then we run a risk research on the organization. As part of our risk management processes, we have to make sure that we are not dealing with fictitious organizations. Some organizations don't exist anywhere else apart from the letterhead that we send us. And we have to make sure that we are not dealing with overly exposed organizations that partnering with them can bring issues to our reputation and the like. So if our research comes out and we have the green lights to proceed with you, then we have an initial meeting. It can be virtual, it can be in person, to discuss further your proposal. So we will look at what you have presented to us. If it's requiring a monetary donation, we look at the budget. Sometimes we are unable to support the full budget, but there are some key aspects that we can take up and fund. And then we also, just a second. Yeah, so we look at the budget, we look at the impact that you would like to make or the impact that you intend to make with your initiative or your proposal. And so there are some organizations that, let's say, they can support whatever they are trying to, the initiative that they are trying to implement, but they just need some help. And then there are others that are in dire need of the help. So that's what we usually like to partner with, or we like to assist those that we know that without any assistance you cannot move forward. Not the ones that are just nice to assist, but the ones that are really necessary to make an impact in society. So after we look at these in your proposal and we are convinced that you indeed are out there to make change, to drive change, to make a difference in society, we have an in-house review of your proposal after we've had the discussions and taken into consideration your proposal and then the information that we gather through our discussions with you. And when we do that, we also make sure that you have your requisite documentation. So if it's your tax certificate, if it's business registration document, just to make sure that you are compliant in all other areas. And thankfully today we've had the opportunity to also learn that there are other things that we should look out for, which we will also implement going forward. And so if your initiative is also to make impact in another organization, say a school, we'll make sure that you have the requisite approval from GES. If it's to make impact in health services, make sure that you have approval from Ghana Health Services to proceed with whatever initiative that you want to implement. And so once we are comfortable and convinced that you have all these, we have a final in-house deliberation. We look at our budget and whether we are able to fund you fully or the extent to which you are able to fund your initiative. And then we communicate that to your team or to the organization that we are dealing with. So pretty much I'll say that that's the process that we carry out in implementing or carrying out corporate responsibility at PwC. I do believe that a lot of these organizations go through similar steps, and so these are key areas you can look at in putting forward your proposals to organizations like ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, please. Question, any questions? One question. One question. Just one.
She kindly go over the areas that they support. I think was a bit fast at that point. I didn't get you.
Come again.
Can you just go over the areas that your organization supports for funding?
So I spoke about 4 quadrants that the initiatives should fall under. The climate action, is that what you're referring to? Climate action, equitable access to opportunities, new world, new skills, and inclusion and diversity. Is that clear?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noel Sedebu Secretary from Legends Hub in the Western region. You mentioned that we can reach out to PwC via a website portal or via the front desk delivery. Maybe you can advise which of them, let's say you receive, do we or are we going to receive quick response? That we know
that's a trick question. Honestly, you would receive responses via any of the, and if you use any of the channels that I mentioned. I forgot to mention email address as well. So if you have the email for any of the corporate responsibility team members, I can share mine. That's also another avenue that you can use, but yeah, you receive them. They all have equal chances.
So that will be our final question. That will be our, is there another?
Okay, thank you very much.
Two more questions.
My name is Valeria. I'm from Smiles of Hope. So I want to find out, do you have a period that you often open up for applications? Are there periods for that?
Okay, so to be honest, we take applications all year round, but our financial year at PwC starts in July, and so we start putting together our strategy for the next year. Sometime in April, by May, we should have finalized our strategy. So initiatives or proposals that come around that time have very high benefits, because then when we start the financial year, we are starting with a new budget, and then the money is fully available. But as the year goes by, we draw down on our budgets, and so then later if you come say in January, we would have implemented a number of initiatives the year before, and so we may not have so much available as we would at the beginning of the year.
Okay, final question.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Ivana, and I work with the Heart Group. So I would like you to kindly go over the 7 of the 17 SDGs. And if you could clarify a bit on new wealth, new skills. Okay. Thank you.
The 7 SDG goals that we are aligned with are good health and well-being. That's SDG 3. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 10, reduced inequalities. And SDG 13, climate action, And so new wealth, new skills, it basically represents our response to the changing digital landscape. So we are dedicated to upskilling the workforce to prepare them for the future, helping them through digital literacy and skills.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for now. You guys wow. Thank you so much. There is an opportunity here you need to explore. There is an opportunity at PwC that you need to explore. Please, you need to explore. So during the break section, try and network with NAMO and get more. If you have any more further questions, please let Na help you. Thank you so much, Na. Again, I need to reiterate that we will share their contact details on our platform, so you can pick it up from there as well. So whatever contact you need at PwC, we will share them so you can have access to them. At this point of our program, we have a session we've dedicated to some of our partners and our sponsors. We'll give each 2 minutes to talk and introduce the organizations to us. The first on my list is Echo Me Africa. Are you here? Echo Me Africa. Echo Me Africa. You have 2 minutes to introduce the organization to our audience. Echo Me Africa. Thank you so much for your support and your sponsorship. We are indeed grateful. Good. Echo Me Africa. Next on the list to join upstage here is Star Ghana Foundation. Star Ghana. Whoever is in to introduce your organization, please come. And then implementers. One member from implementers, please come. 2 minutes each to introduce your organization. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and we are so pleased to be part of this amazing program. My name is Amdia. I'm the founder and team lead at Echo Me Africa. So what we do is we are a social impact-driven organization that is working to fix the menstrual health and waste challenges in Ghana and across Africa. So currently we locally produce high-quality, eco-friendly, non-toxic and affordable reusable sanitary pads. As an alternative, in fact a safer and sustainable alternative to the single-use disposable pads in the market, which are heavily studded with chemicals and take about 800 years to decompose, outliving the entire lifespan of the user. So imagine how the world is feeling. And every 4 hours, a woman would dispose of her sanitary pads, which will take about 800 years to decompose. Imagine the tons of waste, and also, most importantly, based on the feedback during our research, a lot of women are actually struggling in silence because of the chemicals and fragrances that are found in the normal pad, which a lot of women are reacting with. So basically, this is an alternative that is helping women and girls menstruate in health and dignified way. So I'll give you a quick look at our pad. Yes, 2 minutes. Okay, so this is how it comes out. So this is made from special materials. They are old knowledge plus innovation and technology. So we use specialized materials which are organic and sustainable. They are very breathable and they allow airflow. So unlike the normal parts in the market which are made from plastic, with little time there's heat and there's itches and rashes, and coupled with the heat and reactions, this is actually breathable because of the finest materials we use. So when women wear it, there's air circulation around their intimate area, so you actually get to enjoy your period while menstruating. The material is made from soft and fluffy material, so they are very comfortable, and the amazing part is they are so easy to care for. They don't hold stains, so they have 3 different layers. The top layer absorbs quickly, absorbs water so quick and dries off, so you won't even feel wet. And then there's an inner core which double absorbs moisture, and then the down layer prevents leakage. So you are assured of absorbency and leak-proof. You feel dry all day. And then a lot of women have problem with reusables because of the washing. We have you covered because we ensure that during our design thinking approach, we ensure that we use specialized materials which do not hold stains. They are very absorbent but do not hold stains. So when you put it in water, everything comes out. With little water, you don't need an extra bucket full of water to wash your eco period pads. You use just little water and then you put it in. So in our case, we have a dryer and then a carry pouch. So when she wears one, she has an extra one in her bag. If she needs to change, she folds it nicely like a purse and then puts it in her carry pouch. When she gets home and she wants to bath, she doesn't need any extra bucket full of water to wash her pad. She just needs to top up or fill up her bucket of water. You put this one in a pill like this, just drop it and then wash your pants. By the time you are done, everything comes out. So you don't need to squeeze it hard like people might think, reusable pads might be. And then when everything comes out, now you can wash it like the way you wash your normal pants. You just put a soap and water to it. And I can tell you, it's so much easier to wash this than to wash it in your pants. And it dries so quickly. When you rinse it and dry it in the sun, within 3 to 4 hours, it's fully dried. The sun heat is capable of sterilizing it for next use. So you don't need any special sterilizer.
Okay.
And then,
thank you so much.
And then this thing can be reused for at least 3 good years. So no more monthly purchases of pads, no more rashes, no more reactions. You get to save a lot of money. Thank you.
EcoV Africa, you are doing an amazing work. What I like about what you said was that enjoy your period. That's what enjoy your period. The men are sitting here wondering what's going on. That's what they are wondering. Hello, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Winche Salisu. I work with Star Ghana Foundation. I don't have a product to sell, but on behalf of my executive director, Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko, I want to congratulate NCBO Ghana for putting together a platform of this nature that brings together non-profits in Ghana and beyond to discuss issues that are important for the work that we do, and for giving the opportunity to Star Ghana Foundation to partner on this. As many of you already know, Star Ghana Foundation is a national center for active citizenship and local philanthropy, and is committed to providing platforms of this nature to enhance the coordination of civil society in Ghana. As the convener of the Ghana Civil Society Forum, the outcome of the discussions here today would feed into this year's forum, which will be held in June. And please, if you haven't registered, please ensure that you do. It's free. And last year, we had the participation of almost 500 civil society organizations in Ghana. So we wish you fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Implementers.
I'm sure we are all wondering what we mean by implementers. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I can't hear you all. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Blessing, Communication and Engagement Manager at Implementers. So I'm sure you're wondering again what Implementers is. Implementers is a non-profit organization we established in 2013. So what we do is we focus on 4 areas: education, employability, climate, and agriculture. And how do we execute these 4 areas? We execute them through events and campaign, project management, and impact assessment. At the core of what we do is sustainable impact. We want to make sure that everything that we touch is sustainable, such that long after an event or a campaign or a project is over, it is still there. 10 years after, you can still see the impact that is creating for the community. And how to ensure that this is so? We conduct thorough needs assessment to make sure that the community, the school, the individual, or whoever we are doing a project for, they agree, they like what we want to do for them before we do it. One of our flagship event, activity, or program, however we choose to call it, is the Yamrasa Model Lab Program. You can look it up. I know when I say Yamrasa Model Lab Program, you are thinking about a town in Cape Coast. No, it is not a town. It is a program. It's called the Yamrasa Model Lab Program. It's an initiative that we started in 2016 with our funders, the Helping Africa Foundation, where we set up ICT labs. And I'm happy to mention to you that we have a lab in almost all the regions in Ghana except 2. And these 2 are under construction. Please look it up. So we operate not just in Ghana, but beyond Ghana. We are in 3 African countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our partners and our sponsors for all the support for the summit. It is through your effort as well that the summit is happening. Thank you so much, ECOME Africa. Thank you so much, Star Ghana Foundation, and thank you, Implementers. We are indeed grateful. We are plunging straight into the next session of the program, and it's known as Bold Moves and Bold Mind. Bold move because you are here by a bold move. Bold mind because you ventured into an area that you want to support with your work. So for that, it's a bold mind. The topic is mentoring non-profits into impactful innovation. It's going to be an interactive session, so please be prepared, okay? So that we can engage you. We are not here just to talk at you, but we want you to be part of this program. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor again to invite upstage Tony Daniel. He is the CEO of Daniel Williams.
Thank you so much, Francis. Hello, everybody. You can see it says Daniel Williams LBG. I'm wondering now after the last session that we had. So I think I'm compliant, and I hope so. So, I would like to start my presentation. So I've been told to point over there, so I'm not pointing at any of you. I'm pointing to a few of the guys in the back. So, oh, that's not too fast. Could you go to the beginning, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep, okay. Thank you very much. So, we're going to go through some bold moves with your brilliant minds. Now, some of you may already know a little bit about mentoring, but what I'm going to introduce to you today is just an opportunity for you to take a step back and look at what you're doing in your organisation so that you can actually thrive. So I'll move on to just introducing myself. Okay, so I am a British Nigerian. I have adopted this beautiful country of Ghana for the last 11 years. So living and working on Montesquieu, so I can actually do my best work. I am a mentor and a coach, but I also own co-founded Daniel Williams LPG. I have to keep getting that right. I love the work that I do. That includes being an entrepreneur, doing a little bit of facilitation and training like today. But I also have a passion. I really want the economic growth of Africa to really, really impact, which is why I came to live and work on the continent. It's so much easier for me to do the work from here than where I was previously in the UK. So the next bit, guys, I might ask you to do this one. Okay. So just to give you a brief about what we're going to go through, you've got me for 45 minutes. 30 of which I'll be doing some talking and getting you to be interactive. The rest is your time to do some Q&A with me. So I'm going to talk about some key challenges you guys have as MPOs. Some of them you'll recognize, some of you hopefully you've worked through. But either way, recognize yourself, take a step back and think about some of the things that we're going to share with you today. So I'm going to go through the power of mentoring because I do believe it's got a powerful resolution for some of your organizations if you're not doing it already. I also know the impact of mentoring, so we're going to take you through what the impact of mentoring is, and I want you to feed back to me, and I have exercises for you for both of these. And then I'm going to give you some quick tips, what you can actually do to get your mentoring program off the ground if you haven't done so already, or how you can impact the things that you're doing already into your organizations. Then it's your turn for some Q&A, and then I'll take you through some extra next steps. Okay, so we're going to start. Okay, so we have some key challenges. I'm just going to help you see some of those. Okay, so the first one is that some of you are mission driven, which is fabulous, but you're stuck because the mission that you have is conspiring you, constricting you to all the sort of things that your donor funders are asking you to do. So you're stuck and not able to be innovative. And we really want you to be innovative. How many of you feel stuck with your mission-driven NGOs? You can put your hands up. There's no judgment here. We're just being interactive. And if this isn't an issue for you, great. I've got some others that may actually fall within that for you. So the next one is short-term funding pressures. Now, I'm an MPO. I have short-term pressures with funding. Some of you will recognize that USAID is no longer funding Africa. That's fine. Pivot. What are you going to do about it? What other options are available for you? What other areas can you start to look at for funding? Because they're not the only funder. They may have been the easier access funder and giving quite a bit of money, but this will give you a chance to now pivot, look around, see who else is there, see who you can potentially collaborate with and who you can actually work a little bit closer with. So USAID, thank you very much. They're going to help you to rebuild and reposition yourself. So what if you didn't get that funding stream? There are so many other opportunities. You are a living, breathing NPO. Where are you looking for money? Maybe you've been stuck in one area or working with others. You've just heard from PwC. These are the areas that you can now tap into. Just giving you a window of where you can, when you can actually apply for funding. And now, we're nearly in July, so you're in a really good space. But the fear of failure is that you won't make it. Well, that's the fear of every business, you know, and all new businesses take 3 to 4 years to be successful, and some of us fail, but we learn along the way, which is what we want to show you today. Okay, the next one. Come on. Okay, so so you've got donor-driven agendas. There's nothing wrong with that. But have you forgotten who you are as an NPO, who your beneficiaries are, what you actually were put out to actually do. When you first started your NPOs, it wasn't because there was a funding stream. You were solving a problem for a different ecosystem, for the ecosystem that you know, but you're solving a problem. So continue to solve that problem. The donor-driven agenda is there, but for you, you need to think about what you want to do and how you want to achieve it. I believe, as an MPO, that I have very limited space to actually breathe sometimes because I'm so busy chasing money, chasing my staff, trying to get interns, trying to get volunteers, trying to get the programs up and running and delivering with my impact and with all the different things I'm doing. I'm sure some of you are in that space. As I've said, some of these are key challenges for you, but please put your hand up and tell me if what I've said so far is resonating or am I here alone? There you go, there you go. Thank you, this is me and you. And what I find, which is why I really love the Partnership Bureau, is that we're not partnering. We're fragmented in our collaborations. And you may have 50% of what that particular funding opportunity is offering. But guess what? You don't have the other 50%. But someone else does. And there is a level of trust that I understand is out there with the way we work with each other. But let's start collaborating. Let's get rid of the fragmentation. Let's get rid of some of the opportunities that we're missing. And let's start getting those opportunities. You operate in a certain space. And there's lots of different areas you can start to look at. And when I say to you, start to look at, start to think about them, because this is the next exercise I'm going to give you. So, does your organization have the right mindset, structures and culture to quickly help you to adapt, learn and respond to change without losing your mission? All of you started with a mission. Can you remember it? Can you? If you do, great, tell me, yes you do. But when you don't, because that funding looks so appetizing, it's exactly what you're looking for, but you only fulfill 25% of it, but you're going to go for it anyway. Remember your mission, remember what you're trying to do, because if you do that, then you're able to be more agile. And these are the traits of how you need to look at yourselves, if you're looking at yourself as being a bold, brave NPO. So being agile, being able to respond to anything that changes. I've talked about USAID. They're not the only funder in town. There are so many more. Do you know how many others there are? Have you started to look at others in relationship to USAID leaving this area? If you're mission driven, it's great. My mission is to help young ladies to develop their entrepreneurial styles through mentoring and training. That I know and I believe in. I go off mission sometimes when I'm doing consultancy work, as I've heard some of you are doing, but stick to your mission and add value where you can. If you're learning orientated, how will you get the information back from your beneficiaries, from your funders? Are you doing what you said you're doing on the pack? Are you doing loops? Are you using Mesty that we've got today, which is fantastic? I'm going to start using it. Are you using some of these feedback mechanisms so you can get the information from the ground that your learning mission, your learning orientation is working and is hitting the very people that you say that you're working with? And then if you're values-led, what values do you have and what values are you starting to keep adding to your business? And when you talk about values, it's also about your staff, it's about your stakeholders, and it's about the types of funding you go for. I was really interested when I heard the lady at PwC say to make sure that you fit a certain criteria. So are you fitting that criteria with the values you say you're delivering? And is that one of the reasons you might not be getting funding, or is that the very reason you're getting funding? So know what you're doing that's right, keep doing it, and get rid of the things that you're not doing. And this is where mentoring comes in. So, no, I need to go back one. Oh guys, help me here. Okay. Can you get it onto the page where it's the power of mentoring, please? Thank you. Thanks. No, back one. There. So the power of mentoring. It is not going to fix all of your problems. but it is going to act as a guide. It's going to support you. So, mentoring will act as your guide. It's going to go side by side with you. This is something you can do on a weekly, monthly basis with your teams, with outside organizations, but it's so that you can get some really good insights into your organization and get some encouragement. You need to grow, and you need to grow with confidence. I've said that USAID is no longer here, but who else is here, and what other confidences can you build by actually engaging with other organizations? So now I'm going to just take you through the mentoring loop. Okay, now advice is part of mentoring. I give advice, but only in relationship to how people will receive it. So you give me your brief, I'll look at all of it, and sometimes I might give you the whole of the spectrum in mentoring, but sometimes you may just be looking for a little bit of success. So what have you done that's successful? And are you using those different strategies you use when you're successful? Do you use them all the time? Do your staff know about them? Those volunteers that you've got in, have they got buy-in from you that you are a successful organisation that they should be working with and continue to give their time free and learn from you? What direction is the business going? What are your strategic plans? What are your priorities? Are you clear about them? And as leaders, do you get those opportunities to showcase what those are? You'll get a bit of coaching, there's a bit of sweat in it, you've got to do the work. And as you do the work, you get the value. I'm very much interested in women and young girls for a very good reason. They are underrepresented in so many spaces for our economic development. It's growing, it's getting better, but we specifically want to work with that space. What is the space you specifically want to be in? And what problems are you solving in those spaces? And do you know what they are? Do your staff know what they are? If they don't, get them written down, get them put into some kind of strategy, and start delivering on them. I'm going to be here to support you. There's no doubt about that. You can call me, maybe not 24 hours a day, but you can call me 9 to 5 and ask for support. We will give you so much support that you'll just be saying, okay, right, now I actually need to do the work. Okay, we'll set you some goals. Sorry for that bit. We'll set you some goals, strategic goals, smart goals, just for you to be able to work through the different areas you say you want to work with to help the beneficiaries that your mission is looking for. And then today you'll get a little bit of training and you'll definitely get some motivation. So this is what the mentoring cycle looks like. So if any of you have got mentoring in your organizations, well done. Can you put your hand up and let me know if you've got mentoring in your organizations? Great, I'm talking to a lot of you that don't. So this is what we're going to try and do for you. And I'm going to give you an example of an innovative mentoring model. So this model is a peer mentoring pod. So it's a small supportive group. You may have that in your organization or you'll have it outside your organization. Here are a few sort of people that you can have in this pod. It could be a program coordinator, a fundraising associate, a volunteer manager. They've all got different roles, and in those different roles, there's different expectations. All of them feeding into your mission or the mission of another organization that gives you a bit of fresh thinking. So what are the benefits? You're going to learn together the things that are working, the things aren't working, best practice. You're also going to get a chance to be accountable. And through accountability comes empowerment. You then go back into the office feeling that there's some other things that you can achieve, that with each other you can keep responding, and we'll get to the structure a bit later on. The emotional support. You guys are doing good work all of the time, and sometimes it's time for you to get some TLC, tender loving care, with some emotional support. Then there's cross-pollination of ideas. I've said already about the Partnership Bureau and how you're in this room today and you've got the opportunity to partner with so many different organisations who are doing the same and similar things to you, but are also looking for opportunities to be partners to you. Talk to each other and find out who you are. But if you're in this pod, there's the three of you and you're cross-pollinating all kinds of strategies and problems and how you solve them and what you'd like to do. And then as leaders, you just get to develop. You just can't help it. you've got that time to take a step back, you're doing something that's just not working, and you don't know how to get out of it, give yourself an opportunity. We will lead these pods so that we get you on the right track, but once you're on the right track, it's just something that you do on a regular basis. So we're looking at the structure where your meetings will be bi-weekly or monthly, just 60, 90 minutes of your time. On a 30, in a 30-day week, you get, in a month, a 30-day month, and you have that on a regular basis. The format will be that you are all different people, so rotate the format. You don't have to always be the leader. Take a step back sometimes, let someone else lead. It's your agenda, you've got some check-ins, you're going to look at some topics, and then you're going to look at some problem solving and reflections. And your reflections are what went right, what went wrong, are we getting money, why do we consistently get these rejections, what are we doing? Pose that to your group, see the feedback that you get, and make some of those changes. And then the tools, we've talked not a lot, but I love tech, and some of these tools are really going to help move your businesses from one stage to another. Shared goals documents that all can respond to at timely events, and then communication platforms that we're all using. WhatsApp. WhatsApp is my best friend. I have so many groups focusing on so many different things. Use WhatsApp with your teams, WhatsApp with your group. This is what an innovative mentoring model looks like. There are so many. I wanted to share this one with you to get you thinking. And as I've said, I'm available to speak to you afterwards. You've got the ladies at NCVO who also do mentoring programs, and you've got Partnership Bureau to partner with each other so you can find different ways to look at your business. Thank you. Thank you. So, the power of mentoring is just that. It can unlock your potential. You have it. You've got it down pat. Are you using that muscle? It's the muscle. You have to use it regularly. That mind of yours is so creative. Please tap into it and use the people around you, especially your young people. They've got so many ideas for the new now. You build your resilience. There's so many things happening. You're in an environment that's constantly changing, constantly new requirements. You heard today from our wonderful guys at GRA, MPO, you've got lots to do. So you've got to be on top of it. Build your resilience. Think about the people in your team who like these sort of things. Give that assignment to them and give yourself a little bit of a break. Drive innovation. The only way you're going to drive innovation in your businesses is to just give yourself a chance so you can see what other opportunities are out there and reframe them. I'm not going to talk about USAID anymore, but reframe the fact that they're not here. Okay, so I'm just going to go through a few of these areas, just in a little bit more detail so that you can actually really drill down, and then I'm going to ask you to do an exercise for me. Oh, I need the first one. Thank you. So if you're going to unlock that hidden capacity of yours, you've got to look at what you're passionate about and why you decided to have your NPO. Once you know that, what are you doing about it? Okay, you said it, it's on paper. Are you actually delivering it? When you have mentoring, what help your leaders just to have in mind some of the strategies, some of the things that they said that they wanted to achieve when they started doing the business, and they've stopped doing it because they're bogged down and they're actually stopping innovation because they've got too many things going on. So start to think of delegating. When you have mentoring, it will start to say, why are you doing all of this work? Why don't you think about delegation? This person's got this skill, that person's got that skill. Let them do that type of work, because then you'll be free to do the other parts of the business. And that's what we want to do, show you where your brain work really is going on. Okay, so we want to unlock that hidden capacity of yours. Then we want to fuel your innovation. We as mentors are working from the outside. We're doing so many different things in so many different areas. Some of the things that you tell us, we'll be able to match with something that's just right for you. And if it's not, we know someone that can. Our network is vast and it's there and available for you. They call me the connectpreneur because I know so many people. But knowing those people, I know how they can help me. And if it's not me, it's definitely you, it's any one of you. But the good thing is, my network is not your network. So what you might need, I may have for you. But what we want you to do is go beyond this donor trap. You don't just have the donor and their network to rely on. You have what we call models that will help you become sustainable and locally relevant. Start thinking of your beneficiaries. Start thinking of the impact that you said you're making, and keep doing what's working. The next stage is to bridge your knowledge gaps. You do not know everything, and neither do I. But guess what? Someone in your team knows something that you're struggling with. But the only reason you don't know it is because you never asked them. You never gave them the opportunity to feedback and give you some of the information. We all understand that sometimes our young people do not know, but sometimes they do. Ask them about social media. I use a lot of young people for that. But you can tell, and I don't know how, into because you've taken that step back and given yourself a chance, and your business the chance to actually unblock some of those gaps. And the gaps could be anything. Financial, there's so many new tools that are around. You can't know everything. So open it up in your pods. Get some feedback. Sorry, how are we doing? We're nearly, I'm going to give you just a few more of these, and then I'm going to get you to write them yourself. So, yeah, I need number 4. So, you're a leader. We know you're a leader. We want you to be confident. But sometimes you need a bit of help. So you can't tell your staff all the time that you need help. So use us. For mentoring, we can be the sounding board. We can be the people that can help you. And we know lots of other people who are doing things the same as you, differently to you, and can be a resource to you. So have us as your sounding board, help you stay grounded and clear with what you're doing, and refreshed when you go back to your teams. But don't feel just because you're the leader, you can't take that step back. But at least you'll have us, so it's something that stays within our confidentiality zone, so to speak. Okay. So if you're going to create these ripple effects, you as a leader grows, everything around you grows, and then the organization grows. We're going to use mentorship to create that transformation. You're going to become more accountable. You're going to improve, and you're going to benefit. These seem tangible, but think about the things that you're not doing, that you really want to do, and you've not had the chance to do. If you have a mentorship pod meeting 3 times in a quarter, oh my gosh, you'll be invincible, because you'll see those things you haven't had time to look at, because you've been so busy, so bogged down. And then the last, but not least, is these exercises that I want you to do. So I've gone through 5 different areas of how mentoring is important and how it can help. Now it's your turn. Can you let me know what area of mentoring you would like help with now? And I'll ask a few of you. So if you've been taking notes, great. If not, use a few minutes just to have a look at this and see what you think. So does anyone want to share with me an area that we can help you with? Anyone? I'll pick on you if you don't. Okay. Can I pick on you, please? Lovely, yes. Can you tell me an area that mentoring can help you with? Yes, there's a microphone there, thank you.
Okay, so I would say fuel innovation.
Lovely. And when you say fuel innovation, what do you mean?
Okay, so I'm a communications person, and so we are always exploring new ways to do campaigns and new ways to be able to speak to more people and do things differently. And so, in an attempt not to be forced to do the same thing over and over again, yes, like something that will drive the innovative side of us to be able to have more impactful campaigns and communicate.
Thank you. And you're using all of your team for that? Outside people for that? Have you done it in the past?
Fortunately for us, we are a bigger organization, so there's a lot of resources available internally and even in other, I work with WaterAid, in other WaterAid countries where you can plug in from. So you hear of an initiative that WaterAid country has done. It's just an email away, schedule a meeting for the person to talk to you. And there's also an across-organization mentorship program that you can sign up for. So you can get paid someone in another organization over a year, and then you can learn from the person.
That's fantastic. And in learning from the person from outside, you're getting some fresh ideas, which will definitely help to fuel innovation. You don't know everything. Your industry is consistently changing. Times are consistently changing. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. So start to look at what you'd like to improve in your business. I sometimes have a gap. And my gap is social media. I like it, but I know I'm not the best at it. But guess what? My NGO needs the best. So therefore, I outsource it to someone so that I can get time to do the other things and not take 5, 6 hours to do something that takes someone an hour to do. And that really frees up my time to be able to do things with my partners and other areas. But please look at these. Think about the ripple effects that just doing 1 or 2 of these on a regular basis can do for your actual mission and will do with your businesses. Thank you. Anyone else wants to give me some feedback? Okay. Now, I know I'm doing this as a training exercise, but I really would like you to take your notes, etc., and then feedback to me at the next stage. Because now I'm going to show you what the impact of mentoring is going to be all about. So you've had time to have a few sessions, maybe a few months down the line, you start to see some of the responses. Now think a year, 2 down the line. Start to think how your behavior is now changing. Start to think about how your teams have improved, how your stakeholders are noticing the difference, your beneficiaries are noticing the difference. I'm going to give you a few examples, and then as I just did, I'm going to ask you to think about where you can improve and what you'd like to achieve. So you're going to start co-creating learning goals. You've got teams around you, people around you, opportunities around you. Use this as a way to look at your goals with your teams. You may do a fundraising team program. You may do a program that's about getting more people onto the program. There's so many different things you can do. But now you're going to be co-creating them, and you feel more ownership as an individual working for your organization. And you feel like an individual that's got something to contribute. That will make you want to stay. So you're not being paid, but you're getting fulfillment, and you're ready to do whatever you can to help your organization. I love this because I love technology. You need to leverage technology. You need to claim your time back. When we do sessions, we can do virtual sessions, online sessions. We'll actually help you with voice notes to give you feedback on certain areas. And then you have the shared documents, so you can keep going in and out and seeing what other people have contributed to the ideas you had when you had your mentoring session. And when you come back for the next session, you've got things to work on that you've been working on, but you can also see how they're growing and developing and how you can give those back to your team. You've got your WhatsApp groups now, you're working together, you're taking ideas backwards and forwards. Fabulous. This is the impact. You're now starting to make a difference in the spaces that you're in, and that's how you maintain your momentum. You don't just start and finish, you continue. Those mentorship groups have a purpose. If it was for a specific project, as soon as that project's over, let people know that it's been great to know them, close down that WhatsApp group and set up another one. It may be with the same people, but you've now got a different focus. Sorry. Get it right. Okay. So you've got some live projects, you've got some pitches, you've got some case studies. Let your teams help. They're the ones doing the work, they're the ones helping you. You are the leader. Your job is to oversee everything and contribute where you can. But you're building the practical skills of those who don't, and also developing the skills of those who do, and making it count. Because now it's going into your pitches. It's going out there to the real world for you to get real money, to replace some of those projects that didn't work out, to replace some of those funding opportunities you didn't get, and now you're going to get more of them. I'm not guaranteeing anything, I'm just saying, when you've got a chance to look at things from a different perspective, you give yourself an opportunity to be that much more successful. Okay, you have a valuable team, use them. I've said it time and time again. You are now starting to use them once you recognize how good they are and how much they're adding value to you. And again, you're spotlighting the strengths. There is someone that's a volunteer that now can be an employee. They have demonstrated time and time again how good they are, what they can offer. It's now time to give them a job. You get that opportunity by taking that step back and looking at understanding how you can leverage their skills to help you get those pitches. Those case studies, you put them on the internet and you start telling people what you've achieved, especially on LinkedIn, you get so many people coming back to you saying, really like that project, how can I partner with you? That's the sort of project we'd like to run, can we have a conversation? But you only get that once you put yourself out there and give yourself the time to spotlight the talents that you do have and some of the talents you don't have. Okay, so I'll get used to this. Micro actions, big shifts. You do little things often enough to get big results. This is what I'm talking about. Let your teams know that they've added value, and all the way you're getting encouragement and feedback, it makes it so much easier for them to help you get what you want. They're in a space that's nothing to do with work, and someone says they've got a funding pool, and they start to talk about the business as if they're running the business. Fantastic, and they bring that business back home. You may not have got that business opportunity, but because you've got little wins with your young people and with your staff members, they feel part of the team. They feel that the business also belongs to them. And that's because they've had some mentoring, some support from us, and you as the leader have given them the ability to have that support. We've talked about networks. You're here today. I'm going to say it again. Constance has said it. Network, network, network. You do not know who's in the room, and you can't meet everybody. But the people you do meet, do speak to them. And as you speak to them, find out what it is they're doing and how that can map with yourself. If it doesn't map with yourself, hold that thought. Sometime down the line, you're going to find an opportunity that may be just right for partnership with that organisation. You never know. Just because it's not today, it does not mean it's not a useful contact. But cross-pollinate, expand your team's thinking and your thinking to get them to give value back to you and yourself and your networks. So, we've gone on to exercise 2. Now, you all seem like you're taking notes and you're listening, which I really love. So now I want you to think about, in the next 7 days, what would you like to achieve? If you'd had 2 years, 3 years worth of mentoring, what would you like to achieve in the next 7 days so that we can really highlight for you some of the areas that we can help you with? I'm going to pick on someone, so please look at some of these areas again. You've got some co-creative learning goals. You're now working very well with your teams. You're leveraging technology, which if you don't, it's really, you're just going to be left behind because some of these jobs are not going to exist in 2 or 3 years' time. And as you're solving challenges together, please work with your teams to do those together. So which of these actions would you like to achieve in the next 7 days? And I'm looking for hands up, but I would choose somebody if you don't put your hands up. Because as I said, this is interactive. I've made it interactive so that I know what I know, and I want to find out what you know and how you can find out from them. So, anybody? Thank you. I've got a gentleman in the corner. Would you like to get a microphone? Yeah, someone's bringing you a microphone. Yeah, someone's bringing you one. There you go. Hello. Hi. How can I help you in the next 7 days?
All right, so I'm Khaled Shadi. I'm looking forward to co-creating learning goals with my team.
Okay, and what does that look like for you?
That looks like having time to spend together and set clear goals for a span of time, looking at what we want to achieve as a team and the various impacts goals we have in the coming days.
Lovely. And are you going to do that, or do you need some support to help you set that up?
I would need some support.
Okay, that's great. And the whole point of support is not to tell you what to do, it's just to bring some fresh thinking maybe, the way you're looking at your goals and some of your vision may be a little bit out of whack, but at the same time it may be exactly what you need and you need to stick to it. And what you're doing is deviating sometimes, potentially. So yes, I'm really looking forward to maybe speaking to you a bit later about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else want me to help them with anything in 7 days? I'm going to help him in 7 days, give him some free advice and some support. Does anyone else want some? Really? Some of you don't have mentoring programs. I've got a question at the back. Thank you. Hi, if you're shy, it's fine. Hi.
My name is Felix Spencer from Family Care Alliance. Yes. Yes, over the next 7 days, I will also be looking at the co-creating learning goals and also solve real challenges together.
Excellent. So solving real challenges together is about making sure the team feel involved.
Yes.
And when you involve them, like I said, when you're in spaces that you're not in, they can actually lead and actually find opportunities for you because they feel empowered. They feel that this organization is for them as well. But mentoring just opens that up a little bit more for you so you can be the leader you want to be and not have everything on the table for you. Who's bringing in the funding opportunities? Who's helping you to see what's out there? What's changing? Who's keeping up with all the trends? So I've got 2 people that I'm giving some 7-day support with. I have another person over there and another person here. Thank you. So there's a gentleman at the back and then there's a lady here. Thank you. Hiya.
Hello.
In 7 days, what can I do for you?
I am also looking at the micro actions, big shifts.
Tell me why, please.
So, currently, with my mentorship I'm running, I call it the league. It's in 2 poles. The league for the adults, 19 and above, and the league. So the league is simply Legends Impact Globally. We are focusing on raising beacons of hope. And looking at how I have structured it, focusing on mindset, network, and communication skills. I've been there, let's say the visionary, pushing everything.
Yeah.
But in the next 7 days, I'm just looking at how best the micro actions, big shifts can transform the young league especially.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, and I will come and speak to you later. And it's hard at the top. Give yourself a bit of a break. We've got a lady here as well who's got a question. So far I've got 1, 2, 3, I've got 4. I'll take one more to make it 5. Just here, please. Thank you. Oh, you have someone else? Oh, the hand's coming up now.
Thank you.
Okay, so this one, and okay. So can I take this call? Because I saw this lady first. Hi.
Thank you so much. Hi.
You're welcome.
I'm Iman Mohammed. I'm with Federation of Muslim Women's Association. I would like to have help on leverage technology. We are actually a branch in Ashanti region. This organization has been in existence for close to 37 years.
Wow.
However, we are not into the social media. And so, in fact, very little people know about us. We have great women who are doing so much for the Muslim community, the Zongo communities, and sometimes after a program, oh, come around, let's take a picture. Oh, no, that's fine, we are done, you know? So I think would like to have a collaboration so that we strengthen us with the leverage technology. Thank you.
Fantastic, and I'd love to help you on that because it's such an amazing feedback to hear that you're doing such good work and you're not being recognized for it. And I tell you now, social media is the way forward. And it's your interns. You said you're in the rural area, so how is the bandwidth in the areas that you're in? The mic, please, sorry. Because that's also a consideration and I want to debunk it.
Okay, can you help me with bandwidth so that I can?
I definitely can. There's some people here. Implementers, can you hear that? They need help with bandwidth. they've got a fantastic tool that they use that doesn't actually need the internet, and I'll make sure that they talk to you a bit later on. But what I really like is the fact that you want to use social media, you know the power of it, so we can help you leverage technology. Please come and see me.
I would like to also commend our sponsors, Star Ghana Foundation. They believe in us, and we have taken up a project that we are doing with them for a year. It's ending this week. We thank you so much for believing in us. Their project is literacy and it is a literacy project that we are running in Ashanti region under 5 communities. So what we do is we collaborated with GES, and we go to the schools. We give capacity building to the teachers. It has not been easy working with GES, but then we've been
It's never easy working with GES, but you keep trying. We've got some people here who work very well with GES. Again, opportunities to meet and network with people who are not having maybe some of the problems that you're having. But learning through others can really help, and sharing knowledge. What GES don't like, what they do like. You never know what you're doing because they won't feed back to you that you're doing this wrong.
They have actually been very helpful because apart from our volunteers that we do have, we have teacher volunteers as well. And they give us the chance to go into the schools to see what is happening, what they have done as far as the literacy project is concerned. And we also bring out the students to our community library, which is not in so much good condition.
We'll help you with that as well. I've got a lady here I was talking to that's working with putting libraries into rural communities. I told you I have a network. You put your hand up, I'll make sure I introduce them to you. Thank you so much, and for what you're doing with your young ladies. So I had a lady over here. So that is my 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So,
who's talking to me? Oh, sorry.
Valeria is talking from the back.
Hi, Valeria. Sorry, I was looking at this lady. Okay, so you make 6. Okay, so that's it. Only 6. Thank you.
Okay.
And they're all ladies. Well, actually, I've got 2 guys. 2 guys, 4 ladies. Okay. Valeria, talk to me, please.
Yes, so we are currently undergoing a transition in our organization. And we need mentorship on that and how to set up in order not to miss the most important things that we need to look out for in the process of transition.
If you don't mind me asking, please.
So I work with Smiles of Hope, and then we work with amputees by providing emotional rehabilitation to all stages of amputees.
Excellent. Okay. So you're rebranding and you're looking to have mentoring help you to just make sure you dot all your T's and dot all your I's and cross your T's.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. I'm really excited to look into supporting you on that. Thank you. And finally, my patient lady in blue.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to say I wanted help with all things of them.
Well, you can, but I'll give you a focus. What is your top one?
I think my top one for now would be encourage cross-pollination. In the sense that sometimes you're so stuck in what we do, we are not able to open our minds to understand that there's a lot more possibilities in other places as well. So I'm really looking forward to actually have that portion, because I work with a lot of organizations. Like I like to volunteer my time when I have to.
So do you have an NPO yourself?
No, I don't.
Okay, but you're volunteering around.
Yeah.
So she volunteers around, make sure you look at her. Do you have any capacity left? Okay.
So based on that, I want to actually build myself also, because maybe if I learn about encouraging coordination, it might be something that I'll take to all the other organizations that I work with, then it's much more that and like train the trainers. So now I become a mentor and encouraging cross-pollination.
Fantastic. That's lovely. I'm really looking forward to that. One of the things I really liked what you said is that yes, you are available, and that I want you guys to understand when people work for us and volunteer, that sometimes they don't need to be staffed because they've got a passion for the work that we're doing, and we're going to keep championing you guys, and I really look forward to working with you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so I've had my 6 people that I'm going to give extra support to. Am I running out of time? Okay, give me a little bit. I've just got a few things to do. Right, okay. So, that's over. Oh. Okay, some quick tips for you. Okay, and the 6 have got the first one. So I'm really looking forward. Come and see me afterwards. Okay, engage with a mentoring team. Engage with a mentoring team like us at Daniel Williams, LGB, and NCPO and the Partnership Bureau. Okay, now think about embedding mentoring into any strategic planning you've got. Just take, just a week, bi-weekly, or even monthly, just time out to meet with your stakeholders, meet with any of your teams, and embed mentoring in that. Align your mission and your strategic planning with the things you say you're going to do, and do them on a daily basis often. You have all these big, impact-driven results, etc., etc. What do you actually do on a regular basis that gets you the opportunities you're looking for? Will help you focus on those areas, and we really want you to align your mission with innovative goals. Your innovative goals mean that you want to attract as much funding as you can get with your capacity. And if you can't do your capacity, you will take on more staff and more volunteers, because you now know where you're going and you can understand how much impact you can get by partnering and collaborating. You're going to use up-to-date tools, you're going to have structures and rituals that you're going to now impact into your business. And when you do these small steps, you will get some big wins. And I want to have some feedback. On Mesty, I'm not sure we've got that, but I'm going to give my details later, you can send them to me, okay? The last but not least, we're going to do Q&A, but I don't think I've got time for Q&A, have I? Have I got 5 minutes for Q&A? 5 minutes, okay. So, has anyone got any questions about what we've just gone through? You may not be innovative right now, you may be innovative right now. What will work for you, what won't work for you? This is just a snapshot of what mentoring may be able to do for some of your businesses. If you're doing it, keep doing what's right. Look at the people who've told you that they're already doing mentoring. Look at the people who've spoken today and said they need some help. They're going to get that help from me. Are you going to be the next person to get support and help from my organisation? Any questions? Oh, there's a question at the back, thank you. Hi. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Is it working? Is it on? Oh, there you go.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Yeah,
Joanne.
I wanted to know, as I said before, I'm Executive Director and founder of New Means of Ghana. We in the rural areas, training or facilitating AI masterclass to the villagers, to the students. I was interested to, when you said if there are any challenges with the language. So, like in the village areas, they don't usually have that infrastructure for the IT. So how do we get around that?
Okay, I've got lots of networks. The implementers are here, they have a wonderful tool that they use specifically. So see me afterwards as well, and I'll just connect you to the guys at the implementers. But it really is an opportunity for people in the rural areas to get access to all the wonderful things we get in the digital space. I know some of the guys are in here now, but I don't want to take their time, but maybe, is anyone here from implementers? Oh, okay, there's someone at the back there, great. Do you just want to tell us about your actual device that you use in schools in the rural areas, just so that everyone can hear and everyone can come and ask you?
Okay, so the device is called, hi everyone, it's me again. So the device is called Asanka. It's an offline device, very small, almost like maybe to third the size, something like my phone. And once connected, about 30 users can use it without the need for internet. So what we do is that we work with GES such that the curriculum of the school is uploaded onto the Asanka device. So once we have it there installed in an ICT lab or any place, students and teachers, users can have access to it. So it goes beyond educational purposes. So if you're an organization, an NGO, and you want to upload your documents or work materials offline, such that whether there's internet or not, your staff can have access to all of that, you can always get Asanka. Thank you.
Awesome. And implementers are part of our sponsors today, so this is an amazing tool that they've got. Okay, is that my 5 minutes? Are there any other questions? Okay, I have a question here. I think that will be it.
That will be our last question.
Yes,
So we can
thank
move to
you.
the next session.
Hi.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Bernard Foriata.
Hi.
And I'm happy seeing quite a number of us interested in mentorship. And I just realized that if I do not introduce what we do, you're going to have enormous pressure on you in terms of mentorship. We are into Mentors. I'm from Mentors Foundation Ghana. And Mentors Foundation Ghana, we are based here at University of Ghana because University of Ghana is partnering with us. We have Ghana Prison Service. We have BELAPA all partnering with us, and we mentor our non-profit organizations. We are mentoring students at University of Ghana, the entire campus. And then we're also into mental health awareness, and then health training and entrepreneur job training. We are training prison inmates the whole country.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so I mean, we are available on campus, and then we are across every single region. Of Ghana, mentoring and assisting institutions and organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. So you just wanted to let us know, or you want me to help you with something?
Yes, I mean, if any organization, individual needs mentorship, I think we have lecturers, we have professors, we have doctors, well-experienced individuals who can also, who are ready to assist with the mentorship.
Fabulous. So we'll put you on the resources list. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. So my last steps is to get you to reflect on what we've done today, clarify the areas that you need, and then connect with me. You've now got someone else you can connect with. We've got NCBO and we've got the Partnership Bureau. My last few slides are giving you details of my detail. Working. I just want to move to the next one. Is someone in the way? Right, so I just want to go back. So mentorship is how we pass on the baton for you guys to actually make your bold moves, okay? You've got bold minds, you've got bold moves and your brave minds, and we really want you to use mentorship in a way that will help your organizations grow. Here are my details. You can connect.
We will share those details as well on the platform. We will share the details on the platform.
They'll share my details. Make
Definitely
sure
share
they
the
do.
details on the platform.
Thank you
So
all
you
so
can
much.
connect.
I've really enjoyed talking to you. Really appreciate it. My 6 people, please make sure you find me at lunch, and we'll take it from there. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Tony, please. Thank you. Thank you. It's about connections. It's about making impact with the programs and the projects that we are working on. Please, if you need help from Tony, please feel free. As I indicated, we are going to put details on the platform. If you are not on the platform, please ensure that you are on our platform. There is so much information that is transmitted on our platform, our WhatsApp platform, so that you can take advantage of it. And this is one of them. So please ensure that you are on this platform. A lot of opportunities are shared on that platform for NGOs like you and I. Thank you. The next session on our program before we take our lunch break, it's also another important session on AI revolution for non-profits. AI revolution for non-profits. The last 2 years or so, 3 years, we have been inundated by so many AI platforms. How do we leverage these platforms for our advantage? How do we utilize them for the good of our organizations? It is very important. And to take us through this very important area, we have a gentleman who is a seasoned technology consultant with the AI and data consulting team at Deloitte. He has over 8 years experience in providing digital solutions for organizations across Africa. With educational background in computer science, mentoring, evaluation, and learning, he has developed data science systems and technology tools for programs in sectors such as energy, agriculture, entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, I have another honor of inviting upstage Augustine Carr, who will take us through this very important. A round of applause for Augustine. AI revolution of NGOs. Thank you, Augustine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's an honor to be here to walk you through AI revolution for non-profits. Somewhere December or November last year, Deloitte, together with NCBU, did a training for non-profits. I'm sure a lot of you were there for that training. So within that training, I did technology for monitoring and evaluation. But today, we are delving deeper into AI. So how AI is revolutionizing the non-profit space. Please, can I get a slides up? Thank you. So for our outline today, we are going to look at 3 key things. The first one is what is artificial intelligence. We've heard a lot about AI out there in the news, but then what is AI? So we are going to talk about AI and why now? Why is everyone talking about AI now? So we'll be looking at that, and then we'll go deeper and talk about AI for non-profit organizations. So this session will be mostly use cases that are very practical, that you can implement in your organizations. Then we also talk about AI for the SDGs. So when Nao was making a presentation, she spoke about the 17 SDGs. So we'll be looking at some of the use cases of AI in all these SDG areas, and then we look at questions and answers. So we move on to the first one. So what is AI? So to put it in simple terms, AI is just the science of making machines do things that human beings are supposed to do. Things that involve thinking. Alright? So if a human being is supposed to sit down and look at documents and make decisions out of it, now we have computers doing this kind of task. And that is artificial intelligence. AI started a long while ago, but then it was in the last 3 years that AI started making the waves in the news. And as a result of that, the majority of the data that we have now, about 90% of it was created in the last 3 years. Because we have generative AI, which is creating a lot of data. And a lot of this data that is being created are unstructured data, which is very technical. So when you talk about the structured and unstructured, the structured data is the data that you find in tables, so columns and rows, simply put. But then the unstructured data, they don't have a specific format, so images, PDF documents, Excel documents, Word documents, these are the unstructured data. And a lot of these information are now coming from the generative AI space. So a lot of data is now being created in the AI space. So we are estimating that by the end of this year, which is 2025, we should have about 80% of the world's data being unstructured data, because AI is creating a lot of this information. And AI has also led to now a lot of companies moving their information to the cloud, because AI feeds on data. And the data centers that we have around may not be enough to contain all this information. So now a lot of companies are moving into the cloud, and that's also making AI go faster. Next slide. So let's look at a simple journey of AI. So AI started way back in the 1940s. I'm sure people will be surprised, but yeah. Computers started doing things that human beings should have been doing from the 1940s. So in 1940s, that was the analog era. computers were made to do simple calculations and solve mathematical equations. That was AI, because a human being would have sat down to think about the question and solve it. But then a computer was able to do that kind of calculation. So that was the beginning of AI. Then we moved to the experimental era. So this was where the first chatbot was created, which was called Eliza. So now this chatbot was able to interact with a human being. So the same way you interact with someone sitting by you, now a chatbot was created, and it was able to interact with human beings, and that was in 1964. Then we moved on into the knowledge era, where in 1997, IBM was able to create a bot that was able to play chess with the world chess champion. And those who play chess, you know chess requires a lot of thinking. But here's the case, a computer was able to beat the chess champion. That should tell you the computer is getting smarter. Then we now move to the modern era, and that is where we are currently. So with the data that was there, computers started learning on the data. So we came up with the deep learning, machine learning, and now with the knowledge that computers have gained, computers are able to generate information. So that's where we have the Gen AI, which came up in 2022. So that's where people started making a lot of noise about AI, because now AI can create content that human beings will spend so much time creating. Looking at the future, so where we are right now is where AI is able to create some of this information. But then the future, which we are almost there, because now we've seen people creating videos online using AI. And sometimes it's difficult to even identify the ones that are created by AI and the original ones. So very soon, you have AI creating a full movie that it would have taken humans a lot of time to create. AI creates all this information. Similarly, AI can also create applications. So if you have a problem in your organization that you need a software for, you can just let AI create it. And that's the future that we are getting into. So you wouldn't be spending so much time, about 5 months, trying to create a software, but then feeding your information to the AI, it can create the system for you. So that's the future that we are looking at. So let's talk a little bit about the generative AI, because that's what is making the waves now. So simply put, the generative AI, it creates content, like text, audio, video, all sort of content that a human being would have spent time to create. AI is now creating it. And that's the generative AI. So if you can see over here, we have images, code, videos. All these ones are being created by AI. So that's just an overview of AI. Now we are going to talk about how AI impacts nonprofits. And I'm sure that's the area that will interest you the most. So, for the benefit of AI to non-profit organizations, we are looking at 5 key areas. The first one is the improved fundraising. We all need funds to support our programs, and we need ways and means of improving our chances of getting the funding. But how do we let AI help us with these fundraising activities? There are a lot of donors out there who are ready to give, and they have areas that they focus on. But I'm sure it will take you a lot of time to sit down and read through all these areas that they are going through to be able to pick which donor can give you sponsorship. You can actually use AI to search the online portals where the donors put their information, to look at the current situations going on around the world, and AI can combine all this information and point you that go to this donor. This donor is currently investing in education. And these are the use cases of things that the donor is currently doing. So if you also have an education intervention, you can easily go to that donor, put your bid forward, and your chances of getting the sponsorship is very high. The next one is the enhanced efficiency and productivity. People think that AI is coming areas, put it in an Excel document or in a database, and that reduces the amount of time that you spend doing your work. This will now leave enough room for you to focus on tasks that the AI cannot do, tasks that require more thinking by humans, and then you can free up enough space. Same thing for recruiting your volunteers. If can also use AI to just run through their profiles, look at key areas, and then give you a report for you to make your decision. The third one is improved data analytics and insights. I'm sure a lot of you sitting here have data from previous years of operation, but the question is, how are you using the data? You have data sitting with you, but you are not using the data. So with AI, it can actually learn from the data that you have and help you make decisions. Insights that you've never thought of, AI can actually help you get that insight. Then the fourth one is improved communication and outreach. So AI can also scan through the internet, looking at people's sentiment, what others are talking about, what the donors are also talking about, and point you to the right direction that, okay, there is a current trend going on, so if you want to put a message out there, your message should be about this. This would have been a job that someone would spend a lot of time sitting down to do. But with AI, it can easily be done. The last one is optimized program delivery and measuring impact. So when you are running your programs, you can use AI to help you right from the planning stage to the end. So AI can help you with planning your intervention. So looking at the current situations going around, what are the kind of interventions that you put in place to help with the situation? And then during the delivery, with your data collection, data cleaning, and reporting, AI can feed into all these ones. So these are some of the areas that AI can impact non-profit organizations. So in the subsequent slides, we will now be looking at use cases of how AI is impacting the non-profit organizations. So the first scenario we have here is predictive analysis for scenario planning and impact assessment. All right. So AI-driven predictive models can forecast potential outcomes of different interventions and predict the likely outcomes. So the example here is a health organization that's trying to use predictive analytics to model the impact of various vaccination strategies, allowing them to optimize their program design. So they want to distribute vaccines to a locality. But before they do that, they want to know what are the possible outcomes. So they feed an AI with a lot of information. So some of the information would be the demographic data, the vaccination coverage data, the efficiency data. All this information will be given to the AI, and then you give the AI a command. So the AI can now go through all this information and tell you some of the possible outcomes. So for this example, the strategy that the AI is proposing based on the data available is to do a mass vaccination campaign. That is for this intervention. And the predicted outcome is that the total vaccination coverage of 85% of the population will be achieved within 6 months. And all this information will definitely come from what you feed the AI with, because the AI knows the population within the area and also from previous experiences, how quickly vaccines were distributed. So the AI will analyze all this and then tell you the possible outcomes. So the recommendation here is that enhanced logistical support with mobile vaccination units. This is the suggestion from the AI, but it's not mandatory that you take it, but at least it's opening up your mind to the possibilities out there. So if you are making any plans, you know that these can happen. Now let's look at the next one. So that's also for AI for systematic reviews. And this one, AI can automate the process of systematic reviews by sifting through vast amounts of literature to identify relevant studies and summarize key areas. So for example, an organization that is using AI to conduct systematic review of educational interventions to identify what works best in different contexts. So this is what the organization is trying to do. So what do you do next? Give the AI the data, the journals, all the literature, everything that you have, that you would have spent time to go through. You feed all that information to the AI. Then give the AI the command and tell it exactly what you want to be done. So based on this intervention, so based on this scenario, the intervention we are getting is to use play-based learning approaches. That is what the AI is recommending. And the effectiveness is that it's highly effective in improving cognitive and social skills in children aged between 3 and 5. So the AI is making this suggestion based on data, because it's looked at previous years, what was done, what was achieved. You would have spent a lot of time going through all this information, but now the AI is able to do this for you with ease. Then the contextual factors. So greatest impact is observed in lower income urban settings where structured schooling is limited. So with all this information, you have a clear picture of where you are going, what you are going to get out of your intervention. And this is one powerful way that AI will support your operations. The next one is an AI chatbot for data queries. So I made mention initially that you have a lot of data sitting there that you are not able to get insight from. But what you can actually do is to have an AI chatbot connected to the data. So it could be data from 10 years of operation or 5 years of operation connected to external data sources. And then you have a chatbot there that you can easily interact with. And this chatbot is really important for people in executive positions, because they do not have the time to go through all these data trying to find information. So they can just sit behind the computer, give a command, and the chatbot will go through the data and pick whichever information that you need for you. Similarly, you could also give your donors a platform like this, so that the donors know that, oh, the money that they are giving out, they are actually getting the results that they need. And that's the trust that donors need. If they are able to see that the money they are giving out is yielding the results, then it motivates them to give more. So always make sure you let your donors have access to the insight from your report. So for this one, the generative AI-powered NLP model can understand and interpret queries and requests in real time and provide relevant feedback. So you have a program that you are running. So based on the indicators and then the data collected, it can just give you the information. So for this user, the user was chatting with the AI and said, how many SMEs have received training in the last 3 months? So if your intervention is to give out training to some SMEs, you just ask the AI, how many SMEs have been trained within the last 3 months? And of course, this will come from your monitoring and evaluation data, where your team go to the field, they collect the data, and put it in a data system. So the AI now going through the data will tell you that a total of 230 SMEs have been trained in the last 3 months. You can go on and prove further that, okay, can you provide me with a breakdown according to the gender of the owners? Then the AI will come back and tell you, please previous slide. The AI will come back and tell you that out of the 230, 147 are male-owned, and then the 83 are owned by females. This is information that the AI can easily give to you within a minute, because you have the data sitting there. So that's one of the revolutions that AI is bringing, making work easy for us to get insight from our data. The next scenario is for bid writing. Bid writing is a very key component of the operations of nonprofits. And in order to get the sponsorship that you need, your bid needs to be very solid. And you should also target the right people. You can't write a bid to an organization that is focused on education whilst you are looking at agriculture. So you need to align with whichever areas that the donor is targeting. So in order to do that, there are a lot of databases and information on the donors, what their interests are, and where they are pushing their money to. So as I mentioned earlier on, you can just use the AI to go through all this information. You can also feed the AI with your company profile, the CVs of your experts, and then ask the AI to write a proposal or a bid based on certain criteria. So when you give the AI that information, it can just give you a simple Word document or a PowerPoint document, well structured with the various sections of the proposal that is addressing the key concerns of the donor, and then also highlighting your capabilities so that your proposal will be a compelling one that the donor can easily buy into. And that's a key thing that AI can do. So let's look at our last use case. And the last use case is talking about how you use AI to streamline your data collection and reporting process. Data collection and reporting is a very key component of your operations. After going through all your activities, the monitoring evaluation team would go out there, collect the data, and then tell us whether you are meeting the indicators or not. And sometimes some of these data come in with a lot of anomalies, and then they are duplicates. So before you even put your data into reporting, you need to do data cleaning. And you can spend a lot of time sitting down, going through all these data, trying to figure out where the duplicates are, which data sets are outliers, and trying to streamline the data. But with AI, you can just simply plug an AI tool in there, look at the data, figure out which anomalies are in there, figure out which ones are duplicates, which ones are outliers, and then pull them out for you to make the necessary correction. Now, after correcting the data, it can go ahead and generate the graphs and the reports that you need for your monthly reporting or quarterly reporting. So it can even go ahead and create a dashboard showing you all the various insights that you can achieve from your data. So these are some of the use cases of AI within the nonprofit sector. And I'm sure after this presentation, we should all start thinking about how do we become more efficient with the things that we have. How do we involve some of these automated processes to cut down the time that we spend on doing tasks, and then also to free up more space to focus on more complex activities. So the last section that I'm going to talk about is how the AI is impacting the SDGs. All the things that I've spoken about, we are looking at how you use AI for your operations. But we should also not forget about how do we include AI in our interventions. We can't just use AI for our operations and leave it out in the intervention. So I was happy when someone was talking about the technologies that they are using in the schools to help them with the learning where they don't even need internet. These are some of the things that you want to be seeing more often, including technology, including AI in your intervention. So for the SDGs, I've just selected about 8 of them. I've just selected about 6 of them that I want to just give use cases of how AI is being implemented there. It can be used in all the 17, but then these are just use cases, trying to let you know that AI can be implemented everywhere, and we need to start looking at how do we include AI in our intervention planning. So the first one I'm looking at is the SDG 2, which is Zero Hunger. And in doing that, so there could be an intervention where you are using AI for precision farming. And I know that has already started in Ghana, because there are a lot of agri-techs around that are using AI with drones and other tools for precision farming. So if we are planning an intervention within the agriculture space, then let's start thinking about how do we include these AI tools in our intervention to help us achieve the right results. The next one is quality education. So as I mentioned, it was already said that AI is currently being used in some of the schools in the rural areas as part of the intervention. So it's a very good thing, and I would encourage us to continue doing that. SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. So we can also use AI to help with controlling flood. I know in Accra here, it's one thing that we are battling with, how to control the floods. And sometimes we are not even able to predict when the rains are coming and how the weather is going to be like. But AI is actually revolutionizing that area because it's learning from past data and then also looking at the various environmental conditions going around and making predictions that, okay, within the next few weeks, we are going to have heavy rains, so people can prepare for these floods. So these are some of the things that we can use AI to do on SDG 6. SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So with this, what we are trying to say is we need to motivate the SMEs, especially the tech SMEs that are coming up, to focus on using AI for the SDG goals. There are a lot of tech startups coming up with a lot of AI stuff, but then the question is, how are they also contributing to the SDG goals? So if we have any SMEs that we are incubating or we are mentoring, we need to let them know that the SDG goals are important, so they should also look at how they include AI in achieving these goals. Number 12 is responsible consumption and production. So then again, this one we are talking about sustainability. How do we use AI to read the metrics around, to tell us whether we are achieving our sustainable goals, the net zero goals, are we achieving them or not? There are a lot of data out there that can actually speak to it, only if we use AI to learn from them, to analyze the data and make these decisions. Then the last one is life on land. So using the AI to control deforestation. And I know in Ghana, it's one big challenge that we are trying to fight, especially with Galamsey. But then with AI, so once we are able to get the various key stakeholders on board to fight against this deforestation and the Galamsey, we can actually use AI to see which areas are being degraded. It can tell you the rate at which the forest is being cut down, and then you can now put together interventions to curb the situation. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Any questions? Okay, so there is a hand here and one back there.
So I just want to pick your thoughts on which AI tool would be best for bid writing.
Okay, so I have a couple of them. Let me just. So there are lots of AI tools that can write the bid. So there is the Proposify, and then there is also Proposal Genie. So all these are AI tools that can actually help you with your bid writing. But then there are a lot of them out there that you can just subscribe to any of them and use for your bid writing.
Can you repeat?
Repeat. Okay. So there is Proposal Genie. Yeah, Genie, G-E-N-I-E. There is Proposify. There is Hyperwrite AI. And then there's also Grant Writer AI. So the Grant Writer AI was made specially for non-profit organizations to help you write bids for your grants. Okay, so there's a question.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly. I'm from the United States. I'm a grant writer and been doing this for over 30 years. I have caution when it comes to AI and proposal writing. But number one, I wanted to say it's a great tool. I use ChatGPT every day. I call him Chapman. I use my Chapman because it helps me it's a good one, but you have to know the right prompts. So when it comes to proposal writing, it is a unique skill in that you can use those to help you get, we call them boilerplate. So just like, just something to start off with. But I would beg you not to turn that in because there's a lot of nuances to it. And you need to find out what the funders are looking for. One of the things I want to recommend is that if you're going to use that, find out, ask the question, who around the world is doing what I'm doing? Because you'll find that organizations that are very successful are not in Ghana, they're not in West Africa. Many times you'll find in India, they're doing something very similar and they've gotten all this money. So you want to ask that question, who's doing this? What organizations around the world are the most qualified or the best practices? If you ask those questions, you'll get great prompts. They'll give you a lot of detail. It'll tell you exactly what they're doing. Sometimes it'll show you their model, their budget, everything. take that information and start to develop your proposal. You don't want to just have it tell you an executive summary, because it comes across, I'm also one who's read for those, I've sat on both sides of the table, and immediately we will put the organizations, when you put in a proposal, this is very quick, they're going to score you. So you want to get a good score. So if you we can tell immediately that you put no effort into it. Okay, so I'm just warning you, don't just pay, and they're not cheap, these AI things. So just don't go out and buy one. And then think, oh, I want to get a proposal. We can tell immediately that someone else wrote that. Just like professors tell you, don't have AI write your paper, because they can tell immediately that you didn't write the paper. So that was my only caution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's a very good one. So AI is not going to do your work entirely for you. So in as much as the AI will generate content for you, you need to go through it and make sure that you are addressing the various areas that you need to address. So thank you very much for that submission.
Thank you so much, Augustine, for that beautiful presentation. So I want to ask, are we at this stage where there's mind reality and AI's reality? And are we ever going to get to that place where AI's reality is now my reality? You understand that question?
Yes.
Okay, and then my second is, where do you draw the line when it comes to AI? Where do you draw the line between working smart and laziness? Thank you.
Thank you, that's a good question. So I will start with the last one, okay? So working smart is trying to get results in a quicker time than you would have done using the normal process. So for instance, you have a lot of documents to review and pick key areas. You using AI does not make you lazy, but then it makes you smart because you leave that document summarized for other purposes, maybe for a proposal or another thing. But when it becomes lazy is when you're actually supposed to read through the documents and understand it yourself, but then you decide that, okay, well, let me just use the AI to summarize and read the summary. You get a summary all right, but then it wouldn't be as detailed as someone who has read the entire document. So you need to know when to fully use the AI and then when to also do the manual thing, because some of the things AI cannot do. Now, the first question, which was your reality and the AI reality. In as much as AI is trying to learn, AI can never be as smart as the human brain. Because AI is learning from us. Things that we can think about and do, AI cannot do. So the human brain is very powerful, and your reality will definitely be different from that of the AI. Because if you don't give the AI the information you have, it will never know. Because it's machine learning, deep learning, trying to learn from what you've done before that you are feeding it. So if you don't give AI the information, then it wouldn't be able to get it. So that's what I'm saying. People fear that AI will take their jobs, but we have to be in the position to control the AI. Because human beings created the AI, and we can control the AI in the direction that we want it to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I work with the Heart Group. It's a leadership, mentorship, and consulting agency. That's 22 years. And so my question is, I would really love to know your recommendation for the AI tool for data. Because that's 22 years of data. So I'd love to know what tools can be used for data collection analysis.
Okay, so when it comes to data collection, maybe I wouldn't speak specifically on AI, but then I'll just talk about the whole data collection and analysis process. And it was part of the earlier presentation I did last year. So the data collection process, there are different tools that you can use in between, starting from the point where you develop the data collection forms. So there is Google Toolbox, there is ODK Collect, there is Microsoft Form, Google Form, All these are open source tools that you can use to collect your data. Now, after collecting the data, you need to have the data in a database. So for the databases, you can either use Google Spreadsheets to store your data. You can decide to use MySQL. You can decide to use SQL Server, depending on the quantum of data that you are dealing with, and then also the confidentiality. If you are dealing with very confidential information, then I wouldn't advise that you put it on a public domain, but then you would rather have your own private database where you store the data. After you've gotten your data, what you now need to do is to do data cleaning. Looking out for the outliers, the duplicates, and then clean your data before it gets into the analysis bit. So with the data cleaning, you can use Power Query. You can also use BigQuery, which is from Google. So Power Query is from Microsoft, BigQuery is from Google. And you can combine these tools with other automation tools to help with the project management. So once the data comes in and you are assigning it to people for them to validate the data, you can use Monday. You can also decide to use Microsoft Power Automate. All these tools can go through your data, pick out the anomalies, and then assign it to people that, after going through this data, we notice that these anomalies would not help with the analysis. So it would be assigned to someone, and then the person will go in there and either accept that data or reject that data or make some modification. So those are some of the automated tools. Then you now come to the last bit, which is your reporting. So the reporting, you can have Tableau, you can have Power BI, you can also have Google Looker Studio. All these are open source, with the exception of Tableau that you have to pay for. Microsoft Power BI, so you have to pay for. But then these are tools that you can use at a very low cost. So you notice that I've described the entire data collection process with the tools that you can use in between, of which a lot of them are open source, and then there are also the automated ones in. So if you are able to build a data pipeline with all these tools, you know that at the end, you have quality data for your reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that will be the last one.
Yeah, that'll be it. Last one more question, final question.
Okay, thank you very much. Just quick comment. There are a number of organizations that we tried reaching out to, and they gave us a signal that they do not allow, or they do not, how should I say, they will not receive anything that has to do with AI. So we have to also be mindful of that. Some organizations prohibit that. They want you to sit down and use your natural sense to put down. And then if they have somebody that have they will know what they have as a system. Like as mine, oh, that's the study, right? It's like that. I'm a CEO of organization, and we are partnering with international organizations, and they have this KPIs. There is this university we are working with. The university is in New Jersey, USA, and we are working on 2-year research on troposi system. Okay, finding out the victims and how we will be able to transform the life of the victims, and then also rebrand the troposi culture. Now, the university there decided to work on the proposal, whilst my organization based in Ghana is working on the data collection. That will be staged at the Walter Serene Hotel with PhD students and stuff like that. Now, over there, US students, they've not been here in Ghana, they've not been to Ghana before. Some of the professors came here, we had a meeting at also one of their hotels. I realized that they relied on AI for the proposal writer. Now, AI will give you old data concerning troposi, especially if there is no writer or researcher who will come out with current research on such projects. So to their dismay, they got not current data so far as research was concerned. So with this, that's kind of an disadvantage that AI cannot able give you. If you are lazy enough, it will give you in old data. So you have to move an extra leg to work on getting correct and realistic data and then edit it well to suit whatever you're working with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So to address your last one, AI gives you what you feed it with. All right? So you talking about the fact that the AI has old data controversy, meaning you didn't provide it with. Nobody has written on it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I get you. So once you have that data from the last 2 years, it's just a matter of you feeding the AI with that data. Because a lot of these natural language models were built with data from maybe 2000, maybe from all the way from 2000 to 2022. So the most current ones, you may not get them. But if you have that information, then you feed your AI with the data. In the same way, you can have an article or something that you have developed. You can feed the AI with that information and then ask your question. So I get you. You don't have to fully rely on AI, but you need to make sure that you feed the AI with the right information. If you don't feed it well, it will not give you the right information. So that's a word of caution that I would want to give. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Augustine Carr. Yeah, Augustine is again the Assistant Manager Consulting. Thank you so much, Augustine. Very deep indeed. Thank you. AI is here for our benefit. Let's use it well. Let's use it well. Now, before we go out for lunch, I need to announce that SNIT has set up stand at the back, and they are doing beneficiary updates. You can check and print your statement. You can do fresh registration. If you are here, you haven't registered for your SNIT, please, they are there to help you register. And then if you want to do any other inquiry, they have an online mobile app as well, which you can set up. It can help you set up. It can help you set up on your mobile as well, so you can access your information via your mobile handsets. So SNIT is there. Please attend, go to them, and they will assist you. If you have any other questions with SNIT, please go there. The gentlemen are there to help you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to hold you back any further from lunch. Lunch is set. We have 2 tables set up so that it will move quicker. It is for non-profits, and then it will bring our panel reflection and bring the program to everybody. So without much ado, I will be delving into the topic on budgeting and forecasting. So the resource person to take us through budgeting and forecasting is a manager in assurance unit and has over 7 years experience in accounting advisory services. She has played key roles in several assignments for a wide range of companies across numerous industries, including health, construction, engineering, and non-governmental organizations. Her areas of expertise include operation review, accounting and operations advisory, outsourcing accounting services. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor again to invite the assistant manager by the Valley. Diana, a round of applause for Diana as she takes us through budgeting and forecasting. Very, very important topic for us in English. Very, very important. Please, let's. Then I hear Diana.
So I believe we all, one way or the other, have done some sort of budgeting in our personal lives, in our businesses, in our organizations. We've done some sort of budgeting. So after this session, it's either we are going to learn a thing or two on how to improve on our budgeting, or if we have not done before, we are going to start today to be budgeting and forecasting, or maybe see how you can improve on that process in your organization. So I'm sure with other accountants here, I'm sure we've all heard that accountants are stingy, right? So actually, it's not our fault that we are stingy. We agree that we are stingy, but it's not our fault. Why? Because of the topic we are coming to right now. So everything the organization does centers around planning. And management likes to plan ahead of time. And in that planning, you need to put figures in those plans that you have set out to achieve. And they come and give to the accountant, this is the budget. And somebody comes that I need money for something. They go into the budget and, oh, sorry, we don't have a budget line for it. And they call you stingy. So it's something that accountants are dealing with, but let's see how we can make the process such that we don't get tagged as stingy. So we are going to look at what a budget is, what a forecast is. There's a difference between a budget and a forecast. We are going to look at that. Who can do budgeting and forecasting? When should budgeting and forecasting be done? So we heard from the PwC lady that their financial year is July. So they start their budgeting earlier. So if you know that you want to go to them for any funding, I think now is the best time to go, isn't it? What are the features of effective budgeting and forecasting? And what are the methods to use when you are doing budgeting and forecasting? Types of budget, control techniques, essential, and then variance analysis. Okay, what is the budget? So we all have initiatives, we all have plans, we all have reasons why we set up our organizations. And so a budget is simply putting that plan, putting that initiative into figures. Where you want to go, what you want to achieve, what are the resources that you need to get there, and how are you going to get the funding to be able to achieve that goal that you have in mind. So budgeting is simply outlining your sources of income, how much you are expecting to receive, how much is going to come out of that into expenses. It can be operational, it can be administrative. You need to take into consideration all of that. And what are your targets? I've already mentioned that in terms of revenue. Do you want to work around reducing your expenses in case you have a tight revenue budget? All of that should come into consideration. So it is an outline of your revenue, your expenses, and your bottom line. Your bottom line will be a deficit or a surplus. Most of the time, we always want to go for a surplus, but you know that resources are limited, so it's not always the case. And even personally, I'm sure we don't like doing our personal budget because at the end of the day, we get a deficit. So it's a difficult exercise to do, but it's also very important. Next slide. So what is a forecast? So budget is more or less your plan, your goal. Forecast is how are you going to get there? So you predict. If you are planning to make a revenue or receive funding of 100,000 within the year, then you now predict based on past experiences or based on trends that are happening now. Do I think I'm going to make that 100,000? If not, what is my prediction of how much I'm going to make
within this year. So that is more or less a forecast predicting financial outcomes, informed by historical trends, data, and external factors. You know, there are some things that are not within our control. So when we are doing our budget, when we are doing our forecast, we have to take all those into consideration. I'm sure last year, nobody knew that USAID was going to stop funding. But now here we are. So if you were doing your budget with that in mind, then you have to now go back. USAID is out of the picture now. What is now my forecast for whatever goal or initiative I'm pursuing at the moment? So that is more flexible than the budget. Budget, you cannot just change it like that. But the forecast is updated as and when trends change. So who can do budgeting? It's everyone in the organization. So that you don't go and tell your accountant that you are stingy for not giving money. Please involve yourself in the budgeting and forecasting process. So at the end of the day, it's a collective effort to get an effective budgeting system in place. So the accountant, you don't just sit in your corner and then put some figures somewhere. You don't know what the other units have on their target list. So you also consult, negotiate if you have to, and then make sure that everything, everybody, every department fits into the budget that you are preparing for the year. So managers, owners, employees, you all have a hand in the process. Information will be required from all levels. You don't have all the information. So consult. In Deloitte, we say consult, consult, consult. Consult other departments, other units, to see what they have to bring on board. If it's a training, a seminar like this one, I'm sure there was some financial impact from this training. So if you didn't consult, and then now somebody comes to say, I'm going for non-profit organization summits, I need this amount of money. They say there's no budget for it. Then what happens? You get tagged as teams. So when the budgeting is done, it's usually before the start of the next financial year. So don't wait till, if your financial year is January to December, don't wait till January before you start preparing your budget. Start earlier so that it gives you a longer time duration to make sure that everything is in place. And the earlier you start, then now you have to also go around looking for funders and then all of that. So you also have to take into consideration their budgeting cycles. So like PwC gave yes. So when you are going to them for funding, you have in mind the time that you should go. So that if you go later and they tell you run out of money or there's no budget, then you are not at the loss. So why do we think we should do budget? Why? Is it necessary? Yes, it's very necessary. Budget. Reason is it gives proper planning and implementation. So when you budget, then you know exactly what you are doing at every point in time. You know what expenses to go through at a point in time and what you don't go through at a point in time. You know where your revenue, your funding sources are coming from. You know how much you are anticipating to get and then who to contact to get that fund. You know which expenses allow and disallow. So it gives you room to properly plan. And when it comes to implementation too, you know that A, B, C, D is what the target is. And so that is where you focus. Control expenditure, like I've already mentioned, you know what expenses allow and disallow. Because at the end of the day, you are going to justify that report that you give to your funder at the end of the year. So if your funder says, bring me a report, financial statement of how you have spent my money, then you go and you compare and say that, but this was not what was in the budget today. It's a way of measuring performance and accountability. Somebody has to be accountable for the budget. So as the accountant, your ultimate aim is to safeguard the organization's money. So that is where you are held accountable. So when you go to your management and then you are trying to defend something and it's not going out well for you, they know that you are held accountable for that because you allowed that thing to go through when it wasn't supposed to. To monitor progress and continually make improvement. Employee involvement. So like I said, it's not a one-person job. So as you encourage involvement from employees, then they also feel appreciated. They also feel that my input is necessary. They also feel part of the whole process of where the organization is going, the future of the organization. And so they are able to bring out ideas that will better the course of the organization. They also have communication, just like the employee involvement. So what are the features of effective budgeting? It should be fair. There's a tendency to rely solely on previous knowledge. Last year, this was how things were. And so this is how our budget was last year. So let's roll it over to this year, and that will be our budget for this year. So it doesn't work like that. So you can rely on some information from last year, but also consider what is happening in the current year. What was happening last year is definitely not what will happen this year. As we stand now, we know that our city is appreciated. Previously, it was not the case. So do you need to go back and revise your forecast for what you do? That's why the forecast is more flexible. So now you can revise your forecast according to how things are currently. It should be even-handed. There are some things that we consider important and others that we consider less important. Less important that if they are not implemented, the organization will still be impacted. But there are others that definitely they have to be there. There are some expenses you can't do without. You have to pay your employees. So they should always be in your budget. But there are some, let's say, entertainment, for instance. If you have entertainment in your budget and you realize that no, things are not going well. So where do I cut? Which expense line do I cut? You definitely will not cut your employee salary. You can cut your entertainment. Because if you cut the employee salary, you will not affect it. So you try to manage the things, see what is important, what might be there, what you can do with use, and all of that. Supported by those implementing it. So if the accountant doesn't support the budget because she was sitting in somewhere and management came that took your budget. So the accountant doesn't feel involved in the process. So how do you support the budget? You put it somewhere and you allow every expense, everything to go through. So those who are implementing the budget have to support the budget. And how do you support the budget? By being part of the budgeting process. That's why you have to involve everyone in the process. It should be reasonable. We know that things are hard. So let's not go and make unrealistic targets for ourselves. So if you know that usually you don't get funded up to $1 million, don't go and put in your budget that I'll get funding of up to $1 million. Because then you are going to do your expenses based on that $1 million, and then the $1 million will not come, and you have a deficit. How do you then manage that deficit? That will be another problem on it. It should also be participation. So experience and knowledge from everybody is decided. Next slide. parameters of budget setting. We have the top-down or imposed, bottom-up or participating, and then the negotiated. So let's look at this. So the top-down, like I said earlier, there are some organizations, management will gather somewhere, prepare the budget, and then come and hand it over. It doesn't encourage support, like I was saying in the previous slide. So in that case, you don't know exactly what went into the budget, but you are supposed to implement the budget. So what are the advantages of this system? Are there advantages, and what are the disadvantages? So the advantage is minimal expenses. You know, some organizations, budgeting is a big thing, so they really invest a lot into it. But if management has decided to take it upon themselves, then it reduces the cost of the whole process. It saves time as two people are involved. So there's no back and forth, bring your own, it's delaying, department A is delaying the process, department B, there's nothing like that. So it saves time and expenses. But what are the disadvantages? Sometimes when you're sitting at the top, you don't know what is happening at the bottom. You might have some information, but it's not complete. So you need to consult those at the bottom for all the information you need to prepare the budget. So if management is taking it on themselves to just prepare the budget, then how do they get the important information from those at the bottom that will feed into the budget preparation? And so it turns out that the budget is found and it is very large. The lack of involvement in certain quantitative plans for the future may reduce commitment. Like I said, if you don't involve the person who implement it, then there's no commitment from that person towards the process. Okay, so the bottom up or participate. Some of us, or say some of us are parents. When your child is going to SS, you say, okay, bring your list for school. Then okay, will bring his list. This is what I want when I'm going to school. They say, okay, put tickets to them. Then okay, will bring his budget for school. Then you now sit down with Kofi. Take this one out. Put this one out. Reduce the guidance to both the guidance to budget. So that's the bottom up. Start from the bottom. Take the feedback of those at the bottom. Then it now goes to management for discussion. And then at the end of the day, come to the compromise. So what are the advantages there? So the budgets are drafted by the people affected by them. This can promote a sense of commitment, which is lacking in imposed budget. So now COVID does not have an excuse. You brought your budget. So if something is not right, it's not my fault. That is what you brought to me. And so because COVID is involved in the process, COVID will now be thinking outside the box. What do I need to do? What do I not need to do? How much is that you need to do? So now Kofi is committed to that budget that he has presented that before implementation. They are more realistic. As the information to support them is provided by people close to the scene of the action, where the budgets are actually implemented. So let's say some people go out to the field, auditing and evaluation, and they come that this is how much it will cost. CNC, accommodation, and all of that. So now when you are doing your budget, you know how much you put in there for monitoring and evaluation costs. If you don't do that, and you put a figure there, and now they come, that this is how much you need, then there's a problem. If that amount is more, where are you going to get the balance from to give to them for that process? What are the disadvantages? It is expensive and and time-consuming. Let's assume your organization decides that every budget cycle will go to Aqua Safari. And we gather to discuss. Some companies actually have strategy sessions that they go away for, let's say, a day or two to discuss about the financial issues. So if you take a few people, that's cost saving for you. But in this case, you are taking a large number of people because of the approach that you have adopted. And so that will cause you more use method of budget. Managers taking a narrow view of their activities, ignoring the impact of their actions or demands on other departments. We can tend to be selfish. I don't know what is happening in Department A. My own is that this is what is happening in my department, and this is the budget I want. This is how much I need to be in the budget room. So sometimes you tend to neglect or you tend to ignore what the others also do, and then you more or less narrow it to yourself. So that's one of these disadvantages. Inflated or deflated estimates of resource requirements as managers seek to protect their own interests. Greater input required at departmental and central level. That's right. So now we come to the negotiated budget. So this is in essence the extension of the participating approach. Senior management sets broad goals and constraints, and the process involves discussion, negotiation, and at the end of the day, aligning what we said the best interest of the organization. So there's increased commitment and the feeling of budget and forecast ownership due to involvement in the negotiation process. So, Department A will come with a training budget of 5,000. The management will say, okay, A is 5,000, B is 6,000. But looking at what we have available in terms of funding, we cannot meet this. So, can you come to a compromise? Somebody has to reduce his or her training budget. And so there's negotiation, like go to the market. How much is the fee? 10,000. So I know the amount is sensitive, but that's when you now start negotiating with the fixed seller. Okay, so I have this, then before you know it, you come to a compromise. So that is how this budget works. Appreciation that concerns and requirements have been considered. So as you are discussing, then if there are any concerns, requirements, you know that at least if it doesn't get into the budget, but you have tried your best. Management has listened to you. Maybe next year, if there's more money, that item will get into the budget. Greater understanding of how the actions and demands of individual departments impact the organization as a whole. So now people get to appreciate that every unit in the organization comes together to form the whole. So it's not just about Department A. Now you know that other departments also need this, other departments also need that. And so you get to appreciate what each of you needs. The disadvantage here is the final allocation will always be a compromise. So you walk away with a compromise, not exactly what you went in with, but at least you have gotten something out of it. So what are the types of budgets? We have the operating budget. So this is more or less the core of the organization's processes. So this will cover your administrative costs, rent, utilities, insurance, and the like. Then we have the program budget. So this is for a particular initiative that you have earmarked to embark on. So you need a budget for just that project. So it will be different from your normal operational budget. And maybe you have identified somebody who wants to approach for funding, the person might ask you to bring a budget for this initiative so that based on that, they can know whether to give you the funding or not. Then we have the capital projects. So those who engage in capital projects like building hospitals, schools, and the like. So you also need a budget. Because that one is long term, you need to be really careful when you are setting this type of budget so that you don't lose certain aspects of it in the process. So what are some of the control techniques that you need when setting your budget? Setting the objectives clearly. So everybody needs to know exactly what is on the ground, exactly where we are going, exactly what we are seeking to achieve. So when you communicate the objective clearly, then everybody in the process knows what we are working towards. Formulating the necessary plans to ensure that the desired objectives are achieved. So you set the objective. How do you intend to go there? What is the plan of action for this initiative that you have earmarked? That is very important to consider. Translating the plan into budget. Now you know your plan. You translate that plan into figures. So that will become your budget for that initiative or program. Relating the responsibilities of executives to the budget. So you assign responsibilities to some people in terms of the budget. This is where you are responsible for. Maybe there are heads of different teams in the unit, so you appoint the heads to take responsibility of certain aspects of the budget so that they can be accountable for it. Continuous comparison of actual results with that of the budget and ascertain deviations. So you don't just take the budget and press it down and it's business as usual. So you need to be monitoring and tracking your expenses, actual expenses with the budgeted expenses to see whether you are in line or you are going off course. If you realize that you are going off course, then what do? You pause. Augustine is still here, so I'm sure you know some software that have this functionality of tracking budget variance. So in case you have questions around what software to use, that will help with the process you can consult me. Investigating the variances and establishing the costs. So is it that somebody brought an expense that was not in the budget, but you still pass that expense, that is why you are now getting that variance? If that has happened, then you need to prompt management before you end up getting called by management to come and answer. You have already incurred the thing, so there's nothing you can do. The only thing is to just inform management that this has happened. However, if you were tracking your budget, before you even pass this expense, you have to seek management approval that you have this expense, but it's not in the budget. What do we do? The management will say, okay, looking at it, it is important, so let's pass it. Or we can do without it, so let's leave it. So you have to be very mindful of that. Presentation of information to management relating the variance to individual responsibilities. So it's not like you are going to report somebody, but if somebody causes the variance, we need to give in to management for consideration. Corrective action of the management to prevent recurrence of variance. Next slide. So what are the essentials of budget? Like we said earlier, the organizational structure must be clearly defined and responsibility should be assigned to identify who lives within the organization. So when it's time to do the budgeting, you know who to go to for the information for that. Setting of clear objectives and reasonable targets. Objectives should be in consonance with the long-term plan of the organization. So you set the objectives, you set the targets. Remember, the targets have to be reasonable so that you don't overburden yourself trying to attain unrealistic targets. Budgets are prepared for the future period based on expected courses of action. So depending on what you intend to take, what action you intend to take, then you prepare the budget for that. Budgets are updated for events that were not kept into the mind while establishing budgets. Hence, budgets should be flexible enough for midterm use. So one key thing is also don't make a budget static. It should be flexible. Maybe every quarter you decide as a policy, every quarter or semi-annually we come together again, we look at the budget and see if we need to make changes based on what is happening currently. Budget should be monitored periodically. Variances from the set actions is analyzed and corrective action taken. So it is about that. The entire organization must be committed to budget. So involve everybody so that they are committed to the process. Next slide. So variance analysis. After setting your targets, assigning figures to those targets, defining your course of action and all of that. Now you have incurred the expenses. As the year went by, you incurred the expenses. What do you do? Like I said, monitor your budget and identify variances. It can be every month. When you do your month-end reporting, one of the things that you can add to your month-end checklist is to track your budget against your actual expenses to see what is happening with it. Have you gone overboard on any aspect of it? Or are you within budget? So that in case you have to take action, you take it now. If you wait till the end of the year, then you go into your budget and you realize that now the thing is way off. Then you be held accountable. Remember, you are the implementer of the budget. So if anything goes wrong, it's not somebody sitting in HR that will be called to come and answer. It is you who has given out the money that will be called to answer. So you have to do your variance analysis periodically. So it helps management to ascertain the amount of variance, the reason for the variance between the actual performance and budget. Is it that something important needed to be part of the budget, but somehow it was missed? That one is reasonable. And like I said, if something like that comes, you need to go back to management for approval. Who is the person responsible for performance? Is the implementer. The budget is in your hands. So if there's poor performance, you will be held accountable. So that is why accountants are here. It's not our doing. It's just that we are being held accountable for certain things, and we have to ensure that the right thing is done. And then you take remedial action. So what do you do going forward? Again, participative budget. I think that will solve a lot of the problems that comes with the variance analysis. So if it involves a lot of people in the process, then you capture a lot of things that you need in the budget, and then when they are implementing, it becomes easier. Are there any questions?
Hello? Okay. I just had a question, well, a comment really, because we're all NGO leaders for the most part, which means we have board governance. So we don't run independent small businesses. So this really discuss where the board comes into play and their partnership with writing the budget. In the U.S., most of the boards actually take part in preparing the budget because it's their responsibility to help to raise money to meet the budget. So we didn't discuss that. And then contingency. I always tell people to make sure you have something, you kind of talked about Marianne, but budget for your contingencies, because that will also help you as you move forward.
Thank you for that. Any other questions?
So as you can see, budgeting is it's vital, it's very important. So you don't shortchange whatever you are doing as an organization. Please ensure you budget right. Once again, thank you so much, Diana, for your presentation. And Diana is still around. If you have any questions, please approach Diana and she will help address them for you. As I've always been saying, we will put their details as well on the platform. People came to ask me how did they get on the platform. We have your details. We registered you today, so definitely we have your contact. We will share, we will put you on the platform so you become part of our community. Lots of information is shared on that platform. Lots of opportunities are also shared on the platform, so please be prepared to receive some information from us and be a part of this great community of building of the NGO community in Ghana. Thank you once again, Dana, for your presentation. The next session, Blessing, are you around? Okay, please. The next session will be taken over by implementers. So they will be responsible. Round of applause for Blessing for implementers. They will use the next speakers to close the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we have been having a good day so far. My name is Blessing, and let's save the best for the last. So we are gradually coming to the end of the session, and have special sessions that we've planned for the latter part of the day, and it has to do with communication. Communication is something that affects all of us, and you would agree with me, it is the integral of what we do as non-profits. How are we communicating? Are we communicating to the right audience? Are we moving, the hands of our donors into their pockets to bring out the money? So for that reason, when we partnered with NCBO and Partnership Bureau, we were responsible for setting up this session, which has to do with communication and digital marketing. So we went on a hunt. We went searching to get the best of the best. To be able, people who would come here and then teach us and share with us in languages that we understand how best we'll communicate what we are doing. So to do that, we have two experts. Like I said, we went hunting. It's not been an easy hunt. So we got two people, and then a lady and a guy, just to have the gender balance that we always talk about. So we have two sessions. One is the power of storytelling, and then the other one is digital and social media strategies for non-profits. To take us through the first one, ladies first, the power of storytelling, we have Akosia with us. She's been here since morning. She's a seasoned communication professional, advocacy specialist, and digital marketing strategist with over a decade of experience across various sectors, including education, entertainment, aviation development, banking, energy, construction, FMCG, and tech. She's currently the communication and media manager at WaterAid Ghana, where she leads strategic communication to advance access to clean water, decent toilets, and hygiene, Prior to this, she was the Communication and PR Manager at Action Aid Ghana and previously served at Stratcom Africa. Rising from Senior Communications Officer to Assistant Manager, her career began at Charterhouse Ghana, a leader in events and experiential marketing. Akosia holds a BA in Communication Studies from the Ghana Institute of Journalism and an MBA in Corporate Governance from the University of Professional Studies, Accra, where she graduated top of her class. Passionate about purpose-driven work, she blends strategic insight with deep faith, believing that a strong relationship with God is foundational. In her downtime, she enjoys gospel music, investigative themes, and cheering on Arsenal. Ladies and gentlemen, do I need to convince you anymore? With a round of applause, I think we can do better. Join class to welcome our co-chair. Go Arsenal.
Okay, so let me ask. What does hearing that I chair Arsenal on, what story does it tell you about me? Sorry? Yes, I want one person to, okay, you, Leonard. Thank you, perseverance, yes. Somebody will say that okay, you want to try? Thank you. I'm a loyal person. Yes, loyalty. I was hoping that I'll come here very proud and say that my team is in the final, but unfortunately again, we did what we usually do, but we'll come again next season better. Yeah. Always. So today we are going to talk about the power of storytelling for non-profit growth. There are things that I want us to remember. And so let me start with a disclaimer. Hey, you told me that when I pointed into the thing to work. Please, when we say storytelling, I know that a lot of NGOs are wired to look at storytelling in the context of impact stories, documentation, success stories. Please know, for today, for the time that we are here, when I mention storytelling, please do not let your mind stay on what you already know. Gathering content, speaking to beneficiaries, all of those things we talk about it. But for today, I beg you, for the purpose of this conversation, when I say storytelling, I'm not talking about what we already know, the ones that we put in the donor report, the follow-ups and the pictures and the improvement notifications and all of those things. No, please. And there's another thing that I want us to remember throughout this presentation, that storytelling is about positioning. At the end of it, I'll ask the two things that I mentioned, if everybody remembers. Storytelling is about positioning. It's about how we position our organizations to attract funding. How do we communicate our purpose? Not just the things we do, because there are two things. What you do on a daily basis, the things that you do in the communities, your initiatives, your projects, your programs that you are implementing. It is different from your purpose. You exist for a reason. So let's say at WaterAid, we say that we exist to make clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene normal for everyone, everywhere. That is our purpose. And we do that through washing health, washing schools, so many other interventions. So there are two things I want you to fix your mind on. We are talking about how you communicate your purpose as an organization. And we'll talk a little bit about it in the subsequent slides, because a lot of the times we are very fixated on talking about the work that we have done in the communities, that we don't communicate to our donors who we are in a way that aligns our purpose with the donor's purpose. So that's something that we have to, that's a disclaimer, something that we have to intentionally take off our minds throughout this presentation to make it a bit easier. When I think of storytelling, I think about authenticity, because it gives us the opportunity to present the most original version of ourselves. And the thing is,
You may not notice it, but as an NGO, you're always telling a story. From your capacity statement, you are telling a story of who you are, when you started, what you have done, who you have done it with, the places where you have left footprints. It's all part of the storytelling. But sometimes we don't look at it that we are telling a story from our capacity statements. Even the concept notes and the pages that we submit to donors, it's still telling a story because you're painting a certain picture about the problem you want to solve, and you are telling the donor why you are the best NGO or the best organization to be able to solve the problem with their support. And so if you consider it that way, we'll be more strategic and intentional in the things that we do and how we tell the story. A lot of the times we wait to talk about the impact we have made, or we defer storytelling till when it's time for a donor report, or when your partner is coming to visit, or when maybe mid-year, when you are supposed to report back to a donor. That's the time that we are busy looking for progress to be able to include in the reports. But if you do not consider everything that you do from the time that you engage the donor as part of your storytelling approach, you will not put in measures in place and you won't be intentional about what to collect. So it's also important to remember that storytelling is not something that just happens. Remember I said storytelling is positioning. How do you position yourself from the get-go, from the time you submit your concept note to the donor? How are you positioning yourself for the donor to see you as someone that they can trust and as someone that they can constantly come back to? Because what we all want as organizations is to have a donor that keeps coming back to you with money that you don't have to convince. Sometimes you're so good at the work that you've done that even mid-project, the project is not over and the donor is asking you to submit another proposal to extend what you are doing. So that's what we want, that's the goal, to have repeat support from our donors. So it's important to consider that as well. So why do we tell stories? It's because, well, why we tell stories are two different ways. I want to address it from two different points. Every time you decide that you want to embark on a storytelling venture, it is important for you to always ask yourself why you are gathering the content you are gathering. Why is a very, very important question. It's sometimes annoying when it's coming from toddlers. Go and bath, why? Go and bring your spoon, why? Sit down, why? Don't follow me, why? It can be annoying when it's coming, especially from toddlers. But in every area of our life, when we ask ourselves why, we are able to do better because we are answering the question. So let's say I go into a community and I have a camera. Usually I go into the communities with a camera and I see a group of people fetching water. Before I hit click, I need to ask myself, why am I capturing this image? Is it because I want to show that they are fetching the water wrongly? Is it because I want to show that the area surrounding the water is dirty and it means that the water could be contaminated? You realize that once you ask yourself why, it changes the angle at which you even want to capture the story. So always ask yourself why. That's the first part of asking yourself why. And the second part is, why do we tell stories? We tell stories because whether you like it or not, Jack, the thing is not ready. Yes. Like it or not, your brain is wired to remember stories than facts and figures alone. This woman, Jennifer, said that the mind we are likely to remember stories 22 times more than just facts and figures alone. This does not mean that you do not have to include facts and figures in your storytelling. But what it means is that when you innovatively incorporate stories with facts, it's easier for people to remember, it's easier for your donors to remember. So let me give you an example. This is just a facts that I'm making up in my head. So let's say 13 million women in rural Ghana, example, do not have access to clean water and decent toilets at the place where they seek healthcare when they are going to deliver. That's a fact I've told you. Then I come to you, another approach, and I tell you that imagine a community, say Apumongo, where there's Yampa, who lives about 45 minutes away from the closest CHIP compound. Every time she's supposed to deliver, she or somebody from her house has to carry a gallon of water with her to the CHIP's compound to be able to deliver. Sometimes the nurses have to leave her there and go and fight with community members for water. The nurses also do not have water to be able to sterilize the equipment that they use in helping her give birth. And the sad thing is that when Yempap delivers, she has to stay with the blood stains on her for 8 hours before she's discharged to go home, to go and bath because there is no water. This story of Yempap is equal to about 30 million other women living in rural Ghana, so. Which one will you remember the next time you turn on your tap? Which one will you remember when you go and visit your friend who has just delivered at the hospital? That is why we tell stories. Imagine painting this picture to a donor. We'll talk about storytelling and donor engagement in a little bit. But imagine painting this picture to a donor and then taking the donor through a certain journey and allowing the donor to see exactly what the problem is and what you are asking them to do to be able to support. This is why we tell stories in addition to everything that we do. Remember that I said that storytelling is not just the things that we put in the donor reports, because if we all be truthful, a lot of the things we put in the donor report stay in the donor report. You got a lot of case studies, a lot of the times, because of the restrictions that maybe a donor will have with the template for reporting or whatever it is, it stays in how you communicate with the donor. So it's a communication between you and the donor. How you are able to package that information into something that will be relevant to the external, to the general public or other people outside of your donors is how you position storytelling and how you create the narrative to be able to communicate your purpose as an organization. So it always goes back to two things. Storytelling is not just what you would, and I'll repeat this over and over again. It's not just impact stories, it's not case studies, it's not just about documentaries. It's about positioning and how you communicate your purpose in a way that aligns with the donor's purpose or the donor's aim. How many of us remember the Madame Epiadente situation? And she was accused of being a witch and she was lynched, I think, a few years ago. There are so many NGOs that have been working on an anti-witchcraft bill for a very long time. I worked at ActionAid, and even years before I joined ActionAid, so much work has been done on alleged witches in witch counts. But we all attest to the fact that the story about Madame Epiadente seemed to have been the turning point in galvanizing a lot of support to voice out and galvanize a lot of support to support the anti-witchcraft bill. And so many people became interested because we were now able to relate all the things that so many other NGOs have been talking about for decades to a single incident, a story about a poor, in quotes, old woman who was lynched because she was accused of being a witch. That's the power storytelling has to influence policy. Every NGO, every non-profit organization is an advocate first of all. And so you're an advocate for the beneficiaries that you work with, you're an advocate for the people in the community that you work with. And to be able to be a very, very effective advocate, the key thing is to be able to tell the stories in the way that gets the people that have the power to be able to cause the change that you want, influence them to be up and doing. And the easiest way or the most compelling way to do that is to tell a story in a way that gets them to do what you want them to do. There are so many other examples that I can cite, but the Madame Epiadente one is a bit more personal to me because I work in an organization that was pushing for an anti-witchcraft bill. And we had done so much work in the past, research, so many things, but we still were not getting the punch. So when the Epiadente issue happened, a lot of NGOs formed coalitions
And now the bill has been passed and the bill has been assented to. So that's a very, very good thing for us to, we can point to it. Even though so much work has been done, we can easily point to the turning point. We can talk about the Arab Spring. People have been complaining about so many things that was wrong in their community and their unemployment rate. But there's always a certain central thing that happens that every other action can always relate back to. That's the power storytelling gives us as NGOs. So whatever it is, whichever area in which you work, whichever sector that you find yourself, always look for the potential of that one thing you can do to be able to cause the people who have the power to change the things, to connect with them emotionally, to be able to do the thing that you ask them to do. Sometimes also, it's not always about targeting the person that can do the change. It's also about targeting the people that can influence the person that can cause the change to happen. That's a different conversation on stakeholders and who influences them and all of that. But the power storytelling has and storytelling gives us is that it allows us to be able to touch so many people from different points at the same time based on how we craft the compelling nature of our story. So there's the part about the emotional connection. You are able to connect with people on a different level when you are able to tell compelling stories. Like I gave the story about the park in Apuwongo. Even though, for instance, I had been telling stories about people in those communities for a very long time, it was when I had to deliver, and I was fortunate enough to deliver in an urban area and in a place where I had hot water. It was at that point for me that all the work I have been doing in the past made sense. Because I stood there and I had warm water to bath. And that was when I understood why maybe someone is telling me that now they can turn on the tap and the shower and then they are smiling. That's the only time, that was when I appreciated why the person was so smiling, is the shower. But for her, shower is, there are some of them that, because this community has a healthcare facility that has access to water, they have to travel about 2 hours. There's a story of a woman I interacted with who literally gave birth by the roadside because she told herself that the one in her community doesn't have water. So if she has to go all the way to the one that is about 2 hours or 3 hours away from her, that's where she's going to go to deliver because that's where there is water. So these are the aspects of the stories that you can tell that this is a picture that you can paint or this is a journey that you can take potential donors through for them to appreciate that's a lot of words. You can put a lot of figures there, but until they are able to connect the problems with a person, until you are able to humanize what the problem is, it will be difficult to get a support, it will be difficult to get peak support. So again, another thing to remember is that storytelling allows us to humanize the problem. If you say that, you can say that there are 5,000 road crashes in a day, but you can also tell the story of a life of a 3-year-old who now, whose education is now in limbo because the person who is the breadwinner has died through the careless action of a motor rider, for instance. That's a different impact that you're going to make. Somebody is going to see themselves in that 3-year-old and will be willing to support you, especially if you are talking to individual donors, not institutional donors. By the nature of my work, I interact a lot with the funding and the grants team. And what we always decide or talk about is that with storytelling, remember I said storytelling is not just a case study. So for us, it starts with the concept notes development. How are we walking donor A through a journey explaining what the problems are? And explaining what the problems are, the people that are affected by it, and most importantly, what's the impact of what their support will make. How do you paint the picture for them to see that if they give you $50,000 or $1 million, you will be able to change the lives of 50, or you can change 500,000 people's lives in a particular community. That is what storytelling tells you.
Again, remember I said that it is not just about the case studies. How are you, we have to paint the picture clearly. We talk about the components of a good story in just a few slides to come. But if you are able to showcase to the donor that this is what their support can do in a very compelling way, I'll show you a video as well. In a very compelling way, it's easier. It speaks more than every other figures or whatever that you put together. So again, if you don't take anything away, remember that storytelling starts from your pitch, your concept notes, and storytelling is not just your success story or case study. It's about positioning and how you position yourself to align your purpose with that of the organization. Donors are looking for how you showcase impact. And right now, I'm sure you all believe that we have moved from demonstration of output to outcome. So you can't say that I organized a workshop and 30 people have come, and that's the story you are telling. No. What's the story? What are the individual stories of the 30 people? What you told them at the conference because of the funding I gave you. How have their lives changed? What are they doing with the information that you use my support to give them? And donors are looking for change that is tangible, change that is verifiable, and change that is real. And when you tell the stories and they can easily point to a community and an individual or a purpose that is changing their life, you get repeat support. It might look more challenging, or it's not as easy as I'm saying. But if you approach storytelling from the angle of your capacity statement, even how your logo looks like, what your motto is, what your vision is, all of these things are telling a story. If you walk into an organization, whether you like it or not, everything about the organization is telling you a story of who they are. If the receptionist is rude, it's telling you a story of who they are, indirectly. If their funding manager approaches you and they don't look confident, it's telling you a story of who they are. If they send you a capacity statement and it's all text and there are no images, it's telling you a story of who they are. God forbid if you see typos in their capacity statement or whichever marketing material they give you, it's telling you a story of who they are. So again, storytelling is about positioning. It's not a tool or an output that you give a donor. How you are taking the donor through a journey at every point of experience with you tells a story about who you are. And if you do that intentionally and with a compelling approach and tell authentic stories, you will be able to get the connection with the donor right from beginning. And storytelling also helps with building trust. Donors will trust you if you can draw a very, very good line between your purpose, the support they gave you, and the lives that you have touched. This is the component of a powerful impact-driven narrative. It's intentional that I didn't say a story or a storytelling because I still do not want us to think that storytelling is case studies and impact stories and success stories and all of that. But in between all of this, like I mentioned earlier, is your ability to paint a very good before and after picture. Like I said, if you do not incorporate storytelling from the beginning, as in your concept note stage, or from when you walk up to the donor, we always find out that when we get to the point where we are telling the donor what we have done, there's always information we are looking for that we haven't effectively collected or we haven't gathered, or we don't have any information at all. So say you go to a school and you rehabilitate the school and the school is looking all nice. Maybe when you got there at first, you use your phone to take a picture of how the school looks like right now because you wanted to take a picture. You didn't go with a professional photographer. You didn't interview any of the children over there about their life right now in relating to the school. You didn't talk to the teachers, you didn't engage anybody before. Then you have finished 6 months down the line, the school is looking nice, you are putting the chairs and the tables and they have computers and everything. And now you go back and you want them to tell you what the experience is like. How do you marry the two now? They are only just telling you their experience now.
But imagine you had thought about telling the story right from the beginning. So right from your entry into the community, you gathered content right from your first interaction with a student. You pick the student's thoughts of how the current situation is affecting them. And then you finish and you go back and you're fortunate to find the same student, telling the students how they feel. Imagine how impactful that story would be for the donor to be able to see the face of this person now and their face after their support and their face after your intervention. So again, if you only approach it as something that you do or it's something that you give a donor at the end of the project or in the middle of the project, or when the donor is coming and the donor is asking for updates, then you quickly gather people to go to the field to go and capture stories, you will always miss out on essential parts of the story, and it will always look like you are, oh, it used to be like this, it used to be like this, but then it's better if you have evidence to prove how it used to be like. And it's also good for you because you are able to demonstrate your credibility to the person who gave you the support, to the donor, that this is how bad it was. And this is exactly how it looked like when I told you in the concept note, so I didn't lie. It adds another layer of credibility to you. So the component of it first is the character. The character here is not your behavior or your subain as the account will say. It's the person or who you want to center your story around. So do you want to center your story around a woman, a problem, a situation? It must always center around something that you want to change. Then the challenge, what is the current problem? Every story, no matter whether it's a story that is just talking about your purpose or talking about the results of your intervention, there must be a part about the challenge that you saw, and then your resolution or intervention. This is where as an NGO or non-profit, you have the most advantage because we all have different approaches to solving the problem. In my organization, our approach to interventions in WASH is completely different from another organization that's, let's say, World Vision's approach to WASH or CRS's approach to WASH. Your resolution or intervention is what sets you apart from everybody else. Remember, the funding space is shrinking. Even for the NGOs that you consider big, the international ones, the funding space is shrinking. We need to start thinking of the next non-profit sitting next to you as your competitor. We don't like to think of it that way because non-profits are all nice, we are all friends, we are all working to help people. But in reality, you need to be able to stand out more than the other person. If you're all submitting different proposals to the same donor, if you all come in a consortium, that is different. But if you approach it individually, you need to be able to stand out. And one of the easiest ways to stand out is how unique your resolution or intervention is and how you are able to project for the donor to see that yours is more sustainable, yours is more innovative, and yours is the one that will give you the best, will give them the best value for their money, or one that completely aligns with what their purpose is. So always look at how you can highlight or amplify your resolution and intervention, indicating the parts of it that is unique. So let's say at Water, you can say that you don't just walk into a community and just give them a borehole. You mechanize it to a healthcare facility, we'll pipe it to a school, and we'll pipe it to a community, so that everyone everywhere within the community can have access to water. Maybe that's our approach. Another organization's approach is entirely different. But my ability to be able to communicate that effectively with the stories that I'll tell, with how I communicate our purpose, is what will make the donor look at me and say, okay, these people's, their approach is maybe more expensive, but it looks more sustainable. Because donors are not just looking for the cheaper option. They are looking for the one that is more sustainable. And it's not always that the sustainable ones are cheaper. Sometimes, or most of the times, the approaches or the interventions that are more sustainable are more expensive because it takes a little bit more effort to be able to do that. So that's your best bet to be able to effectively highlight that. And then there's a call to action. Every story that you tell, whether it's your capacity statement, must end with a call to action, which is what you want people to do after you have encountered the story you have told. So if it is in your capacity statement, when I finish reading the 3 pages of it, what should I do? Should I follow you on your social media platforms? Should I always make sure that your content or the story you are churning out has a purpose. The person reading it needs to be clear in their mind exactly what action you want them to take after they have encountered the story you're telling or the content you've given them. So these are some few techniques for crafting compelling stories. Phil mentioned, I mentioned this earlier. You definitely have to, depending on the nature of your project, you definitely have to be in the area of implementation. For instance, for us, that may be, it involves like capital and buildings and trainings and all of that in the community. You definitely have to be there to be able to tell a better story. It's not always that it will be the communications person that will be there, but whoever, the one whose job it is to feed you the information should be the person that is inside and understands it and feels it most. I get it that some of us are very creative, that we can still walk now with the power of AI and everything. We can paint a very beautiful picture of what the problem is, even though we are not there. But as someone who has written stories or written scripts for content, both at the time that I was in the community and at the time that information was gathered for me, I can tell you from experience that the content I developed when I was actually in the communities are always better. Because when you enter the community, the whole environment starts giving you a certain feeling and they start talking to you about, you start talking to yourself about how you want to project this. Whether it's capacity building in a, like let's say in a setting like this. If you come here and you are seated here, you'll be able to do a better report than someone who's at home and looks at pictures and watches videos. It's the same thing, but the feeling is not the same. And storytelling and connecting with people on an emotional level relies heavily on conveying a certain feeling. And honestly, it will be very difficult for you to convey a feeling you have not felt. Authentic voices. Don't tell the stories for the beneficiary. It's very difficult for us to do when we are talking to, let's say, the focus of your storytelling is a case study, for instance, and you want to talk to them. We want to put the words in their mouth and tell them how to tell us back so that we can get the right quote. I get the need to want to polish what they are saying and make sure that it is in line. But the key thing is allow them to be able to share their own challenges in a way that matters to them so that they don't feel like you're taking away their voice. Donors can tell a story or a quote that you have refined or a quote that you have polished and attributed it to a beneficiary, for instance. Remember what I said about authenticity and how we should be able to create original stories. It doesn't get original more than having the beneficiary or whoever the intervention is targeted speak for themselves. And there's a narrative arc. So that's the beginning, middle, and an end. This part of it will fall in line with the slide I said earlier on. But always start from, like what we call an introduction. It's like what we learned in JHS or SS, introduction, body, conclusion. It should start from a certain point because remember, you're painting a picture, you're walking people through a journey. You don't just start and throw the problem right without preparing their minds or giving them a bit of a background to contextualize what the issue is. And you don't always have to give the background by saying pictures, animations, illustrations. Always easy to be able to show people what the beginning of the problem is. In the middle, you talk about whatever it is that you have done, and in the end, you can give them the call to action. Emotive language. We have to be able to know how to convince. That's the whole essence of what NGOs, that's what we are always doing. We are always convincing people to give us money. We are always convincing people to give us their support. We are always convincing people to come on board with us and partner us. The language or the script for the content you are gathering and telling your story should be emotive. And data plus emotion. We talked about how it is important to mix the stories with the facts and figures and not just present figures alone.
when you combine these two, it's very powerful to get people to remember you and get people to connect. Sounds not coming. We can hear the sound. Okay, so whilst they try to fix the sound, okay, remember, or should I allow you to see as maybe you get what I'm trying to say? Okay, remember I said that it's about positioning and it's about taking people through an emotive journey. We have to remember that not every storytelling approach needs to sell an intervention. The most, especially if you're talking to individual women, the most impactful stories are the ones that celebrate our purpose. It helps with fundraising. So the sound is still not playing, but this girl is in a community that her grandmother is old. They've never had access to water. And so an organization goes in there and then now they have water. And the community leader now we have some picture is not showing. Okay. This is hilarious. You want one, you didn't get it. Okay. It doesn't matter, I'll just explain. So the community leader is talking to them and telling them about how they now have water. And then this little girl picks the cup and runs to grandma that I want you to be the first in the community to have clean water. And anybody, if you read this and it's telling you to support, so I put this in there because it's one of my favorite things. This is from work that we did in Malawi, I think. Because we didn't talk about the donor. We didn't talk about the donor that gave us money. We are telling people what we do as an organization. And something like this, if we are asking you to give $5, 10 cents, whatever, it's easier for you to give people.
because you can connect. We all have our grandmas. Yeah, it's the motive. So, media format for storytelling. We all know the written, visual. The part I want to highlight is the digital. The speaker after me is going to talk about it, but a lot of us are used to just doing the documentaries. Now, a lot of NGOs are telling their stories and their impact into podcast series and digital series, and they are doing very interesting things in the work that, based on the work that they are doing. They are telling very interesting stories that get people hooked from beginning to the end. So I want you to challenge yourself living here, not just looking at case studies, documentations, impact reports, or success stories are just the avenue for storytelling. Again, we have to start thinking of how we communicate our purpose, like the way the profit-making organizations do, so that we can stand out. How will you measure it? Essentially, how you measure it depends on where you put the content that you share. And so, shared views, time spent on it, this is on digital, donor conversions, how many people saw it, how many people donated, right from where you put it, qualitative feedback, what people tell you about the story that you have told. So, before I go, don't do this. Don't over-exaggerate. If you are an INGO, and let's say based on the work that you have done, or you're a non-profit, based on the work that you have done, a policy has been developed. You know that there are 20 other NGOs or non-profit doing the same thing that you are doing. Don't tell the whole world that it is only you that did it. You have to use words like you contributed, because ideally not only you would have caused that massive shift. And a lot of, right now, what donors are looking for is how well you collaborate with other organizations within the sector. So please don't over-exaggerate and don't overestimate your impact numbers as well. Don't speak for the people that you interact with. Allow them to speak for themselves. If it's in a language that is not English, you can allow them to tell their story and then you subtitle it. Don't put too many stars in the content you are producing. Remember, we said stories are 22 times more likely to be remembered than facts or figures alone, and so be careful to blend them. With the future of storytelling for not-profits, we talked about AI tools. There's immersive tech. I'm sure my colleague after me will talk about that. And there's user-generated content, allowing the communities to tell their stories. Maybe you can use social media links for them to tell their stories. We talked about how you can transcribe what they are saying as well, and so you can consider that. And this is something I want us to walk away with. What are the two things I said we should remember at the beginning? And storytelling is not just cases, impact stories, and all of those things. What I want us to walk away with is that if we only tell stories when donors are watching, we miss the point. Storytelling is how we honor our work. You're doing amazing work. You need to tell us what is driving you to be able to get people to support you. So storytelling is how we honor our work, not just how we fund it. So look at it from that perspective and just shift it, and remember that, like I said, storytelling is about positioning, and we need to be able to communicate our purpose in an effective way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. I think we can do better than that. Thank you. Quickly, we are going to take just 2 questions right now. Can we have like 2 hands up for those who would like to ask questions? Okay, there's one there. The second one. Okay, just 1 question.
Is it that you didn't understand or I over-explained?
You are perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Jipiano Edotoga. I'm from the African Female Initiative. I want to find out, when creating stories, whether that is books or specifically social media content actually, and the subject that it involves is a minor, how do you navigate that
especially when you would want to use their likeness outside for various publications. Thank you.
Okay, so as an organization, you should always have a policy about consent and how you seek the consent. So if it's a child that is, say, 18 years and below, you should identify the child's guardian or the child's parents and seek their consent. And the thing is not just about consent, it's about informed consent. So explaining to them exactly what you are going to use it for. In some cases, I've had to take calendars with me to the field to show them that I'm taking a photograph of you. I need you to sign consent. These are some of the things I can use the image for. So I can put it in a calendar like this, or I can put it at the back of a report like this. Do you agree to it? You should have a form. It's a simple form. I can share a template that we use with you. You can have some for different sectors based on where you work. So children in school, children out of school, somebody who can read, somebody who cannot read, and all of that. So you should always have consent, but the caveat is that it should be informed consent. And you should also know that the person has a right to withdraw the consent at any time. And sometimes it's nice that after you have used their image, say in a calendar, you give them a copy of it. You'll be amazed at how excited they will be when they see that their image is, what you took of them is so beautiful and it's on the calendar, but you have to inform them before you.
Thank you very much, Apostle. Can we please applaud again as we go through?
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Felix. I work with Family-Based Care Alliance. So we help vulnerable children to be raised in loving families. My question is just kind of a follow-up. Sometimes people find it difficult for you to put their images out there. So we even have the consent forms and all of that, because of course donors would request and all of that. But sometimes the beneficiaries, they don't want their images to be put out there, let alone videos. And so how then do we tell our story when the people we are trying to support are not willing to give their consent or let the information be out there?
The unfortunate thing is that if the person is not willing to give you consent, because any attempt of trying to convince the person, if not done tactfully, will look like you are coercing the person. And you don't want the person to feel like because you are giving them support, they do not have a voice in saying no. There are times that we worked on a project, an agroecology project, and we wanted to take a photo or document the success of a smallholder farmer. She showed up in the community wearing a nice cover and sticks and very nice shoes. We're like, oh, we can't, because if we take this picture, it's going to look like the stage. She says, no, that is how she wants to appear. Because if she wears her farming clothes, she won't look nice. So it's either you change the setting, or you take the picture like that and maybe you won't use it, but you can't force them. So that's why it should start from the beginning. So you may have to start prepping their mind from the beginning when you start interacting with them, so that they know that you are able to support them, because other people allow you to use their stories to convince donors for support. So if they allow you to use their story, you can help more people. But if the person is unwilling to partake, there's nothing that you can do. You have to honor their voices.
Thank you very much, Akosia. We're just trying to save as much time as possible. We'll have time for networking at the end of the event. Taking us now on to the next session, which is on digital and social media strategy, is Ofelati. Alex, an award-winning digital transformation and marketing communications professional with a strong background in digital solutions and innovation. He currently leads the digital strategy at AT Ghana, driving the development of products like eSIM, mobile apps, and data services. He lives by the mantra, success will not come to those who are just good at what they do, but to those who are also dedicated to what they do. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, join me welcome Alex.
Thank you very much. Blessed, right? All right. Like Blessed mentioned, my name is Alex. I do digital training, digital skills training. I work with AT as well. We are far behind time, so we will keep this short but yet impactful. I want to know, just show by hand, if you deliberately plan to build a brand for your NGO. Let me see by hand. Okay. If you deliberately want to build a brand for your NGO, just like how the regular organizations do, you know, they put a lot of effort in building their brand, yes. Because it's something I've not seen from the NGOs. The NGOs are mostly focused on their impact, always on their impact. They forget about partnerships, they forget about collaborations, they forget about their brand itself. So that is it. All right. Let's go through quickly. I want us to take a little exercise. My profile has been mentioned already. You can move on. Just pull out your smartphone and scan this. We are doing another Menti exercise, just like we did in the morning. Quick one, 5 minutes, then we are done. So I have only 5 questions. I just want to get to know a little bit about you and what your intents are. It will help shape the conversation. All right. Can we go to the Menti platform, the browser? Okay, good. So the first question is, tell us your organization's name and your role. Quickly, you answer, you submit, then we go to the next question. Next. The QR code. Can we go back to the first slide? The QR code is on the first slide. Not yet, this one, yes, the first one. Good, this is the same one, so you can scan. Okay, let's start answering the question. We will see the results here. Okay, slide 2. Hello, yes. Okay, I think we started seeing okay, volunteer. Okay, so we move on. I just want us to answer. Just you answer, you submit. You answer, you submit. I will check them out, and then it will give me a fair idea of who I'm engaging with. Can we have this? What 2 things do you want to achieve with the digital and social media? What 2 things? Just say 2 things that you like your expectations. What do you want to achieve with it? All right. Let's go back to the PPT. So just continue answering the questions. We will come back to it. It's what? Okay. Okay. Let's go back to the PPT. Okay, thank you. So we will come back to this. Should it be pointed there or here? wants to confirm an opinion about you, whether you are an individual or you are a business. So today we are talking about NGOs. If I see something, I've heard some NGO names here, the next step to confirm what you do or whether I want to do business with you is to go to either your website or social media or any digital channel. Hardly would I want to pick a phone and call your office or visit your office. That doesn't happen much. That's the reason we are doing this, so that we will build a very strong presence, such that when the donor sees that, they will see a very good brand. That's why I started with the brand. They will see that personality that they want to do business with. So we'll go through a few strategies. We'll start with channels. Good. I saw this quote online and I thought of it as something that would really help us. Now, what does this say? It says that being digitally literate is as crucial a skill as any degree that you may have. As part of the question that I was asking on Menti, I asked if you have, when was the last time you attended a similar digital skills training? And this question, every time I realized a lot of people in the NGO space, if I may put it that way, they really don't, they are always focused on their impact and their projects. They really don't undertake some of these things. And I want to urge you, the same way you put a lot of effort into doing your first degree, doing your master's degree and all that, you have to really build yourself with digital skills. Whether you are the digital manager or the owner of the NGO itself, you need to build yourself and know what the digital space is handling now. There are a lot of things going on there. We're talking about AI, there are a lot of other things that you can learn from digital. So we move on. Good. We will touch on digital landscape. We will talk about website planning. If you don't have a website, this will guide you as to how you can plan your website. We would also talk about content marketing, which Akuzia has touched on storytelling, which is basically what content marketing is. Performance in terms of digital strategy itself, how to plan a digital campaign, and how to measure. If we have some time, we will go through some practical illustrations. So with regards to the digital landscape, why am I showing this slide? This is something to give us that edge that there is a lot of opportunity online. There are 5.3 billion people as of October 2024. And how can your organization reach these people? It can only be online. So let's really take this as an avenue where we can reach our donors, we can even reach the people we want to impact. There is an average of 2% growth year on year. So it means that more and more people are coming online. And we would always have people even staying online for longer hours. And that way we can reach these people. This is specific to Ghana. It's just telling us 24 million people who use the internet, and about 8 million of them are on Facebook alone. Now, why and where digital matters? The reason why we are urging you all to absorb digital skills or these executions in your activities is to, one, help you to speed up the things that you do. Apart from all the groundwork, if you really need to communicate with speed, if you really need to undertake certain things and enhance your speed, we talked about AI where it can give you a whole overview of how you can write your draft. I had a conversation about whether it's pretty lazy or not. I think that's another conversation, but I believe it has come to help us. You have to use it well. The idea is every good tool has a way that can affect you as well, but if you're able to learn how to use the tools well. We were here and Microsoft Word came and we started using it. Now AI is here, we have to use it. So you can imagine telling your stories and you missing something, and the story is on your website. You can easily just bring it down, make your corrections, upload your story again. If it's a press release, if it's any article that you are writing, if you are writing a blog, in terms of editing, it helps to aid your accuracy. Now, it's very, very convenient. There is a way anybody wants to receive their content. People want text, people want audio, some want videos, especially those who work with people living with disability. They have, and there is a way you can really craft all these contents in the formats that will be very convenient for your target audience to receive them. Now again, there is a way you can also use the internet or the digital space to do your research. There is a way you can use that to communicate. That's on social media, your website, newsletters, everything that you do in terms of reaching the people remotely. For brand building, which really hinges on the storytelling, as I mentioned earlier. Audience engagement. For some organizations, nobody would even ask them any question throughout the year. Nobody would engage with them, nobody would say anything. But if you are present online, if you post regularly, if you engage the people, they will also engage back. And the more engagement you have, it aids the brand building as well. So the more people engage with your brand, the more you are able to influence their decision towards you. So if you want them to really undertake a course, they will definitely do it. If you want them to undertake an action, they will definitely do it. If you want to influence your donors, the way you are able to create your content, share content, and tell your story is able to influence the decisions that your donors make towards you. Now we talk about stakeholder engagement, which are your key stakeholders. It could be your employees, your donors, your funders, or even some of the partners that you have. Then for fundraising, we know how crowdfunding works online. There are other platforms that you can also use for fundraising. Well, so now we come to the digital journey itself. There are just 5 key areas that you touch, and this is what you do in your digital journey. First is your channels. You can have all the stories that you have, but you need a channel to really push these stories on, or you need a channel to communicate. So you first identify your channel. You research into new channels every time. If you have one channel, you look at how you can have 2 channels or 3 channels. Then you look at your content and format, how you can maximize various content forms and enhance your appeal. Previously, when social media started, we were only posting text, and then it came to images. Now we have videos, we have live streams, we have podcasts, so you don't stick to one. You move on and on and on as the technology also moves. We talk about content push. That is the way you circulate your content. So I'm talking about where you start from. You start from your channels, you start from the content, then how you circulate the content. Where you can even engage influencers to help you push your content, and we will touch on influencers along the line. Then monitoring. This is what a lot of companies don't do. They just push out their content and they leave it as such. One of the things that you have to really pay attention to is to monitor the communication and all the content that you push out to see how they are performing, and that brings me to the results. Every campaign you run, every strategy in terms of communication, there should be a way to measure. You should first of all set KPIs. You should know that I am on social media now. I have 200 followers. By next month, I should have 300 followers. You should set those KPIs. And when you set them right, you measure your performance according to these KPIs. So this gives you a general overview of the digital journey. I hope you are with me. Good. Hello, can you help me from here? Okay, yes, good. Now, in terms of channels, so for every campaign or every digital execution that you have seen anywhere, it touches on one of these three key categories of channels. It's either you would see the content on a website, you will see the content on a social media platform, or other channels including through emails, through mobile apps. So WhatsApp is part of social media. So these channels are what you have to consider. So you look at a website, you look at social media, how many platforms can you manage on social media? Then you look at the other platforms. So we're just going to touch on these three, why they are important for us NGOs. I'll start with the website. How do you even develop your website? For owners of NGOs, this should just give you an overview so you can know what your website guys are doing, or if you're engaged in an agency, you can know what exactly they are doing. First of all, you need to have a domain name, that is your website address. Everybody here has a website. Okay, so those that don't have websites, I think this will be very, very key for you. You need to first have your domain name, that is like your name where people will call that name online and your content will come out, which is your website anyway. Then you acquire a hosting service. So all these you can do it on singular platforms. You can either do this on GoDaddy, there is WordPress that can also help you do this. But I'm just giving you this as a guide, if you're not a technical person. Then you plan your content. You design how your design is going to turn out, the content, the information that has to go on there. So it's your about us, what we do, our impact, the donations that you receive, anything that you would want the public or the general public to know about you. Everything can be on your website. Once that is done, you test your website, you have your emails done, and then you can go live. Now, to talk about emails, we have sometimes people sending us proposals and they are still using Gmail and Yahoo and all that. Please, you need to have corporate emails. That is a very key thing. You send proposals somewhere, you send your concept. Once we see Yahoo or something, no, it's a no-no, you know. So please, owning your corporate email is not very expensive. You know, I think you can do $200 for the whole year, and it's even for unlimited number. So let's prioritize that. Now, why do we have to really own websites? First of all, for credibility. Between social media and websites, you are seen as a little more credible when you own a website and it's updated frequently than when you are only on social media. So first of all, for credibility. Secondly, for immediacy. So for example, if there is something you want to do on your website that social media platforms have not implemented yet, you can still go ahead and do it because you own that platform. You're able to change anything on your website compared to what you do on social media. On social media, there is just one font that is there. You can't change the font. You can't change the font color. The cover photo is just a particular size. You can't change it. But on your website, you can decide to paint the whole homepage your brand color, or you can decide to put the whole campaign to cover the whole of the homepage. It's something you can do by yourself. But when we compare with social media, if Facebook has not changed some features, you can't do, you really can't do much. I hope you get what I mean. Good. Then thirdly, for convenience. Interacting with your audience and investors can be very convenient when you own your website. Then identity. Website also helps you to really build a strong brand. So there are some websites that even the font type on there is their own dedicated font. It's not any regular font. It helps people to identify you easily. it's your own media. If you are able to really promote your website very well, you really may not rely on the media houses for your news releases or your articles. You can push all your content on your on your website. Your blog, your press releases, videos, everything that you can, every content that you can create, all those can go on your website. Now, it's very customizable. I think I explained that during the immediacy point, that you can turn it around. A lot of companies do rebranding and they change their look and feel of their website. And it really refreshes the brand at every point in time. So just look at how to plan your website. First of all, there are two main pages. You have your home page and you have your landing page. The home page is where people get to when they type your domain name. So if it's, let me use WaterAid as an example. If it's WaterAid, you type www.wateraid.org, it takes you to their home page. Now, for every other page where you click any link on the home page to take you there, that is called a landing page. So for example, if you see About Us and you click on About Us, where it takes you to is the landing page. Now the home page needs to be in a certain shape so it really attracts people and it gets people to stay. First of all, you treat your homepage banners as typical billboards. So people don't spend a lot of time on websites if they are not attractive, if there is nothing interesting there for them. So you make it look as typical as a billboard. The idea of a billboard is something that will catch your attention, and if you even have 2 seconds, you will spend that 2 seconds to look and capture the content on there. So that's the idea I want you to have. Then you create catchy elevator pages. So, for example, if you have a project that you want people to learn about, on the homepage you don't write a whole 2-page text of the project. It has to be a very catchy statement about your project that will make people stay, want to click, and go and learn more. Next, you have to reduce where the content on the homepage. I've talked about that. Visitors must know what you do and how they can contact you from the homepage. For some websites, it is only the contact us page that you will see their phone number, email address, and all that. But we recommend strongly that even on your homepage, you have to keep your phone number, your email address, and any other way they can contact you. Then definitely there should be a call to action that leads to your end goal. So if there is anything you want visitors to do, definitely there is something. You may either want them to read more about you, you may want them to donate as NGOs, you may want them to partner with you, whatever you want them to do. You need to specifically write it. This is very key because this is something we did a study on. We created 2 different artworks, and one had click here, the other one didn't have click here. Meanwhile, we wanted people to click and learn more. The one that had click here had way more clicks than the one that didn't have click here. So it gives us that impression that when you really instruct the people, they take action. If you don't instruct them, they will just watch the content read or watch the artwork and then they will just move away. Now that's for the home page. Now when you go to the landing page, for example, if it's about a program or a project that you are undertaking, that page also needs to look good, similar to the home page. Why? Because now people share links. So somebody may share a link of that page directly in their WhatsApp group or to somebody else. So when they go and the page looks boring, they may just bounce off. So there's something on website called bounce rate. When people hit and they immediately move from that same page without visiting another page, it is called bounce rate. And you can measure that thing on your Google Analytics to help you really enhance your website pages. So good, on the landing page as well, you need to have your banner, which of course looks like your typical billboard. It doesn't need to be wordy and all that. If it's a project you are running, the name of the project and maybe what you seek to impact. Then you have your elevator pitch again, a very brief information. There's probably one sentence. I know we know what elevator pitches are. One sentence, you write it there. Then you come to the details. So whatever project you are doing, the details of the project. If it's so much information, you need to actually break them down to create another page for the rest of the information. Because if it's very long on the page, even Google doesn't index those pages more. So you lose out on search engine optimization. Then again, there should be a call to action. So for that particular project, if you need donors, you have to ask them to donate. If you need volunteers, you have to ask people to volunteer. Maybe click here to volunteer, or call us, or send us an email. Are we good? Yes. Right. Then your contact information, like the same thing as you had on your home page. Okay, so I just want to show you this. This is GoDaddy. Here you can check if your company name or your organization's name is available for you to pick for your website address. So you go to the top where they've written every great idea deserves its own domain and you type. So if my organization's name is alex.org, Alex Foundation, I can search alexfoundation.org. I'm saying .org because we are all non-governmental, and that's the domain attachment that has been dedicated for the non-governmental organizations. For regular businesses, it's a .com, that is commercial, so that's the difference. So when I click alex.org here, and the domain is available, it will show that it's available and I can buy. And I can quickly just buy. It's not expensive. They don't go beyond $10. So it's something we can actually buy. So if you don't have a website, please search and log your domain name down. Maybe you plan to have a website in the course of the year, so that by the time you are ready and you go, somebody else will not have picked it up. It's the same way you go to the Registrar General's department, or you're going to register your business or your organization, and the name you have planned, you go there and somebody has that name. You can't register, you need to change it. So the earlier you do that, the better it is for you. So that is this particular screenshot. I added an email, corporate email as I mentioned. So it works like going to do shopping. So I pick the product ID, it goes into the shopping basket, and it calculates the amount for me. So I went and shopped for a domain name, I shopped for a hosting service, and I shopped for an email. And it added everything. And for the year, it's giving me $107, $107.51, which for me is not too much money for us to lose that credible presence as a website. Are we good? Okay. So I'm showing you this so that somebody will not come and say your domain name and everything is $5,000. Okay, so then when they come, you can show them that there is GoDaddy where you can get $100 or $200 for that. Okay, so let's quickly touch on social media. I know we are very familiar with social media. Everybody here probably would have a profile. And the differentiation I want to bring here is there's a difference between pages and profile for some of the social media channels. When you pick LinkedIn, for example, when you pick Facebook, if you have a profile, it's an individual, so it registers you as a person. So it will ask whether you are a male or a female, where you school, where you work, and all that. But when you're registering as a page, that is a business page. It asks, the questions it will ask you are different. Because it will ask when your company was incorporated, what's your website, what do you do, which industry do you operate in and all that. And that allows you a number of tools on Facebook compared with a profile. A profile as an individual. I think even if you set up as a profile, you can't have more than 5,000 friends. When it gets to 5,000, nobody can add you again. But when you set up as a page, you can have up to whatever number. Our page has about 1.3 million followers. So it can go on and on and on. And you have detailed analytics. It can show you where the people are following you from, which countries. It can show you, I will show you another screenshot so we will get to understand that better. So on social media as well, you identify your channels, the channels that you want to be on. You design, you develop your content, because of course you will have your DP, your cover photos and all that. Then you do your setup. So most of the time I recommend you prepare your content before you start setting up. Because they may ask you some questions that you may not have answers to them, maybe profile about you, your bio and all that, your address, your phone number, your email address. You need to have everything put down before you start setting up the pages. It's as simple as that. Once you done, you browse through, if it's accurate, just go live with it. And you can start inviting people to follow. If it's Instagram, Instagram is one page. It doesn't have the two profile and pages. Facebook has that. So Facebook, you the individual, you need to have a profile before you can create a page and then manage the page. If you are able to create Instagram as well, you can add, you can sync them so that when you do the post on one, it will show on the other. Alright. So you go ahead and launch. Why social media as well? The benefits are slightly different, but it's mostly the same. So social media gives you a wider level of awareness compared with the website. The website, people need to deliberately visit, or you really need to push the links to people to click and come back to your website. But social media is a place where everybody is actually headed there. Anybody who picks their phone in the morning, maybe apart from praying in the morning, the next thing they do is either they are going on Instagram or WhatsApp or something, yes. So people go there already. So it's a place where if you are present there, you would get the awareness. Then it's very friendly and easy to use. Anybody can just pick any social media channel and they will follow through and they will set up. Unlike the website, which you sometimes need some technical skills to be able to do that. In terms of personalization through target marketing, or let's say target communication, you are able to really indicate that this post, when I sponsor it, only females would have to see it, or only people above 40 years would have to see it. So you're able to really target your communication. You can actually post something and you would target America, maybe a particular state in the US, to see that particular post. So some of the projects that you do that are very successful, spend some little money to sponsor those posts, and where you think your donors are, if they are in the UK, if they are in Germany, you can really target people in Germany to see that particular post. Then again, social media is innovative. They are always improving. When I started, I mentioned it started as a text-based platform. You could only post text. Then pictures came along the line, videos came along the line, live stream, podcasts. There are so many things coming up. Advertising and all these targeting. So it's very, very innovative. And now they've even incorporated AI. There is Meta AI that if you want to write something, you just give it a prompt. It will write it for you. You can modify it then. So it keeps advancing. Then it's cost effective. You don't pay anything to set up your page on social media. So like I said, if somebody comes and says, oh, to set up a business page, you need to pay something. Today you should know that no, you don't have to pay anything for it. But you need to pay to sponsor your post. Right? Then for lead generation, it really drives huge engagement. And it's a place where any post you do, you can put your website link for people to link back to your website. Why? Because you can't write a lot on Facebook or on Twitter or on Instagram. Even if you write and it can accommodate the text, it gets boring. So when you lead the people to your website, first of all, it's helping your website to get more visits. And the more visits you get, the more Google indexes the pages that people are visiting. And that really aids your search engine optimization. Right. So that's about social media. So I just wanted to show you these screenshots. These are the level of analytics that you can get when you have the business page. It can tell you how many people view anything that you posted within a particular time. This is a 1 month report. It's saying 700,000 views, it reached 150,000 accounts, so people, of course. Content interaction, 9,000 followers. So the total followers for the page, 1.3 million. And then click, how many people click on the content. So it gives you these detailed analytics and it helps you to enhance your communication and all the activities you are doing. On the left here, it can help you to plan your schedule for the next month. So when you go there, it has a planner that it guides you, put in all your content, put in times and dates that the content should be posted, and you just leave it. When it's time, it will post by itself. For the audience, it can tell you how many females are following you, how many males are following you, where they are following you from, which country. Even in Ghana, I can show you which cities they are following you from. So that's level of. Right. So it gives you a lot more compared to the profile page. Newsletter. This is one of the things I really want to spend a little more time on. Unfortunately, we have a little more time to go. I will go beyond. Go beyond it slightly, please. Okay. So these are newsletters where I'll just say okay. It really helps you to craft your content and push your content to targeted people. So for example, you attend a conference like this, you see there are people that they are potential partners or donors. You take their email addresses, you keep that email address in an Excel sheet, and then you sign up on an email newsletter platform. A particular example, what I use is called MailChimp. Unfortunately, we couldn't demonstrate. I would have demonstrated how to set up and then create. This is an email. It's a regular email, but the platform helps you to design the email nicely. And it can actually be a design that you use to just keep people updated on what you do on monthly basis. So every month you send out newsletters to maybe the 10,000 possible donors that you have their email addresses. There's a way you can fetch such email addresses apart from attending the conferences and all. There are organizations that actually indicate that if you want us to support you, send us a proposal here. Like the PwC lady mentioned, they have an email address that you can send. If they keep seeing what you do month on month, it may even influence them if you send a proposal to them. So that's about newsletters. Content execution, quickly. Now, when you are able to plan your content and what you want to put out there, these are some of the tools that you can use. For text content, we prioritize text-based AI tools. So there is ChatGPT, there is Meta AI, there is Gemini from Google. There are a lot more. Even ChatGPT now is able to create images for you. So you don't need to probably buy stock images if you don't have the money. If you can go to the field and take your own pictures, the better, right? Now for design, that have free versions that you can When it comes to the website I talked about, GoDaddy, the email marketing is called MailChimp. That's the platform. You can check it out and see how these platforms work. So these are examples of artwork that were done by some of the platforms. So this is by the Flyerways. The image was AI generated. This is a video. Okay, we can just skip this. Video by the Filmora. And these are AI-based platforms. You just can give it instruction and it will create the content for you. Okay, I'm going to talk about content marketing. Everything else you do apart from the core things that you want to talk about, apart from your core impact or your success stories, there's a way you can create more stories about what you do. So I just cited this example, so difference between your regular communications and then your content marketing communications. So take an organization that is into HIV disease awareness and prevention. On the regular, they will be telling people to get tested to know their status. They will be telling people to protect themselves and others. They use protection and all that. But when it comes to content, when it comes to storytelling, you take it a step further, and that is how you build your brand. That is how people get attracted to you. So, example, the same organization, they can say, my story, my voice, share your story, and these are user-generated content. This is what is actually helping more brands to really gain a strong presence online. I wrote about HIV 101 video series or podcast. It can be something that your organization can be doing on weekly basis or on monthly basis. Ask an expert, Q&A, social media challenge, know your status, encourage followers to participate. So there are a lot of content you can create around the things you do that will tell a story about your brand. And it actually, everything you write and post, it gives you a footprint. And the more footprints you have, the more easy it is for people to access you and to know what you are doing. If you have fewer footprints, it's a little more difficult for people to find you online rather than compared to if you have more footprint. I will end with this slide. Why content marketing? It drives audience action for bigger impact. 1, it helps with audience engagement. 2, it builds your brand, it helps with brand awareness. It helps with search engine optimization. I think I've touched on all these things whilst I was explaining it. And then it gives you loyal followers. There are some people who just love what you are doing by consistently seeing the impact you are making. A lady mentioned that they've been in existence for 37 years. And everybody was shocked because it's surprising why we don't know this organization and it's 37 years old. If you were on social media or if you were creating more content and sharing this content online, I'm sure some donors from all over will probably just come and then give support as we always see. So thank you very much. There are about 30 more slides. So this is what we are going to do. This topic is very, very important. This is what will give you that credibility you require. This is what will give you that mileage that you need as well. So what we intend to do is to have a session online, and that's why I said that it's important that you join our online session so that we can continue this important topic by virtual meeting. So definitely, Alex, we are not done with you. Definitely not done with you. This for me is very, very important. This is very important for me and for all of us. So definitely, we are going to reschedule this and continue this online. So there's going to be another virtual session with continuation of this and any other topic that probably will need further drill in, we will bring that up. Alex, thank you so much. And because of time, we will do that online definitely because of time. Thank you so much for your time. Round of applause for Alex. Thank you. Question? Oh, okay. So if you need any further information, please, you can get Alex here. But trust me, we are going to get Alex online and have a session
with Alex. Thank you so much, Alex. Round of applause again for Alex. Thank you, Alex. I think it's been a great day. Lots of content pushed out there. I know you are tired, but you still stayed behind to ensure that you grab something. Definitely, you were sponsored or your organization brought you here, and you didn't want to go away without needed knowledge. So we really appreciate you for being part of the session with us. Constance.
Thank you, Constance. Thank you, Alex. Sorry you didn't get to get the questions, but hopefully people will catch you. We're just conscious of time. It's been a long day. You've taken in a lot of information. And we want to make sure we also get a good picture before you all leave. So, but there is one more thing. We started with the Menti early this morning. For some of you, you came after we did the Menti. So please, on the programs on your table, if you haven't started that Menti already, please scan the QR code. We asked a few questions earlier in the day, but it's really important that we're able to gather this information so that we can provide the additional sessions, virtual, arrange some of the other conversations that need to happen. So there are just a few quick questions that I'm going to take you through, but I want you to just go through it at your own pace. But we're going to go through that Menti. If you can put the questions up for me, please, but I'll start telling you what they were. So after the panel discussion, before the panel discussion, I asked you to let us know, did you consider your organization to be compliant? That was the last question that we looked at. So after the panel discussion, there was 2 questions after that. So one of the questions is, based on the discussion that was had, how would you now rate your level of organizational compliance? So if we can go down, it's question 6 or 7. It's the one around organizational, next one down, next 2 down. No, the question, sorry, on the other side, on the left side of the screen. On the left, this side of the screen, please. Number 7 or 8. So question 8 was the next one. Next one. Okay. So it should refresh at some point. So based on the discussion that was had by them, how would you now rate this? So some of you have started answering. Please, even if you haven't started it yet, you can go through it at your own time. But this then just helps us understand where we are and what we may need to pick up on. And then we ask for the next one, what additional information would you like to know? So there may have been some additional questions that we weren't able to answer. So please take time to just put in the next one, please, the next one. So now we have reached the end question for the evaluation. So if you can, yeah. I think it's question 10 we are on now. Okay, the next one. Okay, so now there is a set of rankings for the session, so we are just going to work through these. So as you fill them out, we will just go through because we want to make sure we get a good photo. So please rank your sessions in order of your preference. You can move them up and down the screen to do your preference. The next one, please. What was the most important thing you learned today? So that's an open question. So please just put some things that you learned or what you thought was the most important thing you learned today. A key one for us, what other topics would you like us to cover in the future? And we will do that in a number of ways. We will do that through virtual sessions, but we will also think about the content for the next Africa Nonprofit Summit and the level of interaction and exercises and things that we do. So please add to that for the next one. For what are your topics? I'm going through really quickly, so you just keep clicking the next one. There's a couple of questions about whether you would attend again. Has it been interesting enough? Has the content been scintillating enough? Have you had an opportunity to network? So would you attend again? But would you also recommend somebody else attend? So those are 2 other questions. We also want to know what aspect you enjoyed the most. So it's a case of, is it the networking, is it the sessions, is it panel discussions, so that also can help us shape. And really importantly, what can we do to improve? So please complete and let us know what would help improve this, what would help us make this better for you. Because we want to keep being a learning organization, we want to keep being a learning event, and so we want to keep improving the way in which we deliver things for you and the way in which you learn based on that. Okay. I thought you would say less time on the panel discussion. And the final one here, just a few words about how you would sum up your experience. So it's really just a quote or something about the experience of the day, whether you enjoyed it, whether you learned, whether you enjoyed meeting other people, whether it has given you some more information or things that you want to do. So please, for those that weren't here earlier, make sure you log on. I'm getting some good responses, but obviously we need some more. It's really important that we get evaluation information. So please just take a few minutes to do that. We've tried to make it simple in terms of being able to do these multiple choice and a few open questions, so that by the time you leave here, we are not sending you another evaluation form and pestering you to fill out a form. So please just take a moment to do it while you're here. We really appreciate your time, but we also want to learn from you what works and what would happen better. Okay, so we have now reached the conclusion. Where is Francis? Okay, we have now reached the conclusion of the event. You have stayed with us from morning until the end. You are the soldiers, right? You are committed. Okay, I'm going to hand to you to do that.
Can all the partners come up? Implementers, ECHO, all the partners, please. Can you come up? All the volunteers, everyone, please. Volunteers, everyone, they're outside. Those in black t-shirts, those in purple, those of you are here. It's been a long day, I know. I left my house at 4 a.m. Yes, just to come and set this place up for you guys. That's how much we love you. But on a serious note, thank you very, 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 very much for your time. And you've been here since morning till almost 5 o'clock. I can't even believe that you are still here. So we really, really want to thank you. And we've got all your contact numbers. Just like Francis said, we have a platform of about 250 non-profits. Some of you are on already, some of you are not on. So we will email you and send you the link of the WhatsApp so that you can join, so that you can continue the learning from there. Just like Francis said, we do a lot of virtual trainings. Last year we did 4 with Deloitte, it's one of the best. So our next virtual session is going to be with Alex. So we'll send you all the details so that you can join. So please hurry up. Hurry up. But before, please can we all, photographer, can you take us a good photograph? Everybody. Look at the team first. Please come here. They worked very hard, so we need to acknowledge them. It's been 3 months it's been 6 months of planning. 6 months of planning. Agreement here, just, you can imagine. So we need to acknowledge all of this.
Say thank you. You've been an amazing audience. For me, for you to stay to this point, I'm going to enjoy the session. And for me, I really appreciate you for that. Hurry up, guys. All of us, everybody, please hurry up. And then we take a group photograph. Please don't count yourself out of the group photograph.
We are waiting for you. You are holding up the group photograph. All of these people are
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I guess everybody, all of us, please let's come. We're taking this photograph. Look, guys, help me. Let's arrange some chairs here so others can sit down. Get me some chairs. Let's get some chairs. All of us, let's take one big group photograph. One big one. Yes. Our resource persons, please come forward and look and see. Alex, yeah. China. All resource persons, please come.
Please